live for another day of streaming. Hopefully everybody has had a great day. Let's double check our audio settings. Okay, the microphone is up good. What about this? Looks like it's going good. Properties, noise gate compressor. Good here. You can hear media for the most part. We're gonna watch a couple videos, but I think I'm more in the mood to play some actual games today. So we'll watch some Metatron real quick. Double check everything. Make sure we're good here. We're good here. Okay, we're on the screens. Also, just so you guys know, we have a new Be Right Back screen. So hopefully you guys like it. It is new. Do have to add browser overlay. Existing. Anyway, I think we're gonna listen to some lo-fi. Let's see. Here's it. See if we got some Star Wars lo-fi maybe. Okay, let's see what Metatron's talking about. He's dealing with Shoe on Head this evening, afternoon, I guess is what it is. So hopefully everybody's having a blessed afternoon. And it's not too freezing cold out for everyone. I have Rumbot on, right? Rumbot's good. We're good on Rumbot. Good here. Double check and make sure we're good everywhere else. We're awake-ish. Oh, I did want to show something funny though. Let's open that in.
Someone make an
This was hilarious that somebody did for Asmongold. I thought you want to share it with you guys.
and Rivals, and it's pretty funny. Oh my god,
this is amazing. They need to do it.
It's actually amazing. It's pretty good, I would say. Like, it's actually really good.
Yeah, it's crazy good. Your content is
That's
mine.
perfect. Someone made
Yep.
an Asmode skin for
that is that needs to happen like ASAP in Marvel Rivals.
It's Shoe
But
on Head
alright,
again.
let's see what
did you talk about? Let me have a look
we
at the
got going
thumbnail.
on
How
from
did we get here? Oh, goodness
Metatron.
gracious. We've got Nick Fuentes, Zohran Mandami, Epstein Files. Ooh, this is a spicy one. Let's go. Hit me.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to inform you that the rumors are indeed true. The Democrats have struck back. In the New Jersey
Dun, dun,
governor's race,
dun.
the Democrat won. In the Virginia governor's race, the Democrat won. And in the New York City race,
Winsome looks older in person, if you've ever looked
the
at her.
Democrats have struck back.
She
In the
looks
New Jersey
seriously
governor's
older.
race, the Democrat won. In the Virginia
Like, look, she looks very young there, but in the interview or in the debates and everything, she looks fairly old. Like, this is a younger picture of her, I'm almost sure. Like, let's go look. Winsome. Yeah, that's more of a recent picture. Yeah, she definitely looks older in this picture here. That picture, she's very, very young.
governor's race, the Democrat won. And in the New York City race, Democratic
Sliwa
socialist
actually
Ron
got
defeated Andrew
8
Cuomo
points or
to become the
8%.
next
That's
mayor
crazy.
of America's largest city. But the question on everyone's mind is, was it just a fluke? Just easy wins in blue cities and states? Or
Well, I mean, who expected Cuomo to actually win in New York?
Nobody.
is there something more to this? Is this a sign of things to come? Is the Democratic Party finally
I don't
turning
know.
their losing streak around? Are they
I'm a little
actually
concerned
listening to
about
the
it,
people
especially
now?
with
Did
them
they
electing a
finally
governor
learn their
that's okay
lesson?
with
No.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
electing a governor with them that's okay with an attorney general wanting to kill people's families. That's a little worrisome. But yeah, no. Not much we can do now that they have them Facebook open. What was I saying? I lost track of what I was saying. Oh well. It'll come back. Watch.
My last
Where I
three
heard
videos
ding
about
ding.
electoral politics were warning the
Thought it was
Democratic
mine,
Party
but
that
it's not.
young men were moving right because the party f***ing sucks and was becoming the young men each and die movement. Spanking
Yeah.
the Democratic Party for losing because they elected one of the most unlikable shittiest candidates while offering absolutely nothing to voters. And defending the voters from the wrath of a bunch of liberal streamer man-children calling the voters stupid and evil for
Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of the damage, I'm not even sure if the majority of the damage when it comes to the credibility of the Democratic Party has been done by the streamers. Like, I'm honest with you. Of course, Kamala Harris was put together very quickly after Biden wasn't even able to understand what it was. They didn't have enough time to build trust with the voting swing states mostly, so the centrists and people that are a little indecisive and whatnot. But the streamers, the likes of Destiny, Vosh with his lolly horses, Asab Biker, all these people, I think they did so much damage. If people in the left, particularly the prominent voices on the left, were like her, we would be having like a toe-to-toe Republican Democrats. It's possible that the left would have won. I'm gonna be honest with you. She's great. She is great. She
Here,
is
might be
basically
better.
what a left-winger used to be like 30 years
We'll see.
ago.
Hopefully
If you
it sounds
agree,
better.
let me know in the comments, but that's how I feel. Like, she would be someone be having like a toe-to-toe Republican Democrats with, it's possible that the left would have
Listen.
won. I'm gonna be honest with you. She's great. She is great. She
Here,
is
might be
basically
better.
what a left-winger used to be like 30 years
We'll see.
ago.
Hopefully
If
it
you
sounds
agree,
better.
let me know in the comments.
It does.
That's how I feel. Like,
Yeah, the bass was turned up too high on my voice for some reason. Weird. Weird. All right. Now I'm not as eating the microphone sounding, I guess. Cool.
One who you could relate to, not these absolute insane sociopaths that the left is now pushing everywhere, and they are annihilate. They are even attacking their own moderate left-leaning people. It's insane, and they blame it on the right, like people like Destiny could constantly blame it on the right wing, but the reality is that they are the reason why people are going are going away from the Democratic Party.
Daring not to vote for Hillary Clinton in brownface. But the thesis for all three of those videos was basically the same. As the right embraces working class populism, the Democratic Party and the left will continue to fade into irrelevancy. But as I also predicted in those last videos, there might be an eventual pendulum swing, and it might be happening much sooner than I predicted. Like, how did we go from Republicans winning the popular vote, in part thanks to a lot of the young people voting, to a bunch of data showing those same young people dropping their support for the GOP already? But the interesting thing is, those young people don't seem to be moving to the Democratic Party either. Where are they going? And do the Democrats have a
lot of independence these days, I think. You know what? I've been
Definitely
drinking a
more
lot of
independent.
water, and I'm out of water now. This bottle is empty. You know what else I'm out of? Patience with you, because you
More
don't
water.
subscribe. Keep watching. Never subscribe. No. What do I need to do? I drank the water. I've got soda. I don't
Water.
know at this point. I'm going to
And
change
the
the color
soda.
like I've done millions of times. Boom. Okay? I'm going to go grab another bottle of water. Could you please subscribe in the meantime? In the meantime, could you subscribe? Thank you. Appreciate that. I really do. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Always give Metatron a subscription.
Not only
Always.
that, I brought you Space Marines. Are you out of your mind? And you're still not... Do whatever you want. Freedom, I guess. Excellent usage of your First Amendment. Appreciate that. Come on. Subscribe. Subscribe.
They called it, I'm not kidding, deciding to win. Deciding to win, as if the whole time they have just been simply deciding
Yeah,
to lose.
they've been
was a
letting it
choice,
go
guys.
for so
They
long.
changed their mind and they want to win now. In this
Hey, my politics, my choice, I guess.
video, I will talk about why I think Zoran Mamdani won. We will
Okay.
go through the Democrat Party's plan to decide to win. We will briefly talk about the rise of the political commentator Nick Fuentes, the MAGA Civil War, and what I like to call the inevitable rise of shoesalism. If that sounds interesting, stick around. If it doesn't, you can leave. It's not like I'll miss you or anything. But Baka. I know a lot of you are not very interested in politics. You come here for the fun Reddit slop, the men versus women content. Yeah, I know. But unfortunately,
Nah, people come here for you.
politics kind of seeps into your lives, whether you want it to or not. So you might as well be entertained when you hear about it, and have some fun with it when you can. And I so happen to have the perfect
Ground news. Man,
Oh,
come on.
probably ground
I'm
news.
getting
Yep.
really good at spotting the sponsor these days. Am I right?
app for that. So before we get into this political deep dive, let's quickly give
Sponsored
a shout out
by
to today's sponsor, one of my favorite sponsors
Ground News.
to work with, Ground News.
Yeah, they're based.
Ground News is a website and an app that gives readers a
Her hair
transparent
changes
and
every
easy way
time.
to read news from all across the political spectrum, from left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual
The center. I'm gonna watch it, just so you know. Just so you know, I'm watching it. I'm not skipping this.
breakdown of political bias that helps you understand the full story and makes sure you're getting both sides.
Okay.
One of my favorite features on Ground News is the blind spot feature, which shows you news stories that have been covered by one side of the spectrum and ignored by the other. For example, here is a story about how the White House apparently intervened in an Andrew Tate federal probe. 29 news sources covered this. 86% of them were left-wing. None were right-wing. Ground News also makes it really easy to compare headlines to see
Interesting.
how political bias can affect framing.
it's good.
For
Yeah,
example,
I'm not a
this
big
feud between
fan of
Elon
the
Musk and
Tate
Billie
brothers at
Eilish.
all.
This right-wing headline reads, Elon Musk claps back at Billie Eilish after she slams him for hoarding wealth. And this left-wing article frames the same story as, Elon Musk's comebacks are as flat as his attempts at jokes. Very different vibes going on here. I have been using Ground News since 2021 because it is just a great and fun way to keep up with the news. But don't just take my word for it. Even the Nobel Peace Center called it an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. Best of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all their amazing features. So go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code here on
Doesn't know where to put his
or
camera.
use the link in the video description down below. It's only like $5 a month, which is basically the price of like a coffee. You can also gift a
Not if you go to Starbucks, it's not.
Yeah, or make it at
subscription to
home.
somebody. Just select the Vantage subscription, add a customized gift message, and Ground News will send it straight to their inbox where they can activate it. The perfect Christmas present for your out-of-touch uncle who gets all his news from Facebook. So thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the
My
ad.
pleasure.
Yeah.
Right?
I can prove it.
Didn't
I
skip
can
that,
prove it.
but-
I got proof here, right here. I'm gonna go further than that, since it's a recent video, which means the sponsor is still evaluating her performance in order to decide whether or not they want to sponsor her again, which of course is going to be yes, because she gets a monumental amount of views, and I'm glad for it. But I'm gonna put a link to her link in the description so that you can support her through the link that is her link, so she gets the benefit. I get nothing off of it, and I don't even care. All right, let's continue.
Now, let's get back to the video. For those of you familiar with the Shoe on Head channel, you know I've harshly criticized the Democratic Party for all my career. Some say too harshly. Frankly, I don't care. And some
There's no such a thing.
say I'm not harsh enough on the Republicans. First of all, true, but let's be honest. That's not why you come here. You go to Kyle Kalinske for that.
Oh no, absolutely no, I don't. not Barbie doll wannabe.
Just like you go to Destiny to see opinions you can hear on CNN, or to Hassan for dog training tips. You come here to hear, golly gee willikers, I'm left-wing.
Roast them.
And the Democrats have gone crazy. That's the shit you're here for. But are the Democrats actually getting their shit together? Or did they simply get lucky in a few blue areas? One of those blue areas being my city, New York, where Democratic Socialist candidate Zora Mandani won the election and will become the new mayor. And a lot of people are like really confused about how this happened. And if you're one of those people, you really need to keep watching. If you don't understand why Mamdani won, I'm sorry to say, but you're kind of like the liberals in 2016 who didn't understand why Trump won. It's actually extremely understandable why Zoran Mamdani won, and it's not just because New York is full of commies or whatever. He is objectively the best Democratic candidate that they've had in a very, very long time. Like, I know the bar is in hell there, but he's young, he's energetic, he's charismatic, and people are really tired of
Charismatic is debatable, but he does speak well when it comes to, particularly when compared. That's the reason why when I see people like Hassan Piker and people like him, and the fact that Mandami, whom I don't like one bit, by the way, but the fact that he distances himself, and in fact he even scolded Hassan Piker for the stuff he said online, is because you could see that there is at least a difference between a real politician and a pretend politician. The pretend politician being, of course, the streamer and dog shocker. Because politicians have a strategy. Even if you hate them, they have a strategy. They consult with professionals
Stay in
before they open
power.
their damn mouth. Usually. Right or left, we've got some cases in which they did open the mouth without any consultation, but whatever. And this applies to Harris, Biden, and Trump. But then you have people like Hassan Piker who pretends to be, he's like, oh no, I understand politics. And then he says shit that, like, obviously the mayor is going to be like, you're out of your mind. Even if he thinks it. That's the thing. A politician will say stuff that he thinks and stuff he doesn't think, depending on the strategy. Hassan Piker just says stuff.
Of the White House doubling as a retirement home. And of course I like many of his economic policies. I like the universal childcare thing, the transportation, flipping off the Christopher Columbus statue. That's the shit I don't like. Bitch, that's our fucking guy. He was a brave Italian explorer who discovered America, and in this house Christopher Columbus is a hero. And
yes! End of story. Based woman.
of story. I've said this many times, but I don't think the good left-wing policies can even exist alongside the bad left-wing policies. Like, I don't know how you can have free transportation, but also be soft on crime. Like, I don't know, like, in what world does that work out? You can't.
To be fair, there is no such a thing as free transportation. Someone is paying for it.
They're all still paying for it, just through tax.
It's not that I'm against personally to the idea of, oh, it's nice, people can get, don't have much money, can get onto public transport and go to point A to point B to the city, and it's free, it's given by the state. You know, It sounds nice in theory, but do remember, nothing is free. Someone is paying for that shit. And the reality is that what's going to happen is that once you implement a policy like that, taxpayers and actual workers are the ones who are paying for those who don't work. That's what's happening. And unfortunately, what this translates into in the real world is not just, oh yeah, but I'm helping nice people. So now you have like a bus, 20 seats, people sitting down. Maybe they're struggling a little bit to get to the end of the month, but now they can use it. No. That shit is going to be packed with like 300 people, even though you have 20 seats. Half of them are going to be criminal. The other half is it's basically going to make public transport impossible to use. That's what's going to happen when you make it free. Unless you have, as she says, a very strong against crime, highly regulated and excellently organized law enforcement in that city. But since he wants to kind of go low, I don't know how much he wants to defund the police, but just keep in mind nothing is free in a state. Nothing is free in a government. Someone has got to pay for it.
Have nice, clean, free transportation if a bunch of drug addicts and violent felons are going around stabbing people and setting them on fire. You can't have nice things if you don't have rules to enforce those nice things.
That's exactly the force doctrine principle. Absolutely.
So you know what I mean? It's always such a breath of fresh air when I go back to visit my family in the suburbs of Long Island and I go to the CVS and the toothpaste is free from their plexiglass prisons. I shouldn't have to wait 10 minutes for some poor wagey to come unlock the cagey so I can buy shampoo. We don't have to live that way.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll do great, or maybe he gets into power and immediately cucks to the establishment like some other people. I don't like to talk about it. I just don't know how the hell anyone thought Andrew Cuomo was going to win. He killed a bunch of grandmas during COVID.
As you admitted this week, you personally altered the state health department report to undercount the death total, to hide the death total, and then evaded and lied to these families for 5 years. So
you killed a shit ton of people. For what? Plus, he doesn't even live in New York City. He doesn't live in the city he's running to be mayor of.
That's a problem,
Cuomo just kind of expected to win based on name recognition alone and being like, hey, at least I'm not the other guy. Yeah. Sound familiar? Trump actually offered a vision. Make America great again. Mamdani offered a vision. A New York City you can afford. So people took a chance on him. People wanted something different.
Yeah.
Andrew Cuomo, he had no vision or anything. Oh man, I love tuning into a debate about New York City and 80% of it is about another f***ing country.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first?
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
I would go to Israel.
I'd make my 4th trip to Israel.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plan.
They said foreign visit, though. So how is that well, to him it is a foreign visit. Oh man, I'm gonna upset quite a few people with that joke, but I don't even get it. It's a good joke. What do they mean, Israel? Go to Italy. Visit Roma.
Plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel?
That was the exact moment I knew Zoran was going to win. Bro was just surrounded by NPCs. I love how they're like, where would you go? And Zoran was like, I'm gonna stay here. And instead of being like, no, Zoran, the question was, where would you go? They're like, why wouldn't you go to Israel?
Yeah, honestly, that is insane. What? That was a weird. What was she trying to do with that question? Was she trying for him to say something that she could use against him? Maybe that would be the only thing I would try to imagine, but that is crazy.
Like, that's the answer to the question. Like, that's just the default answer to that question. His win was very much in part a direct response to the affordability crisis that many Americans are facing. So what is the GOP's answer to the affordability crisis? Oh, great news, guys. There is no affordability crisis. It doesn't exist. It's all in your head, silly. Need to save money? Simply don't buy your grandmother a Christmas present this year.
Budget. You need a plan. Also remember, adults don't need gifts, okay? Focus on the people in your life who are age 3 to 18. Grandma doesn't need slippers. If they don't live by you, don't get them a gift. Now's not the time to spend and break the bank.
Zoran's win was also basically a direct
break the bank for a pair of slippers. No, listen, if you're a hard-working American who works a 9 to 5 on top of which then you have to do a second job in order just to make ends meet, maybe telling hard workers like that to be like, yeah, but you can't afford the slippers, so don't buy $20 slipper for grandma. It's not the best strategy, whoever she was. I imagine she's some right-winger, I guess, at this point. It's not like I don't criticize my own. So that was kind of a crazy thing to say. Come on.
response to the housing crisis in America. So what is the GOP's response to the pie-in-the-sky, commie gobbledygook that Zoran Mamdani is selling? Surely they have a better solution.
Here we go. The White House is floating this idea. Bill Pulte is saying, thanks to President Trump, we can indeed work on the 50-year mortgage, a complete game changer. How does that work in dollars? Here you go. 30-year fixed mortgage right now. You're paying $2,038 a month, principal and interest on a $400,000 home. At the bottom, under 50 years, you'd save a couple $100 a month at $1,822 principal and interest. That is proposed. Do you like this idea?
I do not like this idea.
Not lowering prices, not building more housing. No, just being a good little slave to the bank for 50 years.
I don't know how to think about this, to be honest, because, yeah, I mean, it sounds bad in principle, but then again, if it makes the more homes affordable, because of course, if you have to divide by 50 and not by 30, I imagine that would mean that you would have a lower amount to pay for your mortgage at a monthly basis. So if it makes it more affordable, yeah, I know 50 years sounds like slavery, but hopefully within those years you find a way to revolutionize your life, and then maybe you can refinance if you have more money, but perhaps at least you could tackle a mortgage. I don't know, you'll tell me. I'm not a financial expert. I'm just, as someone who pays mortgage, I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe
you might as well be a rentoid forever in this case. Like, at least you don't have to fix your own dishwasher. You will own nothing and be happy. Doesn't that sound great, Gen Z? Vote for us. We'll release the Epstein files and finally drain the swamp. Awesome. Finally, justice. Here it comes, the Epstein Files Phase 1. We got all your favorite E-celebs.
Is she Pam Bondi? She's Pam Bondi, isn't she?
Here. Don't you think that's a little tacky? I mean, like, this is an international child trap. The Epstein Files are on my desk. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's what we've been waiting for.
Is she froze?
Well? Oh, they don't exist. Wait. What? Yeah, the Epstein Files don't exist. They're a Democrat hoax. But you just said, hey, what the fuck? That's my wallet.
This is a funny skit.
Israel needs new weapons.
Israel needs new weapons.
What do you want, Democrat? Vote for us. Why? What do you have to offer? Hey, that's my wallet again. What are you people doing? Sorry. Israel needs new weapons.
Israel needs... My God.
Bye. The Epstein Files...
That's true. That's the one thing. You remember that? It's not like I dreamed it. It really gives you an idea that perhaps what we're seeing is the illusion of choice. Call me a conspiracy theorist all you want, but at the end of the day, with all the, oh, they believe this and we believe that when it comes to the left and the right, but when it comes to Israel, Trump supported Israel. What did Biden do? Or because it's the left, he probably went against it. No, he said we stand with Israel.
Are a really big deal. This is not a partisan issue. You should absolutely care about an international child trafficking blackmail operation consisting of the most powerful people in the world. And anyone telling you to move on is coping, gaslighting, or in on it. If whatever is in there is so damning that it is a national security risk, the people deserve to know. Like, I don't know about you, but if we are paying taxes to a bunch of satanic pedophiles, I would like to know. That is information I would like to know. Like, I already know we're doing that, but I would like some confirmation. Okay, so literally as I am filming this, Trump is saying he is releasing the Epstein files.
Good.
So,
Good.
I guess they weren't a hoax. I'm gonna be so honest. I have no idea what the is going on, you guys. I'm sure when this video gets posted, there's already going to be more things that have happened. Also, Mike Johnson apparently said they need to make changes to the files to make sure we, quote, don't do permanent damage to the political system.
I swear, Mike Johnson is one of those Republican senators that I just, every time he opens his mouth, I'm like, what, is he out of his mind? What does that even mean? Of course you need to do permanent damage to the political system in this case. What are you on about? But then again, he's the same one who said that the Roman Empire fell because of the gays. Paraphrased, because it was one of the symptoms. He didn't actually say directly it was because, yeah, if you're talking about history of Rome, study the history of Rome. Because there are specific reasons as to why the empire fell. And the gays is not one of those reasons. Doesn't matter if we're like, oh yeah, but are you saying that you're going to put now an LGBTQ flag in it? No, never going to happen. You never see a rainbow flag on this channel, ever. Anyways, yeah, Mike Johnson... The only things you need to redact are victims, the names of the victims, or whatever potential damaging information for when it comes to the victims. That's it. Everything else, do not touch.
If releasing the Epstein files would do damage to the political system, then so be it. Then it deserves to be damaged. It deserves to be destroyed. Just release the files.
Yeah.
After all, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear.
Exactly.
Isn't that right, government? But it wasn't just the Epstein files thing that has MAGA feeling a little demoralized lately.
Does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? If you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn.
We've talked about this a few times on this channel, actually very recently in the male loser epidemic video. The no talented Americans thing is a myth pushed on us by corpos and billionaires, so they can hire foreign workers who will work for less money and won't unionize. Worker drones who will work under the coercion of deportation, essentially creating infinite scab labor.
I don't know what Trump said there. The idea that he says we need to import some foreign talent is okay. I mean, I hope maybe I'm part of that. I mean, I'm not an engineer or anything, but I entered the country legally. But then again, of course, he's speaking about HB1 visa, whatever, so it's a different matter. But I'm saying, like, I think he's right with that. Of course, the idea that there is no talent in America is wrong, but to be fair, he said not certain talents. So when he first said, no, we don't, I would have said, if he left it at that, I would have said I disagree with Trump. But he did say certain. So at the end of the day, before you say, I think in this case, oh, are you saying that there is no talent in America? No, maybe let's look at the statistics, the data. Do we have enough talent when it comes to the number of available professionals as compared to the demand? Because if the two things don't meet on certain elements of the workforce and whatnot, then there is nothing wrong in getting at least some, of course not the millions of illegals, it's a separate discussion, but I'm saying like some foreign talent, there's nothing wrong with it. If they are actual professionals, we can vet them, we can look at the situation when it comes to, the legal channel of immigration. I don't think he meant that there is zero talents in America. He did say some. So we need to look at the data, not make it emotional. Or like, are you saying he didn't really say it?
Even though there are so many Americans in these fields looking for jobs. But those spoiled Americans will ask for a living wage so they can live in a 600-foot square apartment. How dare they? We can't do
That's the socialist part of her.
Do that. So import 1 billion immigrants. After all, it's good for business.
It didn't say 1 billion. You mischaracterized this one. Come on. They didn't say 1 billion immigrants. Of course, I would be against that, obviously. But it's kind of a caricature, isn't it, of the point?
Folks are not thrilled about this idea of hundreds of thousands of foreign students in the United States.
If we were to cut that in half, which perhaps makes some people happy, you would have half the colleges in the United States go out of business.
So what?
And it's not that I want them, but I view it as a business.
Unfortunately, America does feel like nothing but 3 corporations in a trench coat. But America is not a business. America is not a corporation. It is a nation. The contrast of what Trump is saying here compared to how he used to talk is staggering. Republicans embracing populism, at least rhetorically, is what gave rise to Donald Trump and fundamentally changed the way Republicans do politics in America. If you go back and watch the debates of Donald Trump in 2016, it's crazy.
We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East. They lied. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
All right.
I remember being like, damn, that's not how politicians in general really talked at that time. Like, we would see it from Bernie Sanders and maybe like Ron Paul, but to get up on stage in a Republican debate in front of Republican donors saying that kind of shit was unheard of. Bro was getting booed. Trump won in 2016 by decrying the bloodlust and warmongering of the Republican Party, but also by speaking to the economic woes of the average working class American. Basically saying, I see you, to people who felt like they haven't been seen by either party in a very long time. Like, I saw...
Yeah, and that's the same in this last election. He catered a lot to the swing states. 1 second, I want to check the part about Nick Fuentes. I'm actually curious about that one. I'm going to skip a little bit, just a little bit.
Is that what you want your party to be? Lowering taxes and killing people? We tried that already. To many Republicans, the solution to the affordability crisis wreaking havoc on Americans is simply trusting the free market, working hard, And if that doesn't work, they bust out all reliable.
If you're a young person and you can't afford to live here, then maybe you should not live here. I mean, that is a real thing. Yeah, I know that we've now grown up in a society that says that you deserve to live where you grew up, but the reality is that the history of America is almost literally the opposite of that.
That's a wrong thing to say to American citizens. That word, I'm going to say this, I'm going to be real. What he just said now applies to me. To me. If I can't afford to live here, I shouldn't live here. But an American citizen, this is your home. No one should tell you, if you can't afford to live here, you shouldn't live here. Where are Americans going to go, Ben? This is ridiculous.
Ah yes, the classic. Just move. Just move from Economic Zone 67 to Economic Zone 69. I don't know, man. Maybe some people actually like where they live. Maybe they want to make their community better. This is like the libertarian version of just deal with it when you talk to leftists about crime. Like, no, we shouldn't just deal with it. We shouldn't just move. Maybe we can make the cities in our country livable and safe. Maybe better things are possible, actually. My husband and I moved away from our families because of his job, and it f***ing sucks. It sucks raising kids without an extended family around. Say hi to grandma on FaceTime. Not normal. Not natural. When I was growing up, it was like aunts and uncles and cousins and grandparents were just coming in and out of my house, like bringing over food, like, hey, I got some mancati. I would be babysat by my cousins and my aunts. And because we moved away, my kid won't have that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's one reason many young people are putting off having children. The complete lack of community, the lack of a village. If you can't afford to live where your family lives, just move to fucking Gary, Indiana, where there's nobody around and no jobs and no family and no friends, but hey, at least you can afford a house there. That's not how life should work, Ben. Maybe take a step back and try to understand. Am I doing bird hands too much? You guys have made me so insecure about the fucking bird hands thing ever since this meme.
Yeah.
Okay, listen,
You should be, because this is the anti-Italian. You know, you have the Antichrist. This is the Italian. This is the anti-Italian.
Woman, okay? We are programmed to scold children. And when no children are around, we scold people on the internet, okay? Anyway, Nick Fuentes is a far-right commentator and a controversial figure to say the least. But his main topic he covers is Israel, which is an extremely hot topic that many other right-wing commentators seem to not want to touch. And the rare times they do touch it, it's them telling you not to talk about it, questioning why you care so much, or shape-shifting into the woke mob they fought against for so many.
Not just that, the one thing that annoys me the most is that whenever you criticize whatever that the state of Israel may decide to do when it comes to the
anti-Semitic or
anything,
whatever
which is
other
you can criticize the American government,
semantic names.
America, so you can criticize any foreign government. You can agree with it, you can disagree with it. That's freedom. The problem is that the split second that you say anything, you will be accused of anti-Semitism, which is ridiculous. Now, if you start talking about the Jews as a whole, that's different. But if you criticize the state or a single politician and their choices or a general, that doesn't make you an anti-Semite.
Years, calling you names, calling for you to be censored.
Yeah.
What's funny is they didn't care about any of Nick Fuentes' rants on like race or women. They only started caring when his rants on Israel were blowing up. Nick recently did an interview with Tucker Carlson, which completely ignited the MAGA civil war that was brewing on the right for some time now. It got so ridiculous that even Chuck Schumer went on the Senate floor and called for a disavowal of Nick Fuentes. Sir, with all due respect, none. Why do politicians need a resolution in the Senate to disagree with a citizen? Hello, I have gathered you all here today to disavow Hitler Bussy 420. People can't afford groceries, Charles. Ben Shapiro, in particular, has spent the last few months extremely confused and angry about Zoran Mamdani and Nick Fuentes becoming popular in the mainstream, all while his numbers continue to drop. I honestly don't think he understands what is happening here, so I am going to explain to you, Ben, what exactly is going on here. The American dream does not exist anymore for most people. Young people followed advice that worked for older generations, and it got them nowhere. Young people are tired of this stale, moldy, old, dead consensus that has dominated American politics for a very long time. The one that dragged us into all these foreign wars and sold us out for some cheap plastic shit from China. Young people are tired of being told to sit down and shut up and pledge allegiance to the free market in a country that seems to not give a shit about them, as well as a foreign country they have absolutely no connection to. For so long, establishment hacks and establishment shills looked at the issues bothering the people and just kind of dismissed them. Can't afford to live where you grew up? Just move. Don't like that the toothpaste is locked behind plexiglass? Just deal with it. Think it's kind of f***ed up how you work 40 hours a week and still can't afford to pay rent? What are you, some kind of communist? You don't like funding a genocide with your tax dollars? What are you, anti-Semitic? If you don't address the issues of the people will gravitate towards those who are addressing those issues. It's not Mamdani's fault he won. It's yours. It's not Nick Fuentes' fault he's popular. It's yours. Yep. The tragedy of Ben Shapiro is that he led a life worshipping the free market, only to lose in the free marketplace of ideas. Now, with all this neocon rhetoric coming out of the GOP, are the Democrats going to pick up the populist ball that they are fumbling? Are they actually going to get their shit together? Well, they are trying, because they have written an article called Deciding to Win, where after interviewing over 300,000 American voters from both parties, they may have finally discovered.
Wow, so yeah, I was expecting the Nick Fuentes section to be a little larger, but because there is a lot to say. I mean, I myself have dedicated 2 videos already to Nick, but anyways, I mean, it's a choice of content. We watched 20 minutes, there are 10 left. I usually don't watch the whole thing. Go check it out. I think I'm gonna call it a day for the react, but as always, even though I disagreed on a few things here, Shu is awesome, Shu is great, Shu is fantastic, Shu gets a like, and in general, I think she raised some really, really good points. So I appreciate the video, and it was entertaining. I mean, she's really fun. She really is lovely. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you for watching, and let me know what you think. If I said something you think is incorrect, I'm always happy to learn from you. Let me know in the comments. Bye. Hey, noble ones, it's Shoe on Head again. What did she talk about? Let me have a look at the thumbnail. How did we get here? Oh, goodness gracious. We've got Nick Fuentes, Zohran Mamdani, Epstein Files. This is a spicy one. Let's go. Hit me.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to inform you that the rumors are indeed true. The Democrats have struck back. In the New Jersey governor's race, the Democrat won. In the Virginia governor's race, the Democrat won. And in the New York City race, Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani defeated Andrew Cuomo to become the next mayor of America's largest city. But the question on everyone's mind is, was it just a fluke? Just easy wins in blue cities and states?
Was it a fluke?
Well, I mean, who expected Cuomo to actually win in New York?
Or is there something more to this?
I think there was a pretty decent population hoping he won instead of Mamdani.
Losing streak around? Are they actually listening to the people now?
No.
Did they finally learn their lesson?
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
No.
My last 3 videos about electoral politics were warning the Democratic Party that young men were moving right because the party f***ing sucks and was becoming the young men eat and die movement.
What do we intuition next? The true origins of the Romans. Yeah, let's watch about Rome. Can't ever go wrong with Rome, huh? Sorry, I took my afternoon medicine. It's kind of kicking in.
Rome, rising from the 7 hills, across space and time. The law that tames chaos. Rome dreamt of eternity, and while the empire falls, the eternal city stands, unconquerable, in its ruins.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to kick you. My legs. Kinda.
Hey, noble wonderful one. So today I'd like to explore a little bit more in details this idea of the origins and foundation of Rome. Now, a lot of you are very interested in Rome, and I think we are all familiar here with the official, we could say state officially sanctioned date of the foundation of Rome being 753 BC. And whenever we think about
Dog, we have the window cracked, and she just goes over to that like little crack of the window, puts her head on the windowsill, and looks out. I don't know what she's doing. Other than that, like, there's no mailman coming around today yet. Probably not till later. It might be out Black Friday, Christmas shopping though. Okay, anyway, back to the Rome.
Of Romulus and Remus, the story of the she-wolf. I think we all have heard of this, whether you be an amateur when it comes to history, whether you be like someone with a PhD, specifically as a classicist. With that being said, today I want to go deeper than that, all the way back to the origins of the Latins as a people. And note that I'm using the word origin on purpose. You'll see why in a second. There is one thing that I'd like to underline just for precision's sake, and also to make sure that everyone has a clear understanding of what we're talking about when discussing Italy as a peninsula geographically, but in classical antiquity. So today when we look at Italy, my home country, we think, okay, yeah, we've got Italy and Italy has got Italians, end of the story. But when it comes to classical antiquity, particularly at the very beginning, so not during the Empire, Principate or Dominate, not during the Republic, not during the Kingdom, but really the early time. So if we go all the way back to 1300 BC. Now, the Latins as a people come into the picture, would enter the theater, we could say, around 1300 years before Christ. At least when it comes to that specific area, which we call Latium, so the region where Rome will be built. The center of the world from a classical perspective. But there were many other people that were inhabiting Italy at that time, and please keep in mind that I'm using the word Italy geographically, not of course as a modern country in a contemporary perspective. And this connects well to the idea of Italic populations. You probably heard this term. And what's interesting is that when we say Italic population, that doesn't mean all the different populations that were living in the Italian peninsula. Oh no. The Latins were not Italic. The Greeks that were living there were not necessarily Italic. There were quite a few Celtic populations that were living particularly in the northern sections of Italy. So when you say Celtic, you don't just mean the Gauls. There were plenty of Celts in northern Italy too. Sabines or Osci would be Italian people. Then you have Etruscans. Lots of different populations and people were living in Italy. Now there are two terms that classical writers tell us, both Greek and Latin by the way, when it comes to how to define the very early settlers that will be the beginning of the Roman people. Pliny, Virgil, and Titus Livius refer to them with the Latin term aborigines. And yes, I know it sounds familiar, it sounds a lot like the term aborigines, and that's exactly where that word comes from. It's just that in Latin, ab, at, origines, origin, at origin, so the original. The other term, still used in classical antiquity to refer to this enigmatic population, it's used by Ennius. It's the word cascae, which comes from archaic Latin cascus, which actually meant the ancient ones. The earliest classifications for the Latin people that we have in our record are either the originals or the ancient ones. And I must say thank you to the friend of the channel and researcher for the channel, Dr. Canestrelli, for finding these excellent adjectives, because of course, credit where credit is due, link in the description to his fantastic channel. As he, however, eloquently points out, these are not ethnonyms, and that's an important element that we need to discuss. These are adjectives, as I just said. These are not terms that are necessarily used as a way to classify the entire people. That's not how they, most likely, classified themselves, but it's how people, so the ancient Romans and the Greeks afterwards, would classify them. The ancient ones, the originals. And by extension, what about the etymology or the original meaning of the word Latium, which is of course the region where Rome resides? Well, the region is the most interesting one, so let's begin with the people. When we look at the origins of these words, we have to always distinguish between the mythological approach and then the archaeological approach based on, of course, the evaluation of the material evidence and then linguistic documented evidence. We are told that these people are named after one of their kings, King Latinus, and that this name was given to them as a way to honor them by Aeneas himself. And therefore, the sort of mythological description that the Romans used when it comes to these early people that founded their entire civilization, if you will, is that they were a mix. The Latins were a mix of these original ancient ones that were descending into the valley and the people that were running away from Troy, right? Because that's also part of the myth. Then they mix together, they become the Latins. A mixture between the Aborigines, the originals, and the Trojans that are fleeing Troy. An interesting side note to this is that when these ancient ones reach Latium, they don't find it empty. There are some people that already reside at that, and according to the sources, they will be the Siculi. Yeah, the same people that will settle in Sicily. I kind of liked that one myself. Now, how much of this is myth, how much of this is real, very difficult to say, but what we can say are the two, in fact, three possible interpretations of the term Latium, the region. So what does Latium mean? Is it just connected to the people, so they are the Latini and they live in Latium? No, it's deeper than that. We are not 100% sure, but there are, as I say, three interpretations. The first one, which is my favorite, is the mythological one. It's the one that the Romans tell us about. Varro and Ovidius tell us that the term Latium comes from the Latin lateo, which means to be hidden. And you may think, well, why hidden? Why is this region of Rome, why is it hidden? And the connection has to do with Roman religion. So the idea is you have the god Saturnus, but he is trying to escape Jupiter.
What
He's
they
running
are.
away from the father of the gods, and he finds this region in Latium where he hides. And that would be the mythological, if you will, description of why Latium would mean the hidden place. And this could also be connected to the idea that early inhabitants were still living in caves, or could we say hiding. Very difficult for us to know, but of course this would have been closer to the Romans at least than they are to us. So, you know, it's always interesting to keep an open mind, if you will. Another interpretation for that could be geographic, in the sense that indeed you've got these valleys and they are surrounded by mountains, and so these mountains could be hiding the spot. I love this one, however, there are a few other interpretations. Interpretation number two is that the word Latium comes from this Latin term. Here we go. So as you can see, we've got two to choose from, and it's this one, latus. So in phonemic vowel length, the one with the long R, which can be translated as extensive, spacious, broad, even wide. So the idea being that because we have so many valleys and plains, then Latium would be the expanse, the spacious place, the broad region, as opposed to latus with a short R, which just means side or flank. Make sure you don't confuse it. We also have another word that we might work with, and it's the word latium. But you'll notice that if I write it here, we don't get anything. And the reason why we don't get anything is because this is not Latin, it's Proto-Latin. It's even more ancient. And what it could have meant is something that I would call, in classical Latin, palus, which means a swamp, marsh, or in general, the marshes of marshland. So the people that propose this interpretation say, no, it actually means the swampland. So the people that were living in the marshes, if you will. Not to be confused with palus, which instead is just a pole. So we always have to be, or a fence, we always have to be kind of careful with phonemic vowel length when using classical Latin. You know, if you ever need it in case you go into a time machine and whatnot. Now, I'll be honest with you. Of all these interpretations, my favorite is the one with a god. Saturnus hiding from Jupiter. I love that. The Romans love that. I think that's why that's what we get from the ancient sources. Regardless, we don't really know which one of these is. I'll have to ask Dr. Canestrelli if he has a favorite, in fact. Once he lets me know, I'll put it in the description. But for now, this is what we know.
Sorry, I can't keep looking at the screen for very long.
Probably
My eyes get all dizzy.
Civilizations in
I have to either close them or look away, and then I close them, and then I can fall asleep in a minute.
Where we, as you see, try to understand and fully comprehend the origins, in this case, of a people. I kind of want to
get
dive
through,
a little bit deeper
and then we
into
can play
this
some
when it comes
games.
to how we can understand or sometimes extrapolate the origins of something through etymology. Etymology, of course, is the study of the origins of words and the way in which their meanings have changed throughout history. In order to briefly illustrate this point, I would like to now dedicate a small little section to Roman armor, and specifically the lorica hamata, which is how we usually describe, with a modern Latin neologism created by classicists in the modern period, the sort of mail armor, sometimes called chainmail, that the Romans were using. But today we're going to very briefly touch upon some of the points, particularly with the sources, that have to do with this concept of origins in connection with this type of armor. If we want to know, for instance, where does the lorica hamata come from, what's the origin? Well, first we're going to go and have a look at the history, and it is most likely connected to the 3rd century BC. In fact, the last quarter. The Romans never refer to the lorica hamata as a lorica hamata. This name never appears in the sources, but it is an interesting guess, because even though the word or lorica hamata don't appear, the word hamus does, and it's what the classicists used in order to come up with this name. The word hamus in Latin is translated as hook, maybe even spike, but in this case we're going to look at translation number 1. A hamus is a hook in the sense of something you use for fishing, right? And that's interesting because at the end of the day, particularly when we look at the single rings that constitute, in their multiplicity, a lorica hamata, well, they are kind of like hooks that then are connected with a rivet, oftentimes when it's fully riveted, and sometimes it's half riveted, half solid. The Romans absolutely used the word hamus to describe the component of this armor, so the single ring. Another words that the Romans do use absolutely in the sources to describe what this type of armor is made of is the word catena, for plural catenae, which means literally chain. So even though they didn't call it chainmail, of course, and we never find the word lorica catena, so that doesn't happen, but they do refer to the strips of many rings as catenae, specifically in the context of the description of this armor. And the descriptive aspect of it is really what I wanted to focus on now. The Romans do mention this type of armor, and so do the Greeks, but oftentimes they don't give it a name. They just give us descriptions. They tell us, and they were when the soldiers, for example, of Pompeii were wearing this sort of armor, which was made of many chains, or iron, for instance. Or sometimes they tell us it's made of a multiplicity of hooks. They describe it. So what would they call it? In my opinion, we have
Wait for them to get home. They'll be home shortly.
Speculative option, and then we have the one based on the actual sources.
My legs are done, girly.
In my opinion, also tells us a lot about the origins of this armor. So the speculative one, or the speculative explanation, is really to say that they just
ringing that bell.
Because do keep in mind that this was the most...
Relax, girly. Lay down.
common type of armor, the one that was used the longest throughout the Republic in all of its different iterations, all the way up to the Empire, and even during the Empire Principate, even though the lorica segmentata, the segmented one, it starts to be used, of course, and it becomes quite popular as well. Mail never goes out of function or action, it's always used, and then eventually the lorica segmentata, after about 300 years, we believe, will stop being produced, but Hamata continues in its later iteration that will become popular during the Dominate, which is the version without the humeraria, so without the shoulder reinforcements, which, as you know, will then continue to be used throughout the Middle Ages as the basis for mail. If it was this common and it was this typical, it's very probable that even though there were other types of armor, that this one was just called armor. And in fact, it is mentioned as thorax. Let me show you. Here it is, thorax. This is a word that we know for a fact was used to refer to it, which just means cuirass. It also means upper body, but cuirass, breastplate, pretty much armor. And they do use it. And last but not least, I want to mention Varro, because he's the one that actually gives it a name in the sources. Once again, I'll give you all of the sources, all of the links on a dedicated video, put everything together. Now we are just chatting. But Varro gives it a name specifically and calls it Lorica Gallica. Now what does that tell you? Well, it connects with that 3rd century BC that I mentioned as we started this section, because the Romans during that period, in that specific period of time, were fighting against the Gauls, specifically the Gauls
Find
of
something more
Sicily.
interesting. Islam. All right, Tosi, what do you got? Yes, the media.
This is your latest news update as Tommy Robinson has now launched his war on Tucker Carlson, or Qatar Tucker. Well, we had a recent interview between Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson, where Tucker decided to not only defend Islam and the rise of Islamic population, but also launch an attack on Tommy Robinson while simultaneously claiming that he doesn't know Tommy Robinson. Yet he attacked him. Anyway, we're going to show you some clips, videos from the interviews and the reaction from Tommy Robinson himself. Now, Tucker Carlson recently has been saying some weird stuff, including praising the communist leader, the communist dictator of Venezuela, Maduro, claiming that Maduro is actually a conservative. Yeah, it's not a communist. Maduro is a conservative. Now,
He's a communist.
Let's go to this moment.
Full-blown
during
communist.
the interview with Piers Morgan. Of course, you could watch the full version by going on Tucker's channel. These are clips. This is the moment Piers Morgan, the liberal Piers Morgan, attacked Tommy. And then this is what Tucker said.
Hang on, D.
Tommy Robinson here.
Who's Tommy Robinson?
You know Tommy Robinson.
He seems like a fraud to me.
Well, he's not even Tommy Robinson. His name's Stephen Yaxley. It's not even his real name. He's also convicted of multiple crimes, thuggery, fraud.
I don't even know anything about him, but he doesn't seem like he's that into Britain.
We would call him a little shit stirrer, right? However,
but the real people here, the actual Britons,
but this idea that he's driven, that we're on the verge of some sort of civil war here. Do you feel that when you walk around?
No.
No.
And
Well,
so not only
not when I walk around.
believe that, because apparently average ordinary Brits, they're very different to Tommy Robinson. They are actually very tolerant.
On the news, it makes me worry though, because I do see.
And I'm going to show you more clips because Tucker Carlson was actually defending Sadiq Khan's London.
A lot more
completely out of control.
Civil War-esque.
Tommy decided to hit back in response to the first clip, saying, "Surely not, as he has no idea who I am. Effing sausage," because this is Tucker from 2018 when he said, "Check out my exclusive interview with British activist Tommy Robinson, who is out on bail. He details his time in prison." Now, maybe Tucker just forgot about Tommy. It happens, right? You know, clearly Tommy Robinson is not that memorable. Even he recently was talking about him, but the evidence is there. We know what's been going on. This is from his interview.
The United Kingdom has become a mere shadow of the nation that gave us freedom of speech, freedom of the press, a host of other rights that we take for granted but probably should not take for granted. Nobody knows that better than Tommy Robinson. In May of this year, he was arrested for attempting to cover the trial of a sexual grooming gang in the UK. For speaking out loud on the sidewalk, he was taken to prison. Tommy Robinson, thank you very much for agreeing to talk to us. I know that you've spent the last 2.5 months by yourself in a cell, so you're probably...
How does he know he did that? Because he doesn't know Tommy. Interesting. But he also praised Tommy Robinson, but Qatar Tucker is now pretending that he doesn't know him. But that's not the biggest issue over here, because obviously Tommy's hit back again. But Tucker Carlson praised Sadiq Khan's Islamic London and the rise of the Islamic population. And I'm going to show you the next clip, because this is where it actually becomes dangerously problematic when it comes to the establishment media figures like Tucker Carlson completely whitewashing everything and try to gaslight a population of a country he doesn't know anything about. Let's go.
Have you felt threatened walking around?
No, not at all.
Hang on. There we go. Let's go.
Threatened walking around?
No, not at all. Again, who's going to do anything? Pakistanis are all super nice to me, and the whites are all kind of craven and sad. No, you're totally safe here, man.
So Pakistanis are nice to him. It's the whites, the white people in England, in London, who are sad and not nice.
Trying to take over.
And it's totally safe. London is totally safe, guys, because Tucker Carlson got to the airport, got into his private.
I'm gonna get up and let the dog out. A little bit. I'll be right back. All right, let's see what Tucker's doing. Doom, 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 doom. 9. It's supposed to snow today, maybe. A little weird. A little cold. Freezing. Down to my bones.
Private car with the driver, picked him up, went straight to a nice place, got to the building. He didn't get stabbed, so London is absolutely fine now. That's why Tom Robinson decided to hit back again, saying, so Tucker Carlson has declared London totally safe and that Pakistanis are super nice. By the way, this is not a generalization about all Pakistanis,
Apparently.
but we know who we're talking about. Literally, Arabian Hour reported in England's capital as the Pakistani mayor pretends he doesn't know what a grooming gang is. You know, Tucker? Grooming gang is PC for Pakistani rape gangs. Pakistani Muslims have been gang raping, torturing, and pimping out even killing British children, to an estimate put out by the legacy media itself at up to 1 million victims. You flew in to tell this
a
to
lot.
one of legacy media's most
They
disgraced
really haven't done
journalists,
anything on
Piers
it.
Morgan.
Not even. I don't even think the mayor's like finished an investigation over in the UK on what's going on with these grooming gangs, as they call them.
While pretending not to know me, because I fight this as a scourge only for literally seconds later to call me a fraud. You have many faces, Mr. Carlson. Very disappointed. Then
Yeah, he does.
Tucker took it to
He's a little weird.
Of actually defending the Islamic extremists and multiculturalism and everything else, because apparently the whites are more problematic. Now, for the record,
He's sounding more and more liberal the older he gets.
out the so-called champagne socialists or limousine liberals. These are the white middle-class, self-hating Guardian readers. But I can assure you, as someone who has been in the Westminster bubble, I can have a debate, I can have even a drink with a liberal, a so-called white middle-class liberal person whose views are completely wrong.
Yeah, never drink at a bar though.
We could have a massive debate. We could even call each other names. But we could also have a drink and
Mm-hmm.
go home. I've done that many times. For example, with my friend Benjamin Butterworth. I don't agree with him on anything. I can't do that with Mohammed Hijab. I can't do that with the other Abduls or anybody else.
No.
Because I would get stabbed, as the police had to give me protection
Yep.
at times. And then they withdrew it because apparently we don't have funding for it. Let's go to that clip.
I do think again that the over amplification of the Islam problem, as people put it, or the the Muslim problem, has been massively overstated.
Well, that's an op, obviously.
Yeah.
Hate the Muslims. No, we know where that's coming from.
I don't like it.
I hate it. I've never had an argument with a Muslim, with an actual Muslim. I'm from Bangladesh.
Dude needs to look into what they actually
Probably
teach.
agree on a lot. So I'm not hating on the Muslims at all. Bad Muslims or bad everybody.
Don't hate Muslims.
Bangladeshis
I
better
hate
know
Islam
more
though.
whites in your country, a lot more. They've never yelled at me. I'm not attacking them. I think I have a lot more in common with the Pakistani cab driver than I do with the average
Yeah, okay.
Guardian staffer who's white.
There are lots of white people who behave very badly in this country.
Well, I've met them, and they yell at me. So
Talk about
yes,
Tommy.
I just for the fifth time, I have more in common with the sincerely religious Pakistani cab driver than I do with anyone who works at the Times of London. That is just a fact. I don't like those people. I don't want to eat with them. And they're
Clash.
white.
Now, as I said,
Islam clashes with anything Christian.
different groups of people. One was
Anything not Islam is destroyed usually.
He has also included the troublemakers, people like Tommy Robinson, the average plebs, as they call them. These smug middle-class elitist establishment media people who've been kicked out. Now they've started their own YouTube channels and think that, oh yeah, we could be like news
The
media.
top of the yeah.
We are now alternative. We definitely don't have any links to the establishment or other countries' establishments.
Okay.
Don't worry, guys. People like Piers Morgan
Mr.
and Tucker Carlson,
Rucka.
definitely alternative media. Definitely. Yeah. But the fact that Tucker Carlson becomes very, very passionate about his hatred against certain people, and then other times when it comes to the actual enemy, he's always like, he finds nuance. He says, you know what? Well, firstly, he said Qatar is an ally. That's a weird thing to say. Secondly, Maduro is not a communist, he's a conservative. Okay, that's also weird. But, when it comes to the other enemies, it's like, but I see good and bad. But a liberal person who reads The Guardian, well, not only that person is an enemy. Again, I stand against everything they stand for, by the way, the Guardian people. But he paints them as if they are the Antichrist who are about to kill him, so he has to hate them. Not oppose them, not to challenge their ideas, not to defeat them politically. No, he actually hates them. But then, Tommy hit back again, saying, it's all quite obvious now. Come live in Luton, see how much you get on with those so-called Pakistani taxi drivers, the same ones who have ferried about the young English white girls pimped, tortured and murdered by Pakistani gangs. What the F does Tucker Carlson know about living with Pakistanis? Now, Then Tucker Carlson also praised
But
Piers Morgan.
so on the nose.
It just gets weirder and weirder.
It hurt.
Again, you can watch the full version of it if you want to. I don't know why you would want to, but so you don't just watch out of context, because you might say, this is out of context clips. Oh, out of context. It's not out of context. You
Yeah,
just
okay.
watch the whole thing. Tucker says Piers Morgan is the king of free speech. I'm going to show you the clip in a second. King of free speech. He's a champion of free speech, right? Piers
I
Morgan
have problems with that.
banned many people.
He prefers people not to say anything that's critical against
To
them.
talk to me, and not allowing my good friend Natasha Hasselhoff and many others to speak or have a debate.
Mm-hmm.
Piers Morgan is not pro-free speech. For the love of God. Let's go.
Piers Morgan has single-handedly done more for free speech, which is disappearing in Great Britain, than any other Briton. He has done more for free speech than any other person in this entire country. Just want to say this out loud because it's absolutely true, and he's done it the old-fashioned way by allowing other people onto his platform, onto his show, to debate. People who have no other venue to say what they think. And you may disagree with 50% and agree with the other 50%. It doesn't even matter. That debate, the real debate about issues that really matter, that nobody else in this country is allowed to talk about, are taking place at scale on Piers Morgan's show. So if you watch this and you think Piers Morgan has no idea what side is up, why is he defending the indefensible? Keep in mind that here, and this is an authoritarian country where disagreement is no longer allowed, you go to jail for it. By the thousands, people go to jail for it every year. He alone is keeping it open. So God bless Piers Morgan.
What? Is he drunk? He must be drunk. This is the only explanation. Guess what happened afterwards? Oh, Tommy Robinson hit back. R.I.P. Tucker, showing he knows F all about Great Britain. Now, another proven evidence that Tucker knew Tommy, obviously, was the interview he did when he was part of Fox News with Katie Hopkins, saying check out part of my interview with Katie Hopkins on jailed British journalist Tommy Robinson. Then Tommy said, no idea who I am. Then he has the audacity to call me a fraud. Your dog's doing well, Qatar. I am now going to work on an expose video on Qatar. F you, cavemen. Fair enough. We also now have a statement from Tommy Robinson. He said, just because people fairly criticize white Western woke liberals for their identity politics, their degeneracy, and their love for, obviously, the trans indoctrination of children, and their support of cutting off, basically, dicks and breasts, doesn't make Islam or Islamic countries great. It doesn't make Sharia a great thing either, just because it pushes back on such degeneracy. It doesn't make Islamic immigration into the West something to celebrate or cherish. It doesn't make countries like Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Iran, or Pakistan something to admire or emulate, especially when you consider their backwardsness. Their penchant, obviously, for child marriages, forced marriages, generation after generation of cousin marriages, and they're effing by emulating their dear prophet. It doesn't make the acceptance of child marriage not abuse and rape. Thinking anything otherwise is retarded. A clear-thinking Christian would know this. Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson don't. That's by Tommy. It's fascinating that we've reached this level. But it's not really a surprise, because you could take the man out of the mainstream establishment. You can't take the mainstream establishment out of the man. It applies to both Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson. When many others over the last 10, 15 years have tried to start from scratch, grassroots level, people who started their blogs, people who started their podcasts, their YouTube channels, and everything else, independent platforms, coming out of nowhere and building those platforms, including 2CTV with 1.2 million subscribers, and many others, calling themselves new media, alternative media, because we had no links to the establishment. And now suddenly, people like Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson, who get fired from their mainstream companies, suddenly they call themselves alternative, new media. They're one of us. But then every now and then, the propaganda comes back. The agenda comes back. The mentality, the out-of-touch mentality of being establishment comes back. They show their true faces every single time. But apparently, Piers Morgan has done more for free speech in Britain than anybody else, according to Tucker Carlson. Apparently, Maduro is not a communist. He's a conservative. Apparently, Xi Jinping in China really cares about his people. Oh, he's a very compassionate father of the country. Definitely not a tyrant. And many others who've been praised by Tucker. Oh, let's not forget Qatar being a natural ally to the United States. Sadiq Khan's London is a totally safe place. They've done a great job. Mass migration and multiculturalism are perfect things. Because that's much better than middle-class white people. But yeah, the white middle classes are more dangerous. Just because one side, as Tommy said, does liberal degeneracy, doesn't necessarily mean the other side is also like now perfect. We are getting attacked in the West by multiple groups from different angles and different fronts at the same time. This is not time to pick between which enemy is better. Defend your values. Stop being reactionary. Be proactive. Be passionate about what you're about. If you actually are passionate, I'm not really sure what people like Piers Morgan actually care about. Obviously, they want to bring back the status quo of social liberalism. Fine. That's what you believe in. I disagree. We could have a debate. But Piers Morgan doesn't want to debate me.
Communism in disguise.
It's been years. It's been 5 years now. I'm banned. Doesn't want to debate me. Because I called him a snowflake. Because he wanted to promote their COVID jabs and more lockdowns and this and health mandates. I called him out. He went around crying. Apparently I'm the devil. Weird. Absolutely weird. MT says the religious Pakistanis like the one who gave him 15 million to start his show. More religious Pakistanis felt it okay to groom British infidel girls. I mean, the connections between some of these failed mainstream presenters who get kicked out of the companies and both big financial backers in Qatar and Pakistan. Every single time. Totalitarian says Piers Morgan is one of the worst liberal hypocrites. That's the problem with him. The hypocrisy is the problem. His liberalism, I can have a debate with. I could have discussion. Absolutely. His hypocrisy, I can't do anything about that. Vinny says...
now. Hmm.
Welcome back to a series so delicious. Even Thanksgiving subscribed. In today's video, Hassan is having his daily meltdown after his 40-month subscribers refuse to let up on his animal abuse and thunderbolting his dog. His chatters are calling him out for hunting down and banning anybody that disagrees with him like a cult leader. He's somehow blaming everything on Tectone with zero proof. He's absolutely molding over Asmongold and Sloptubers, aka me. He describes my videos perfectly and then refuses to mention me by name because he's obviously terrified. He's once again declaring his love for communism,
Tiny
saying
head.
that America
He has a really
should
tiny
copy
head.
China because they're the perfect example of socialism, apparently. The worst Hassan orbiter,
Communist China.
Casey
China.
has had another meltdown after losing everything, being sued by Ethan. She's calling Asmon an
Yeah.
SUC incel.
John.
She's calling Tectone a grapist. She's calling out
Yeah,
Sloptubers, saying she can't believe how
disgusting.
popular we are and that we must be botting. She claims she's not going to get a job no
She's
matter
been
how
botting.
broke she is. I mean, okay. You go, girl. Subscribe, or you gotta suck your dog like Pika. You're cooked. Quick message. Please follow my socials just in case, because YouTube is making a lot of mistakes because of AI. So if my channel randomly disappears, I need a way to talk to you guys and get it back. So yeah, follow me everywhere. Thank you.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, so it's another day of the week, which means Hassan is having another meltdown. His 40-month subscribers are not letting go of his animal abuse and him shocking his dog. Hassan goes at it with chatters making Kaya jokes. Dude, that's so funny. The copium, bruh.
Yo, I think Kaya moved her paw striker with the lightning power that Zeus granted you. Dude, that's so funny, dude. You're so fucking funny. Confident AF, dude. It's funny when a 14-year-old is making that joke. It's not funny when a 35-year-old comes into this chat beating a dead horse or an abused dog in this instance. And why would I want to... So fucking old-ass meme at this point. Dude, that was freaking fire, though. That was funny. You are confident AF, chatter. You really are. I hope to God you're like 12, please. It's a 2015 account. You're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. You're a whole ass adult. One of the guys that wait, you found the social media profile of one of the guys that was making a dog joke. M HUD says one of the dog joke people that got banned earlier. Following Mady X Melons, anti-whitewash, blacks taking L's.
Right. I mean, this is a classic Diddy Piker strategy right here, right? Everyone criticizing me for shocking my dog is actually racist, guys. That is the issue here. This is all because of racism. You know, because I'm multicolored, brown, white, and Chinese, apparently, spiritually. And my dog, Kaya, is dog. You know, therefore, the race of dog is being discriminated against by me because I'm shocking it. Now, first off, I don't even know if that's actually someone who wrote a dog shocking comment, because if it's a Hassan mod, they probably lie as easily as they breathe, you know, taking after Hassan. As we know, the head moderator was fucking, you know, just the most trustworthy source in the past, obviously. Now, second off, even if it is, that doesn't change the argument, right? That you shocked your fucking dog like you're Zeus himself. And did not even get a ban on Twitch, let alone like a slap on the wrist. Also, the absolute copium, man. It's actually so funny that you're calling me out. You're so cool and confident, bro. Like, dude, how are you making fun of them being like 35 years old when you yourself are 35, buddy? Also, he said beating a dead horse, beating an abused dog. I mean, was that just an admission, man? At this point, I feel like that's what you're doing right now. You're accidentally admitting the truth. Good enough for me. Lock him up. So then a 40-month subscriber calls him out for literally hunting down anyone that disagrees with him and then banning them, finding their profiles elsewhere and attacking them. Right, here we got previously subscribed for 40 months, Gaslight Phase, hunting down dissenters. These are Hassan fans, literally going after him.
Nice profile, man. Hunting down dissenters. Gaslight Phase, hunting down dissenters. Do as I say, not as I do. Let me repeat it again. Do as I say, not as I do. Maybe have a dog and it not be part of your persona. If you don't want to fucking question when you're evasive, you're no different than the GOP, then be better yourself. Brother, this dude has been waiting. He has been fucking waiting. This is a dissenter. Meds now. Meds right now. If you're saying I'm no different than the GOP and you find yourself in agreement with this fucking person, you really got to get your priorities in order. This is how it goes, though. This is how it goes. Motherfuckers stay in here for like 40 months, subscribing for 40 months, and then one instance and they flip. This is the negative consequence of this is the other side of the parasocial coin. People become literal fucking lunatics, okay? And it's not like they go away hunting down Like, you're making it seem like a guy who came in here making a fucking Dogtober 7 joke. We hunted him down when he's using the same username on every single profile. Maybe you just feel kind of embarrassed that these are the guys who are still carrying on this battle.
Yeah, Hassan, and who's carrying your battle? Dude, this is Hassan Piker's defense squad. Racists, cucks, sociopaths, losers, who's literally about to lose everything, okay, because they couldn't shut their mouth or whatever, and couldn't stop stealing Ethan's kind or whatever. I mean, great fan base, absolutely great fan base. You got freaking Caseytron on your side, bro. That's an instant L. Also, again, don't know if there's actually any proof that this is the guy who left the dog-shocking comments or whatever, but even assuming that's true, it's one person, bro. You can't just say, oh, this is all your haters, like you were saying last time as well. These are people who are obviously trolling you, right? And I mean, you're honestly so thin-skinned at this point. I mean, thick-skinned because he's a fatty, right? You literally ban people for joking that you put on a couple pounds, right?
Very
Clearly
thick-skinned.
joking and like bantering from subscribers.
You got to get some workouts in, man. You eat more than Austin peas. Dude, never do this, okay? Never do this. Who the do you think you are, bitch? Suck my fucking cock. Okay? Perish.
Even your 3-year subscriber, 40 months, agrees that you're acting like a cult and trying to silence any disagreement. By the way, I assure you, Kaya is in the back right now going like, oh my god, you go guys, fight for my freedom right now. He shocked me 800 times today. My god, I can feel the burning on my skin. Please, say it with me guys. From the fridge to the TV, Kaya will be free. Who responded, he's delusional if he thinks it's a dead horse or an old meme. Nobody will ever forget about it. He will forever be known as the dog abuser now. That's literally his entire legacy. 10 years from now, the politics will be forgotten. The dog abuse will not be. Remember how he's like, oh yeah, this is going to be a drama for like a week and then everybody's going to move past it. Yet his own subscribers are still confronting him over it. Cinema. Bro, I shocked my dog like 2 weeks ago. That's such old news. Get over it. Lamau Hassan acting shocked at chat. Shocked, good one. At chat, roasting him as well. Bro, you built an audience that lives off chaos. Now you're surprised they're cooking you with Kaya jokes like it's 2021 again? Jokes are 10 times funnier when you realize you'll go on a 5-minute mold session over it. Dude, this is unprecedented. Every single day, he's having a meltdown over another chatter, another subscriber. Right, so then he says that it's a Tectone viewer who's doing this with literally zero proof. I don't know what it is with this guy's deal into slandering Tectone. It's like
He hates
losing,
Tectone.
like, let me
And he
pull out
doesn't
my
like
trap
Asmongold
card. Let me
at
pull out
all.
my +4 card right here. Tectone. People get a fraction of the microscopic lens that they put me under. Okay, just a fraction. You know, you don't get the entire lens of scrutiny in front of millions of people, and you don't like it while you're in the process of misunderstanding, while you're in the process of literally doing that. Yeah, there is the 10%. There is the 10% that you know, will get swept away by other donkeys, but for the most part, it is exactly what you suspect. It's like a guy who's a dick tone viewer, you know, profile, blacks taking
And he
L's,
really
account
hates
watcher, enjoyer.
Tectone's pretty
you
awesome.
know,
I like
their
him.
entire fucking subreddit history shows that as well. And then the guys who are not like
They're
that
good.
get very
I
offended
don't
when you
do
point it
that
out.
site.
Guys who
It's trash.
who actually did believe the fucking meta will get really pissed off when you point out that like their allies are disgusting, you know, instead of being like, well, maybe I got a little heated.
Yeah, so again, how is that a Tectone viewer? Does this guy literally just make up shit? Yes, the answer is yes. I'm going to answer my own question there. Absolutely he does. And the thing is, he wasn't even following Tectone on Twitter or anything like that. Otherwise, you would definitely bring up that screenshot as well. And I feel like this is another way Hassan is finding to discredit all the criticisms against him, being like, oh, they're racist Tectone fans or whatever. They're crazy. They're obviously misogynist. They're probably Griptone fans, as he said, right? And I mean, dude, by that logic, your allies and all your fans are then terrorists, right? Because if you can just take the extreme one person and apply it to everyone, I mean, isn't isn't that literally how stereotypes and racism operates? I mean, okay, then we'll do the same to you. You probably got a terrorist in your chat. Congrats, that's your entire fan base now. I mean, like, that is literally the logic you're using right there. And I mean, if you want to play like that, we can play ball. Moving on to Hassan mauling over slop-tubers, aka me, and Asmongold. Hassan calls out Asmongold for his recent video about him, and he's definitely talking about me here as well, as you'll see.
I don't know where I saw this, but someone was talking about like how Asmongold did a video on me getting canceled. It's like Hassan is finished. His audience is coming after him. And apparently it was because I was like, I don't know what the this is, but apparently it was because my audience was canceling me because of traditional Chinese medicine and
Traditional
also
Chinese
because
medicine, sure.
the horse racing, which is really funny because like I think there was one comment that we just like kind of laughed
And
at.
horse racing is no better
That
than
was it. But I guess that was enough for them to like clip that to be like, this is
cockfights,
a real
really, in my opinion.
significant concern. He's finished. He's done. He is fucking done.
Yes, of course, we just laughed at it. We here at the Hassan Piker broadcast, we just laughed it off because we are so unbothered. Brother, it was your own fans having a meltdown in your own subreddit saying how they supported you all this time and now it's too far because you're supporting animal abuse or whatever. And your own moderators were like, oh no, this is getting too far. Let me ban this guy because no dissent allowed in our subreddit here, right? So it's literally your own fan base trying to cancel you. That is literally accurate. I don't know why you're trying to say it's not. Even like every single video, it's a new subscriber complaining about you, right? I mean, I don't know how you're denying it. Even this video, there's another 40-month subscriber calling you out. Also, he said someone was talking about it. Interesting, guys. I wonder who the someone actually is. Say hi to Hassan because he's obviously watching every single episode. Dedicated subscriber, probably a paying member to this channel as well. This guy legitimately refuses to mention my name under any circumstances. There could be a button saying that, oh, you press this button to save your family, but you must say the More Pegasus name. He's not pressing that button, bro. He's like, no, anything but that. Bro, oh my god. I mean, Hassan's audience coming after him, like his fans turning on him, that is literally my title. He got that from me or whatever. And he's done, he's finished is obviously a reference to me as well. I mean, obviously he knows of my channel, I literally get more views than him. Like, there's just no denying it. And I feel like at this point, I must be banned in his chat or something like that because there's just no way any of his like subscribers or anything haven't mentioned me or whatever. They definitely like always bring up his op sum. You probably gotta type like M*P or something, you know, something like E or D for Ethan or Destiny. I don't know, I haven't tested or whatever, but I feel like he's terrified. Okay, I'm beyond Voldemort at this point. He has dodged me this entire time. It is legitimately embarrassing. Also, don't worry, I know what his excuse is gonna be. He's like, oh, I don't want to give him clout. He's irrelevant. Obviously, I, Hassan Piker, I'm just too famous. But I don't think anybody's buying that, considering they can literally just pull up both the YouTube channels and see the views and see that you are getting bodied, right? Now, I don't stream or whatever, but at least on YouTube, you're getting bodied here. So I feel like I'm the one giving you clout at this point, right? So then he keeps coping and he says that he allows disagreements. I mean, you cannot make this shit up, bruh.
He is so done. His community is leaving him in droves. They've realized that he is a fake socialist. Were we pro or anti horse racing? No, they were saying that the community was like very upset that I went to a horse race in fucking, but he's got more viewers. Yeah, that means he's his opinions are more correct. Nebraska is super upset. Yeah, that's how this works. Your subreddit is your biggest op. Oh wait, was it my subreddit? Yeah. If
Oh, Hassan. He doesn't even make any good valid points. I don't understand how people watch him. There she is. ICBM explodes. Oh no. We can let this dog in. Doggo, doggo. What's IP have to say about the David Wood situation?
David Wood recently confessed to heinous sins on a live stream. He said that before he was a Christian, when he was 18 years old,
How's it going?
he had sex with a 15-year-old and a 13-year-old, which is
Oh, he said that.
disgusting, evil, and I wholeheartedly condemn. No excuse can be made for such despicable acts. Now, many are asking if I will now disassociate from David Wood because of these things he did about 30 years ago. And after much
I'm getting
thought,
hungry. I don't know what I want to eat.
and prayer, I finally have come to a decision. No, obviously not. Now, for all the pearl clutchers out there, let me explain. The only biblical reasons I can find for disassociating from another Christian is if they're engaging in a heinous sin or they've committed a heinous sin and refuse to repent. And neither of those situations applies to David. Again, he committed these heinous acts about 30 years ago when he was an atheist. And since then, he has confessed his sins, asked for forgiveness, repented, gone through a season of spiritual penance, and has reformed. And most importantly, God has forgiven him. The only reason one would have at this point for disassociating from David is because it looks bad to the outside world. But we're not supposed to care what the outside world thinks. I care about what God thinks, and so should you.
Correct.
Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old has passed away. Behold, the new has come. Non-Christians, and especially Muslims, will continue to use this to attack us and David Wood. But we shouldn't care, and we should expect that. They're going to do what their father, the devil, does. And that includes accusing the saints of God day and night. But God has cast our sin as far as the east is from the west. In him we were washed, sanctified, and justified in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, and by the Spirit of our God. Remember Jesus' parable of the unforgiving servant. God has forgiven us all of a great debt, and he calls us to go out and do likewise. When you look at David Wood, you should see a repentant sinner, not his past. Now, some are still objecting and saying that David Wood has not shown enough remorse for his past sins. But he's a diagnosed psychopath. He can't because he's physically incapable of that. And by the way, the Bible calls us to repent of our sins. It doesn't say we have to show a certain amount of emotion to appease the people around us. And so in reply to this, then people say, well, maybe this means David should not be involved in ministry. And my reply is, what kind of ministry? Should David be a pastor? Probably not. I don't think he's equipped for that. Should this preclude him from being a counselor? Yeah, probably. But he's a Christian apologist. We apologists are not called to shepherd God's flock. We're more like the guard dogs. And if you actually knew David, you would know he's not that same person he was 30 years ago. He is a new creation in Christ, and it shows. So I cannot see any reason that David Wood cannot continue to do the ministry work that he is doing. Is he perfect? No. Will he make future mistakes? Yes, like we all will. But that doesn't mean he cannot continue to keep doing the great ministry work that he is doing in reaching Muslims around the world. Now, some are also bringing up the fact that he did confess to a crime and therefore he should go to jail. But he already addressed this in a recent live stream.
The only way I could ever be prosecuted for that is if those girls, who are women now and might be grandmothers, decide to come forward at some point and go into police station and say, I want charges filed against this guy for what happened 30 years ago. Apart from that, even if I wanted to go to prison, I couldn't. There's no way to do it. Right?
Yeah.
How do I find some girl from 30 years ago that I met at a party and I might vaguely remember her first name and have no clue where she is, or any clue how to find her. I could give them all the information, like how do you find these people, and why would you think that the girls want to like have to go to, you know, be investigated and go on trial and stuff like this and testify? I don't know. So anyway, I don't know how it would even work. People saying, David, turn yourself in. They would laugh me out of the police station. I will tell you, if those girls at some point came forward and said, hey, mad about what this guy did 30 years ago, and I've been bothered about it ever since, I plead guilty. I did it. So.
And none of us would stand in the way if a DA wanted to bring charges, because we submit to the governing authorities of the land. At this point, there's nothing else to do but to condemn David's past sins like he has done, but also accept that he has repented and has been forgiven, and get back to the important kingdom work that we've been doing. And that's all I really plan to say on this issue. You made it to the end of this video, which means this message matters to you. If you want to see more content like this reaching people for Christ, you can help make it.
A lot of good verses to go by in that. Let's see. I want to see about the
Hello,
CBM
everyone.
that
I am the
exploded.
Enforcer, and welcome to the breaking news. Please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and support us on Patreon, link in description below. Today we have breaking news coming from around the world, as news has emerged from inside the Russian Federation at the Yasny testing range that a brand new UR-100N carrying an avant-garde hypersonic missile has catastrophically failed today and exploded only several hundred meters from the pad after it appears to have suffered a critical failure in the midst of its launch. Meanwhile, in the Black Sea, 2 Russian shadow tankers have spontaneously exploded due to unforeseen circumstances that the Russian Federation has described as external at the best, that have led to the fires on board both of the vessels brewing and burning so hot that the crews have now had to abandon ship, and the vessels are practically adrift at sea and awaiting to sink after their structural integrity will be threatened by the fire. Meanwhile, the Russian Federation is continuing to put more pressure on the United States and Ukraine in a negotiating position by claiming that the Zelensky government is illegitimate and that they would not allow the Zelensky government or President Volodymyr Zelensky to sign any peace deal with the Russian Federation's government, making it incredibly clear that there is no way to end the war because Zelensky's government will not be removed from power due to the constitutional limitations inside of Ukraine. The United States of America is not dealing with an absolutely easy time on other fronts as well, as the People's Republic of China is now putting more pressure on the United States of America to remove its sanctions that it imposed against Venezuela recently, and to also try and find a diplomatic solution to the issue. The United States of America seems to have listened to that in a limited extent for some reason, as there is going to be a possible meeting between Nicolas Maduro and the President of the United States here within the next week or two, or the next 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the U.S. has also installed a radar system at Trinidad and Tobago as it continues to entrench its position within the area of the Eastern Caribbean. Meanwhile, back towards the Ukrainian home front, the Polish Republic has now provided $100 million in arms to Ukraine today, in an announcement made by the Polish government. This comes as the Ukrainian government is being stirred up, at least internally, as Andriy Yermak has resigned and has also been dismissed by decree from President Volodymyr Zelensky for alleged claims of corruption and acts of corruption that were conducted while he was the chief of staff as well as the head negotiator for the state of Ukraine.
Corruption is riddled in Ukrainian governmental system.
Bodies inside the state against Andriy Yermak for a possible case against him. Outside of that, the Ukrainian armed forces have also hit heavily the Beriev aircraft manufacturing plant within the area of Taganrog, while at the same time, several substations were hit and exploded inside of Belgrade, once again plunging the city into a blackout at that point. We have a lot of news to cover once again, and we're going to be making sure to get through each and every single piece of this news, starting with our largest stories first and working our way on into the smaller ones throughout the course of this video. Moving us on into our largest and most important bit of news from this video, we are going to be moving ourselves into the area of the Orenburg Oblast, and specifically towards the area of the Yasny testing range. The Yasny testing range is a smaller complex within the eastern area of the Orenburg Oblast. This testing facility lies just to the very south of the end, or the foothills more so, of the Ural Mountains within the region. This testing facility is somewhat important as the 13th Guards Missile Regiment, which operates the UR-100Ns and UR-100N UTTHs, which are equipped with the Avangard hypersonic glide vehicle system, use this testing range to be able to conduct launches of the UR-100N system, also known as the SS-18 or the SS-19 ICBM system here within the Western world, or at least by its reporting name. The Russian Federation has attempted to launch one of these, and I'll actually show you all at least a general design of the UR-100Ns, or the SS-19 Stilettos, as they're called by their NATO designation, that were conducted in a test launch today. The ICBMs themselves are not entirely new. The first versions of the SS-19s, or the UR-100Ns, whichever you would prefer to call them, were actually being put into service around 1975. However, with the Russian Federation being tight on funds and wanting to make sure that they're taken seriously in the world because everyone would take them as a joke otherwise, they try and modernize the UR-100Ns into a more advanced and deadly sort of a platform. At least as much as they can. And it doesn't really seem to have gone too well. And this brings us into the Avangard hypersonic glide vehicle system. The Avangard hypersonic glide vehicle system is a MIRV that is capable of hypersonic re-entry. Now, something that's a little bit interesting about this, and I don't really know if the Russians are just misunderstanding what a hypersonic glide vehicle is, or anything along those lines, but every single warhead from a MIRV, from a multiple independent re-entry vehicle, is almost always hypersonic. When they're about to hit their target, they're still going about Mach 8 or Mach 10, so it's not really like they're short on speed, so I don't really know what the point of the Avangard is, but the Russians claim that the Avangard allows for the independent warheads, once they're released from the MIRV, to travel at a far higher speed to their target, and making it a lot more difficult to be able to intercept them. Once again, just want to make this clear, it's practically impossible in the modern day and age, outside of the one air defense system that we have within the United States, the GMD, to be able to intercept or destroy any independent warhead, or even an ICBM for that matter. So the Avangard is largely overkill, but still the Russians put a lot of time and effort into trying to make sure that this system is taken seriously, including what was done today by none other than the 13th Red Banner Rocket Division in Yasny, which is the one in charge of operating these missiles. At the Yasny testing range, they attempted to launch the Avangard system on board a UR-100N, and it ended in an absolute catastrophic failure. We actually have two clips of this, one clip showing from the catastrophic failure onwards, and the first one, which we're going to be showing here, showing the actual launch and then subsequent failure of the Avangard system, as well as the UR-100N. There is the launch of the missile, and we can already see that the missile has taken more so of an airplane-like flight off of the ground, as it is at an incredibly shallow angle, very low to the ground, generally not considered a good thing for most missiles. We now see the missile attempting to correct itself, and now overcorrecting, and flying back towards the pad. It's now flipping around in the air. And it appears that the rocket motors and heat, and due to the fact that the missile is now upside down, has started to combust the engines themselves and possibly lead to catastrophic explosions. It now appears that some sort of a remote ejection has been made of the Avangard system, so that way it's not a part of the giant fireball that is to come. And then the solid, well, more so the first stage of the missile in a solid giant piece is now hurtling to the ground in a fireball. It appears that the Avangard itself is falling to the ground over here to the right, and then the missile itself hits and explodes in a giant fireball.
Ебать. Бля, держите меня, я снимаю. Да ну нахуй, бля. Че, упало? Да, упало. Бах.
It doesn't look like it turned out to be a successful test. And once again, for the Russian Federation, which has suffered an endless amount of failures on their nuclear testing fields throughout the entirety of the war in Ukraine, this is another embarrassment for the Russian Federation and the Russian state as a whole. From what we were able to hear, at least from the aftermath, the smoke cloud that was rising was obviously toxic. You can look at that and easily tell that it's toxic. Nevertheless, it's a cloud of violet-colored smoke that is toxic, filled with multiple different kinds of materials and chemicals that were used inside of the propellant of the missile that is rising in the air around the test site. Apparently, we've also been able to hear afterwards that the Russian Federation is apparently dealing with a very large fire that's basically encompassing the entirety of the Yasny testing range. That right there is a little sliver of the Yasny testing range I was just showing y'all a moment ago, and this giant red block here is what the firm satellite from NASA confirms to be the area that's on fire. So basically, the entire plane around the Yasny testing range is now on fire at the moment. It's not an incredibly good look for the Russian Federation to have another ICBM failure like that in their tests. The United States of America has conducted multiple ICBM tests throughout the years, and the amount of failures that we've had have been wildly small compared to the number of launches and tests attempted. The Russian Federation right now is running on average more than a 50-50 chance of failure, with the larger majority chance being a critical failure more so than a success, with practically all of their missile tests. The only one that we've heard of recently that has succeeded was the Burevestnik nuclear-powered cruise missile, but the Russian Federation has provided absolutely no proof in video and picture evidence to actually show that that launch or test was ever conducted at all. So we do not even know if that was even a real test. It may have more so just been a propaganda claim with absolutely nothing to verify or prove if it actually happened or not. Still, the Russian Federation, it's continuing, while it's clearly running out of money to keep the war in Ukraine going. It's about to have to bail out the railroads. Almost every single Russian company has reverted to a 3-day work week. Large amounts of Russians are unemployed because layoffs have been happening over the past few months that have pretty much halved companies in terms of their employment. And on top of that, the Russian nuclear arsenal is clearly derelict and quite underfunded due to the amount of critical failures that they're facing, or generally the incompetence of the military is what's producing these failures, one or the other. The Russian Federation is still wanting to play ball, at least the best way that they can. They are now claiming, according to Dmitry Medvedev, that the corrupt government surrounding the expired Kiev clown has crumbled. He may still be sitting in his office, spewing cocaine from his nose, but he won't be the one who signs the peace treaty. The buffoon is illegitimate. The collapse of his system is inevitable. I guess when the Russians lose another guy to another anti-corruption scandal, I guess that's nothing to the Russians. I guess that's just another day. But at the same time, Medvedev is making it quite clear, as we generally assume that he is a minor spokesperson of Putin, and whatever he says is approved by Putin, to generally show his true feelings without him being the one to say it. Basically, Medvedev is Putin's anger translator, if you want to put it that way. Medvedev is making it quite clear that they're still not going to recognize the legitimacy of the Ukrainian government in any peace negotiations, meaning that the Ukrainian government can't even talk to the Russians to end the war ever, in any form, because the Russians consider them to be an illegitimate government. So, this is once again putting quite a damper on any sort of an attempted peace talk with the Russian Federation, because you can't have a peace talk with a country that isn't even willing to talk to the other country and treat them like a legitimate country to end the war. So the Ukrainians have resorted to what they know best, which is just obliterating the Russians, at least where it counts. Down in the Black Sea today, near to the coast of Turkey, a report came out on a situation that was involving what appeared to be a tanker at the time. It later turned into two. Today, according to RIA Novosti, a tanker caught fire in the Black Sea off the coast of Turkey due to external influences, aka the Ukrainians blew it up. The Turkish Maritime Authority reported on Friday that the crew is being evacuated. A report was received that a fire broke out due to external influence on the tanker Kairos, which was en route to Novorossiysk without cargo, 28 miles off the coast of Turkey. The condition of 25 crew members is normal, the department reported in a press release. The tanker under the Gambian flag is currently in the Black Sea. Rescuers have been dispatched to the vessel to evacuate the crew, the department noted. We also were able to then hear that it wasn't just one ship, it was actually two. Two Russian tankers had exploded due to quote-unquote external circumstances within the area. The first picture here is showing the Kairos, which appears to be absolutely enveloped in fire down to the waterline, with a large gaping hole, assumed to be here, allowing for a massive part of the fireball to fend directly off of the waterline and off of the port side of the vessel.
Man,
Additionally, we were also able
horrifying.
to see the Virat, or the Virat here, whichever way you want to call it, also on fire as well, although we couldn't really get close enough to the vessel in this picture to tell exactly what kind of fire it was, what side of the vessel it was on, and what area of the vessel it was in, whether it was towards the fore, amidships, or aft part of the vessel. It was a little bit unclear at the moment exactly where the fire had broken out in the Virat, but nevertheless, both of the crews have been evacuated and the vessels are currently adrift at sea, engulfed in an inferno, and will soon be sinking. These sorts of fires are very hard to recover a ship from, and many people will wonder, well, why in the world would a ship sink when it's made out of steel just from a fire? Wouldn't steel be able to survive a fire?
But we
Well,
could
not
prefer.
necessarily, actually. The heat from these sorts of fires can actually start to warp the bulkheads of the vessel and can also lead to the buckling of the welds that hold the ship together. This can allow for the egress of water into the vessel and the catastrophic loss of the vessel in the end due to sinking, due to the structural integrity of the vessel being compromised. So both of these vessels are practically lost effective at this moment, since the crew has now abandoned the ships and it appears that the fires are raging wildly out of control. We also have another picture of the fire from here. This is another image of the Virat on fire, very similar to the last one, but wanted to make sure to include it just because we wanted to have as much evidence as possible of the ongoing fires. Nevertheless, it does appear that both vessels involved were what is believed or alleged to be Russian shadow tankers. Shadow tankers conduct their operations under the flags of different countries. For example, if we were to say that the Kairos is an alleged shadow tanker, they would be operating under the flag of Gambia, while the Virat would also be operating under an unknown flag, at least at the moment. Still, it is understood that both of these vessels, according to claims, are a part of the Russian shadow tanker fleet, and both of their explosions within the area of Turkey are once again quite mysterious, and a lot of people are wondering, how in the world did that happen? Well, I can tell you a general theory as to why that would happen. The Ukrainians are highly likely the ones behind these explosions, especially if they were conducted within the international waters of the Black Sea. The state of Ukraine understands that the Russian Federation's ability, by any measure, to get their products out to the open market and to be able to sell their oil and natural gas to the greater world helps them to make money. So what the Ukrainians are trying to do in multiple ways is create an effective blockade of Russian oil from making it into the greater world. Phase 1 of that plan was to attack the Russian oil refineries and gas plants themselves and try and knock those offline to the point that they were generally in a humongous deficit, to the point if they produce any oil and natural gas, it's going straight to the Russian public instead of being exported around the world. Phase 2 of what we've seen of the Ukrainian plan to blockade the Russians' oil has been to directly attack the ports themselves that ship the oil into the greater world. Russia has 4 of these on their western coast, 2 of them down here in the southern part of the country, Novorossiysk and Tuapse, and then further on up in the north they have Ust-Luga and also Primorsk. Out of the 4 of these, they have hit 3 of these ports, except for Ust-Luga, leaving Ust-Luga as the only fully operational oil loading port within the entire area, which is once again significantly reducing the amount of output that they can put into the world to sell, and it has reduced that, crazily enough, by 35% within a single month. Now, the third phase of the plan appears to be that if the Ukrainians get the opportunity or the chance, they are going to start obliterating Russian ships at sea, or Russian shadow tankers, that are attempting to carry Russian oil, so that way, even if the oil refineries were operational, and even if the ports were operational, which none of them are, the ships aren't operational to even pick up or carry a load of oil because they've been sunk somewhere within the Black Sea. So generally that appears to be the new Ukrainian plan at the moment. They are attempting to have a triple redundancy to their attempt to blockade Russian oil and to generally bankrupt the Russian government at large. Still, while all this has been going on over here in Eastern Europe, it appears that in the United States of America, the U.S. is dealing with a slightly similar situation, at least in terms of international diplomatic pressure, to the ongoing situation in Venezuela, as the United States of America is now once again dealing with the Chinese, which are openly throwing a bone towards the Venezuelans. China has urged the U.S. to remove unilateral sanctions on Venezuela. That was according to a statement today by the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning, pictured here. The People's Republic of China has been openly getting involved in supporting the Republic of Venezuela against the United States of America and its attempted actions against Maduro for his supposed and alleged narco-terrorist activities. It also appears that the People's Republic of China is trying to get involved in possibly supplying and equipping Venezuela with arms and equipment in the future. But once again, folks, I do have to point out that the situation with Venezuela has changed quite significantly. At the beginning, when we picked a fight with Venezuela, nobody was involved, and it was just the U.S. and Venezuela, which made it a pretty open and shut situation. It was something that we could walk away from and deal with later. Now, at this moment, the Russian Federation has clearly, with proof, provided arms to Venezuela, even by their own statements, and the People's Republic of China is making it incredibly clear, at least diplomatically, that they have some sort of an invested stake in Venezuela, which clearly shows that Venezuela is Russian and Chinese aligned, and also just south of the United States by about 1,000 miles. That is quite concerning, and it does create a situation where the United States now has to respond. If we walk away now, not only is Russia going to continue to arm Venezuela, but China is going to continue to financially grow out Venezuela's economy and also equip Venezuela's armed forces as well, and possibly even train them to a much more modern and advanced standard than they're at right now. That would make the situation with Venezuela far more difficult to deal with in the future, and then we may see that Venezuela ends up being a permanent fortress of Chinese and Russian influence within the Americas well on into the future. Outside of that, we also were able to hear in Washington, D.C. that there's now a supposed talk that will be happening between the President of the United States and Nicolas Maduro at some point within the next week or two. We're not exactly sure when, and it doesn't really seem as though anyone knows exactly what they're going to be talking about. Once again, it's been made wildly clear by the Maduro government that they really don't want to talk to the United States. They just don't want the U.S. to bomb them. And the United States also doesn't want to talk to Venezuela, and they want Maduro out. So I have no clue what in the world they would even be talking about, because it does appear that we're at an impasse, but a talk will be made nonetheless, apparently, according to sources being stated right now. In Trinidad and Tobago, the U.S. is also installing radar systems, according to the Trinidad and Tobago government. According to the Prime Minister, they've confirmed that a new radar is being installed by the U.S. and Tobago to monitor military activities, or activities in general, inside and outside of the islands. This does seem to show that the U.S. is still continuing to fortify and entrench its positions within the Eastern Caribbean, as strikes are eventually going to happen. Once again, we can't say exactly when, but for now, it looks like we are poised to strike, and it's only a matter of when rather than if. Moving on out of that and back towards Europe, we also have more significant news that has come out of the situation between the state of Ukraine, Poland, and generally all of the other developments that have happened in regards to attacks on the Russian Federation. The Republic of Poland did announce that they'll be providing $100 million in arms to the state of Ukraine, blaming Russia for the terrorism that was conducted inside of their country. And Foreign Minister Sikorsky framed spending on NATO-backed arms lists as a direct response to Putin's orders for blowing up Polish railways, quipping it's $1 million for every centimeter. Meanwhile, inside of Ukraine, the Ukrainian government is dealing with a bit of an intra-governmental issue, one that started to capture the attention of the globe, as Andrei Yermak has been dismissed by President Volodymyr Zelensky in a decree that was issued just today. This was Presidential Decree number 868 of this year of 2025, and President Volodymyr Zelensky has officially stated that Andrei Yermak's services to the Ukrainian government are no longer required nor necessary, and he is to be dismissed. This has come after multiple allegations have been made that Andrei Yermak has been involved in intragovernmental corruption inside the state of Ukraine as the chief of staff. This situation has ended up becoming one that the Ukrainian government has had to take action on, and not only did Andrei Yermak largely resign this morning, but he was also dismissed by Zelensky as well. Many people have been making issue of this and stating that there is an endless amount of corruption inside of the Ukrainian government, and while I cannot disagree that there is certainly corruption inside of the Ukrainian government, I think that everyone has to remember that there is always a prevalent amount of corruption within every government, and also, largely for the fact that we're fighting the Russians right now in this war, and supporting Ukraine by extension, so involved by proxy in a sense, it doesn't really matter if they have corruption inside of the government, because what is the alternative? It's not like the Russians are any better off. I mean, the Russian government literally exists in a state of corruption. They are endlessly getting people for corruption scandals. They removed some of their top officials for corruption. Some of them are in prison right now. A lot of them are still involved in it right now. Practically all of them are. Putin's involved in it. How in the world does a leader of a state like Russia, like Putin, for example, have a net worth of supposedly $200 billion? Putin was never a businessman. He's only been a bureaucrat and a government official. So how in the world do you get $200 billion richer inside of Russia off of honest means, being the leader of the Russian Federation with a set salary? You don't. That's corruption. And so it's a little bit interesting to me that people are trying to make the case that the West should completely abandon support for Ukraine, like the enemy of the state of Ukraine that they're fighting right now is any better off. People don't understand this, and I'll state it quite frankly. When it comes to situations outside of the United States, corruption does not really matter. Inside the United States, we'll fight corruption day in and day out and try and rid it from the governmental system because that's our duty as citizens of the United States. And so are our allies in the domestic situations involved inside of their countries. But when it comes to the United States backing a dog in a fight and against another country, it does not matter if that country is corrupt or not. It just matters that that country is our ally and the other country is our enemy. That's the way it was when we supported multiple different conflicts throughout the world, including in the Korean War. We backed the South Korean dictatorship that was run by Syngman Rhee, along with many other South Korean dictators, all the way up until the 1980s. Taiwan was run by a dictatorship led by Chiang Kai-shek, who was once the leader of all China and then ended up only being the leader of Taiwan after they lost the Chinese Civil War and had to live in exile on the island. He instilled what was called the White Terror, which ended up killing around 10,000 Taiwanese people in state-ordered purges due to their believed lack of loyalty. We still supported the Taiwanese government, and eventually, South Korea and Taiwan both became incredibly upstanding, democratically aligned nations that also have democratic forms of government. That is the same situation that we're dealing with in Ukraine. And while some people may say that corruption is bad, and I certainly agree, I see no reason that the United States should be getting involved in internal Ukrainian affairs when our primary focus is beating the Russians and stopping the Russians from continuing their eastwards, or more so westwards, expansion into Europe. The Ukrainians have also seemed to make sure that that'll be a lot more difficult for the Russians, as they have hit the Beriev aircraft manufacturing plant in Taganrog once more, while I just had an unbelievable voice crack there. We hear the boom in the distance, confirming another hit. Very nice to see. And we also saw up near Belgorod that the Ukrainians have obliterated multiple substations within the city, with at least 2 of them at a minimum on fire at this moment inside of Belgorod. This is getting us a general idea that the city will be going through another blackout, or is currently going through another blackout right now, and things just really don't look up for the Russians ever, do they? And the answer is most likely no. But still, that is all of the news we have today from around the world, and of course, I thank you all so much once again for watching this. We are absolutely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many people enjoy this channel and consider it to be their primary source of news. I also have to say that if you have enjoyed this, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and support us on Patreon. The link is in the description below, because everyone who supports us on Patreon is helping us to make these sorts of videos possible on the day in and day out. So humongous thanks to all of y'all so much once again for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow for the next Short War summary, if there is enough news to make one, or tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 48 hours of the news from around the world. I hope you all had a great Thanksgiving for our folks here in the United States, and of course for everyone else around the world. We will be seeing y'all tonight. And so with that, thank you all once again for watching, and we will see you all then.
It is July 26th of 1943, and over the South Pacific, a flight of twin-engine aircraft flown by the American Army Air Force storms across the Markham Valley in New Guinea. Soon, they spot their targets, Japanese fighters recently reported in the area. These aircraft, Ki-43 Oscars and Ki-61 Tonys from the 68th Sentai, are some of the best aircraft in Japanese hands. But today, they would be in for trouble. In an aircraft named Marge was a young man by the name of Richard Bong. In his hands, and many other pilots as well, this new fighter, the P-38 Lightning, courtesy of the Lockheed Company, was making waves all across the Pacific. Today would be no different. On this occasion, Bong would add 4 more kills to his tally, making for one of the best days of his career and bringing his kill tally to 15 for the conflict. But how did we get here? Where did this new fighter come from, and had she always seen success like this? In reality, this popularized portion of her history is only a fraction of the story. More so than any other aircraft in the war, the tale of the P-38 Lightning is a complicated one. with highs, lows, and many misconceptions.
In 1938, the United States Army Air Corps sent out a proposal titled Circular Proposal X608. This was a request for a new aircraft design, authored by two young men who were apparently well ahead of their time.
This would be Lieutenant Benjamin S. Kelsey and Lieutenant Gordon P. Seville. These two minds saw a hole in the arsenal of the United States Army Air Corps and sought to fill it.
This was a high-altitude fighter with serious power and a heavy armament, capable of reaching and destroying high-flying enemy aircraft. And this set of standards was no small order.
According to Circular Proposal X608, the Army Air Corps wanted a rare twin-engine fighter plane that could reach 360 miles per hour at altitude and climb to 20,000 feet in just 6 minutes. This would have been, on its own, a daunting set of parameters. But in addition to that, head engineer Benjamin Kelsey was also searching for at least 1,000 pounds of combat armament.
This was actually one of the biggest problems with his design ambitions, as the United States Army Air Corps had a relatively arbitrary set of requirements that stated that any pursuit aircraft, now more commonly known as fighters, had to have no more than 500 pounds of armament. Thus, Kelsey drew up the specifications using the word interceptor as the aircraft type, rather than pursuit, in order to bypass this requirement.
Then, to finish off the proposal, Kelsey and Seville also stated that any designs had to utilize the liquid-cooled Allison V1710 engines with superchargers, and that any aircraft with tricycle landing gear would also be preferred. This was easily one of the most ambitious and unique design proposals ever set forth by the U.S. Armed Forces. But fortunately, one company would rise to the challenge: Lockheed. In their attempt to meet these requirements, a few different design options were considered. But in the end, a famous design would be selected: a twin boom with the cockpit in the center nacelle as well as the armament. In these early prototype designs, the XP-38 and the YP-38 weaponry was still being decided. Originally, larger cannons were used, but would later be drawn back to a smaller 20mm Hispano cannon, supplemented by 4 Browning M2 machine guns. This was one of the most powerful armaments outfitted onto a combat aircraft at this point, and would surely deal a heavy blow to any target that it found. Interestingly, if you look closely at the later combat models of the P-38, these guns are actually staggered, protruding from the nose at different distances. This would be a change done after the D model, as it allowed for the guns to be straight fed, eliminating a jamming problem that was encountered on early models. These allowed such a powerful armament to fire reliably and withstand the rigors of combat. But that's not all the design offered. In addition to a powerful armament, the XP-38 exceeded the requirements for speed by a large margin. In fact, after the contract was awarded to Lockheed and the first prototype flew for the first time in 1939 at the hands of Lieutenant Benjamin Kelsey himself, it topped at a speed of 420 miles per hour and set a transcontinental speed record by crossing from coast to coast in just 7 hours and 2 minutes. However, upon finally reaching the destination airfield, Kelsey was caught in a slow landing pattern, and the engines began to ice, causing Kelsey to fall short of the runway, making a belly landing into a creek nearby.
Fortunately, however, the impression had already been made. The speedy aircraft had already impressed the Army Air Corps, and an order was made for the P-38 Atalanta, the original name given to the model, dubbed after the speedy-running Greek goddess. These first models of the P-38 were produced in the summer and fall of 1941, and Here we can see an article from the New York Times from November, just 2 weeks before Pearl Harbor. In the photo, we can see one of the first public displays of the brand new aircraft, as a few Allied fighters are presented for the public to view. However, we can still see the secrecy being undertaken in the caption.
Although 2 British fighters were included in the display group, attention was directed toward a twin-engine Lockheed P-38 Interceptor that has 2 fuselages, because the quality and quantity of its armament is still a secret. Observers were unable to determine the unusual craft's gun placements.
A twin-engine fighter like this was not a totally new innovation to aerial warfare, but it was one that had yet to see true success, especially as an interceptor. This would certainly be one of the reasons that an aircraft like this would have caught the eyes of the public in a special way. The Germans had recently implemented the Messerschmitt Bf-110 to the front lines, but in reality, this design would always struggle as an air superiority fighter, as it lacked the maneuverability of British Hurricanes and Spitfires. And even though it was faster than many of its adversaries, like the P-38, it lacked acceleration and also was easily spotted by the enemy, being a larger and easier to identify aircraft. But the Lockheed Company and the United States Army Air Corps would attempt to prove that a twin-engine fighter could indeed fight on the front lines in an air superiority role. But this would be easier said than done. One of the first to attempt to put this theory to the test was the Royal Air Force, who saw the Allison engines as a great way to ensure cohesiveness across aircraft, as it was the same engine that was used by the P-40, which they already had a large number of on order. Upon looking into the P-38, the British ordered hundreds of the new aircraft. Upon delivery and recognition of its high speed, the RAF dubbed the new fighter the Lightning, a name that would stick and replace Lockheed's name of the Atalanta. However, what would not stick is the P-38 with the Royal Air Force. Unfortunately, shortly after arrival to England, the British began to discover some very serious problems with the Lightning. For starters, the RAF decided that they wanted a specific version of the fighter with engines that rotated the same direction, unlike the standard design which had counter-rotating props. This was done so that all of their Allison engines would be the same configuration, but it made the aircraft difficult to control on the ground. Furthermore, and even more serious of an issue, was a newly discovered problem with compressibility. Both British and American test pilots had recently begun to realize that there were issues when entering compressibility, which was the intense lockup of controls during a high-speed dive. When this point of a dive was reached, the nose of the aircraft had a tendency to dive even further, increasing the speed and steepness of the already problematic dive. This would then cause the tail to shake violently, and pilots had no choice but to bail out or attempt to gradually pull out at the denser air of low altitude. Because of this issue and a few others, the Royal Air Force canceled their orders for the P-38. Lockheed went to immediate work trying to fix the main issue, compressibility, but it wasn't easy. With a few solutions tried and one test pilot killed, eventually the issue was solved. Quick-acting dive flaps were added, which allowed pilots to better control the aircraft during an intense dive. And although the issue was not completely fixed, the high-speed compressibility control was greatly improved, and pilots could now have a good chance of pulling out of an intense dive. Despite this, however, the Royal Air Force declined any further orders for the new fighter. Fortunately for Lockheed, with the attack on Pearl Harbor, the United States Army Air Corps immediately purchased all of the P-38s that had been ordered by the British, and then placed additional orders for more. Just like that, the Lightning was back on track. The first place that the P-38 was sent to serve in a combat role with the United States Army was in Alaska,
operating out of the Aleutian Islands in the summer of 1942. Here, P-38s of the 343rd Fighter Group would score the first success of the Lightning on August 9th, when their pilots would stumble upon two large Japanese H-6K Mavis flying boats and shot them down for the P-38's first kills in history. At the same time, additional P-38s had begun to arrive in the United Kingdom once again, but this time they would be flying for the U.S. Army Air Force. Coincidentally, here, just 5 days after the first P-38 kill in the Pacific, her first victory against the Luftwaffe would also come. And once again, it would be another large transport plane, this time in the form of a Focke-Wulf 200 Condor, falling over the Atlantic at the hands of Second Lieutenant Elza Shahan. This would be the first Luftwaffe aircraft to be shot down by a U.S. Army aircraft, but it would not be the last. Shortly after this, in late 1942, P-38s were sent to join the Mediterranean theater, serving with the 12th Air Force. Here, the P-38 saw its first real baptism by fire. Over North Africa, Lightning pilots met experienced and skilled Germans, and although some P-38s scored victories and aces were made, more losses were taken. The American fighter doctrine at this point was still young, and pilots were lost due to poor tactics and inexperience. Eventually, in this theater, American P-38s took such high losses that large groups of aircraft had to be brought in from England to bring squadron numbers back to fighting strength. As 1943 came along, more of the same took place as the battle moved towards Italy and southern Europe. With American B-24 Liberators now operating out of North Africa, fighter escorts were ordered. But here, American doctrine at the time still lagged behind and saw fighters remaining alongside the bombers during the mission, leaving them exposed and vulnerable to German interceptors. Furthermore, German fighters quickly discovered the problems that the P-38 had with compressibility. These German pilots in dogfights figured out that if they did not want to fight with a Lightning or found themselves in a disadvantaged position, they could simply enter a dive, and almost always the P-38s would avoid following. This left the German 109s and 190s with more kills than losses at the hands of the American P-38 in the Mediterranean.
It was clear to the Air Force that the P-38 was in need of some good publicity. So in the spring of 1943, they made sure to find some. In April, the 82nd Fighter Group flew a mission in which they claimed 31 German aircraft destroyed, a somewhat rare successful day for the P-38. And supposedly, reported by a Life magazine reporter, an interesting story was captured. A famous phrase uttered by one of the downed German pilots upon being captured. Fortunately, I have hunted down this exact edition of Life magazine and found the story. In August of 1943, an article reads as follows on page 51. P-38, Lockheed's twin-tailed fighter, lives down its hoodoo to sweep enemy skies. Now, hoodoo here basically means voodoo, or cursed bad luck. This shows how bad the P-38 is currently struggling in regards to perception and name. Continuing the reading below, we can see more.
The P-38 had the unhappy reputation of being the most hoodooed warplane in aviation history. Perhaps this successful action in Iceland marked the beginning of the end to its jinx. It would have pleased the same Mr. Buffton immeasurably if he could have been present at a certain Allied camp close to the Tunisian front 6 months later, not long before the Tunisia skies collapsed on Rommel. Into that camp, the military police brought a disheveled German flyer who was mumbling hysterically and repeating something about Der Gabelschwanzteufel. An interpreter was called, and he had the translation quickly. the fork-tailed devil. The German was talking about the P-38. During the 6 months between Mr. Bufton's happy night in Iceland and the incident of the hysterical German in Tunisia, the P-38 had dispelled its jinx and proven itself to be the most versatile fighting plane in the air.
Quite a statement. But is it true? Well, there is some debate. According to most historians, it seems that there is little verification or evidence to back this claim, as there's no reference to any German pilot ever using this name before this occasion, nor are there any specifics offered about the identity of the German pilot making the statement. It instead seems almost certain that this article was a piece put together to try and repair the damaged reputation of the P-38. This seems even more likely when we look at what many of the other German pilots said about the P-38 later on.
Esteemed ace Adolf Galland said it had similar shortcomings in combat to our Bf-110. Our fighters were clearly superior to it. Likewise, fellow high-scoring Luftwaffe leader Hans Bahr said the P-38s were not difficult at all. They were easy to outmaneuver and were generally a sure kill. However, not everyone believed that they were quite so easy an adversary. Franz Stigler, another famous Luftwaffe pilot, detailed his thoughts on the Lightning in a very different way. The Lightning could turn inside of us with ease, and they could go from level flight to climb almost instantaneously. We lost quite a few pilots who tried to make an attack, then pull up. One cardinal rule we never forgot was to avoid fighting the P-38 head-on. That was suicide. So the only thing that was truly clear at this point was that the verdict on the P-38 Lightning was still undecided. Nonetheless, the U.S. Army Air Force now needed fighter aircraft in England for their newly formed 8th Air Force. And the P-38 was currently the most readily available high-altitude fighter aircraft at their disposal. So in late 1943, the P-38 began to arrive for use in the escort role in the bombing of the Reich. Fortunately for Lockheed and the U.S. Army Air Force, the brilliance of Lieutenant Benjamin Kelsey once again shined through in making this a possibility.
When Lockheed was producing the first models of the P-38 in 1941, Kelsey discreetly went to the company and convinced them to enable the aircraft to carry drop tanks. He did not put this in writing, but instead kept the request to himself, as the Army Air Force had a strict policy at the time implemented by the bomber mafia commanders that aircraft would receive no reward or preference for drop tanks, as the advocates for heavy bombers did not think that escorts would ever be necessary, nor did they want the fighters competing with their bombers for resources. Thus, Kelsey actually risked his career in doing so, but because of his courage and forward thinking, by the time the P-38 began to arrive in England in substantial numbers, many were the G model, which had the ability to now carry drop tanks, something that was against the policy of the U.S. Army Air Force at the time of their design.
Because of this, the P-38s were now able to join the American bomber offensive and participate in some of the first escort missions out of England. By this time, American tactics and training had begun to see some improvement. More prepared pilots were now filling cockpits, and many of the early teething problems of the P-38 had been remedied. In addition, it had become clear that with the P-38's weaponry also being completely oriented in the nose, it allowed sharpshooting pilots to fire from farther out than with other aircraft, as they did not have to calculate for convergence. Also, when targets were hit, they were often totally destroyed by the Lightning's powerful armament. This can be clearly seen from gun camera footage from fighter groups operating with the P-38. In these brief clips of lightning action over Europe, we can see the devastating impact of the closely grouped together armament, with serious damage being taken anytime the target is hit by the closely grouped tracers and impact markings. And you might be asking, how do we know that these are P-38 groups actually fighting? And I'm glad you asked. These clips appear to have quite a contrast when compared to the P-47 or P-51 clips from later on in the war, with their tracers and impact markings being more dispersed and pilots having to clearly chip away at targets and forced to aim with better calculations for convergence. Going back to the P-38 footage, I'd also be doing a disservice if I didn't show these P-38 gun camera clips. These show the confidence and perhaps fearlessness that these men had, flying directly through explosions or even trees themselves to ensure their machine guns and cannon found their target. There is a good chance that pilots flying single-engine aircraft would have not been quite so bold. However, even with these features, it doesn't mean that the P-38 was yet seeing success.
I love airplanes. Man, I am so sleepy. A little on-air nap.
Yoink.
This is the 18 versus 18.
No, it got blown up. Damn, they actually looked up and shot it in this game mode. It's crazy. Actual teamwork. I did get the achievement. As Phoenix strike 4 enemies into a single end song Inferno landing. So it was a Steam achievement. Easy. Holy. Again? Yo, Shadows Lucifer with the 50 gifted. Yo, W Lucifer with the big 50 gifties. Holy. Thanks so much for the
A lot of money.
Chat, get some issues to thank
Nice.
you. So many gifted flying around right now. Wait, I got first? Wait, I popped off. Let's go. Appreciate you, appreciate you. Hold on. Next achievement. We're actually, okay, we're doing like a mini achievement hunting.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing today. Achievement hunting.
Storm assist X-Men members 10 times. I think I can get that one. And you get 50% off their sub from Bissell. Appreciate you, appreciate you. Or the smokescreen one. Or the, oh, actually the Squirrel Girl
I
one.
gotta do the Punisher
The
one.
Squirrel Girl one actually seems doable. Let's do it.
What is he doing? The 18 versus 18. Yeah, Grand Garden 18 versus 18. I'll have to give that a try then. Yeah, I finally got Jeff's achievement. I have to get Gambit's achievement next, I think, and that would be all of the support achievements done. I got Loki's achievement, backstab somebody. That one was actually hard to do. I got lucky one game. There was a friendly invisible woman on the other team that came over and was like just like sitting in a chair, so I put 3 Lokis behind her and went invisible and backstabbed her to death. Alright. Ooh, it's cold, man. Get the kill order. And top peace negotiator quits after raid by anti-graft peace. Go figure.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's powerful chief of staff quit on Friday, hours after anti-corruption agencies searched his home.
Відбудеться перезавантаження Офісу Президента України.
In a video statement, Zelensky announced the resignation of Andriy Yermak, who is also his top negotiator in the fraught US-backed talks to end Russia's war. Yermak's departure comes as a major probe into high-level corruption ensnared
And are we
senior
surprised?
officials, fueling
No.
widespread public anger. The 54-year-old, who is a close friend of Zelensky's, has not been named a suspect, but politicians, including members of the president's own party, had called for his dismissal in what has been Ukraine's worst wartime political crisis. Earlier on Friday, Yermak had confirmed his apartment was being searched and said he was fully cooperating. The country's 2 anti-graft agencies said the searches were authorized and linked to an unspecified investigation. Zelensky said he would consider Yermak's replacement on Saturday.
Russia really wants Ukraine to make mistakes. There will be no mistakes on our part. Our work continues. Our struggle continues. We have no right not to see this through till the end. We have no right to retreat or to quarrel. If we lose unity, we risk losing everything. Ourselves, Ukraine, our future.
He also said Ukrainian and US officials would meet soon to discuss a deal on ending the war. Ukraine is pushing back against proposals that would force it to cede land as Russian forces grind forward along several parts of the sprawling front line. Speaking to The Atlantic magazine this week, Yermak had said, "No one should count on us giving up territory."
Well, Labour's controversial social media age ban is facing a High Court challenge. A 15-year-old Sydney student, Noah Jones, has taken to the courts to fight the legislation. Joining me now is Noah's mother, Renee Jones. Renee, it's great to see you. Now, your son Noah and his fellow student Macy Nayland, both 15-year-olds, they're backed by the human rights group, if you like. It's called Digital Freedom Project.
They are.
And they're supporting you. They're going to argue that the ban completely disregards the rights of children. You've got a kid, you're joining this fight. Why is it so important for parents to fight for the rights of their children under 16 to be allowed access to social media?
It's a parenting issue, firstly. It is my responsibility and my right to raise Noah responsibly in a digital world. It's not something that requires government intervention on the values of my family. They don't know Noah and they don't know my family to be immersing themselves in this parenting decision. It's really on me.
Absolutely. What experience have you had in teaching your kids how to use social media?
My approach to raising digital natives has been very deliberate, and child protection is something so highly valued to me as a parent. So many years ago, I remember when the boy started simple gaming, I needed to be informed and I needed to know. So I had a gamer teach me how to play Fortnite and I got all the skins and I won all the kills, but I learned what were the dangers, what are the parameters, where do I need to scaffold and create safe spaces for my children to engage in the good and the wholesomeness of what's offering.
So you did that. That was your experience. So what are you frightened about the ban, or why do you think the ban is wrong?
Passionately, Noah has a right to engage in his world, and this is the way that we communicate now. We live in a digital world and we can't pretend we don't. Noah and his peers have a right to talk to each other, to engage in political discourse, to see world news and current events. And I want my young Australian son forming views and critiquing his world. Passionately, there's also a safety issue when we are banning teenagers, not typically a group we go to for compliance. There is an issue, and Noah brings to me conversations every day about how they are deliberately skirting the ban. These technologically brilliant, savvy children who we raised to code and engage will get around the ban. And then, Rowan, we have children operating in secret. And children operating in secret spaces, for me, is where harm is done. We're not addressing the predators. We're not addressing inappropriate content. We're taking the children out of their play space without consequence for the problem.
Now have a listen to Annika Wells, who's the communications minister, just see what she has to say about this.
Despite the fact that we are receiving threats and legal challenges by people with ulterior motives, the Albanese government
Just hold your horses, Diva.
on the side of parents and not of platforms. We will not be intimidated by threats. We will not be intimidated by legal challenges.
So let me ask you specifically, Renee Jones. Annika Wells, a Labor government minister, has just in Parliament accused you of having ulterior motives. In other words, not being concerned about your child.
No, lay down. I let you out
who said that in
an hour ago.
You and your son.
It hits my heart.
Not even an hour ago.
I'm Noah's mother. He's the third of 3 of my children. This is the most important thing that I do in my universe. And child safety and the protection of Noah in every area of the world is so important. There's no ulterior motive other than me raising a capable and responsible and engaged child who is safe in the world. How could there be? It's actually offensive to parents who wanted more from legislation if we are serious.
How am I to stay awake? My eyes get so heavy. Lay down. You're not going out. The mailman's coming around probably.
Hey everybody, welcome to the video. Hope you're doing great wherever you're watching from. Bringing you some breaking news. President Trump has said that we will now be targeting narco-terrorists on land. So again, everything's just stepping up. It's getting hotter and hotter in the Caribbean, and every day is a level that we haven't seen before. So targeting on land is actually easier than targeting in the water. I mean, having a massive big blue ocean and trying to go out there and find that little pin dot boat, it's very difficult.
Come here.
When you're in a fighter jet and you're tracking vehicles on land, it's much easier, especially with infrared cameras. And now with the ability to have drones that are going to be out there helping the fighter jets. So you could have a fleet of drones, of X-Bats, of Anduril Furies, and you could have them up there using their infrared sensors to detect any movement, to detect any warm engines. Even a trail that has recently been run over by a vehicle is going to show up, and it's going to be very easy to spot, especially by the new technology in the X-Bat. And if you can't tell, that technology to me needs to be out on the front lines as soon as possible, doing intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. But right now, it is a hotbed in the Caribbean. It's the perfect place to go out and test out these platforms, especially once we start moving more and deeper into land, deeper past the coast of Venezuela. But likely they'll start towards the coast and then work their way in. These drones have the ability to pass information to fighters via a Link 16 data link, which is basically a high-tech text messaging service. It's a little bit better than T-Mobile, where you can basically send text messages to each other, you can send images to each other, so you know where that narco-terrorist is, where that vehicle is, and spotting a vehicle on land, all the different systems that are involved to detect land movement. It's just an easier problem to solve. I guess that's all I'll say. But again, it also means that there's going to be more collateral damage, right? Or there's the potential for collateral damage because out in the open ocean, these boats, they're not by a cruise ship, they're not by any civilian vessels. So very easy to strike without any collateral civilian damage. But now when you're striking vehicles on the land, there's a big system that is set up. It's called ROE, Rules of Engagement, that helps fighter pilots, helps drone pilots determine how to protect the civilian population as well. Quick brief here. I want to let you watch this. So this is the difference between a narco boat that's packed with drugs and a fishing vessel. So the people that are claiming fishing vessels, as you can see right here, I mean, unless, those duct tape wrapped boxes are just, they're just fish.
Those aren't fish.
That is a drug vessel, so pretty easy to determine that. This one got boarded. It didn't actually get struck. So lucky day there for those drug runners. But that's the kind of thing that we're seeing in the Caribbean every single day, whether it's a strike or the boarding of a vessel. There's a lot going down. But here's that article from President Trump basically saying we'll be starting to stop them by land also. The land is easier, and that's going to start very soon. So we warned them, stop sending poison. And he's right. It is easier to track them on land. And I love that last statement. Just stop sending poison. That's all you have to do. But again, these drug traffickers, if you put yourself in their shoes, they've developed a massive business trafficking these drugs. So giving them up and just,
a lot of money
being like, okay,
being made.
no, we're good. We won't
Trafficking
traffic
them
drugs
to
anymore.
the United
That's not
States.
gonna happen, right? That would take generations to break that. So what I would expect to see would be kinetic action and kinetic options going up against these different vehicles and these targets that we're going to see. Probably large trucks, small trucks, a lot of different things. But this follows a move of escalation where Trump is taking the gloves off to Maduro. So 82 suspects have been killed since September. And then now we're going to be looking into potentially a vast campaign going up against convoys in the jungle. So all the gloves are off when it comes to the narco fight, but it's definitely escalating pressure against Nicolas Maduro. So what is Maduro doing? Here's what he's doing. I'll show you guys quick little breakdown. He's actually flying his fighter jets a lot more often. So if you think about their Air Force, it's an Air Force that doesn't have a ton of capability, but you can't discount it as well. So this is a Venezuelan F-16 recently showing that they still have air power and they have the ability to compete. That's what they want everybody to think, right? That post was just from 11 minutes ago. I don't know when that actual video was taken. They just had their military day, whether it was just within a few days, could have been yesterday, but their military Air Force celebration day just took place. So Maduro's probably trying to show like, look, we have this ability to defend our homeland. So we have the ability to defend ourselves on our land. They're not saying they're going to go out in international waters, but he's basically trying to send a message that they're not a paper tiger, which we all know, the training is a complete wild card, what they've been doing, what they've been up to, how the training's actually been. So, but they're going to celebrate that Air Force celebration day and act like their Air Force is strong. That's just what they're going to do. We all know that that's the case. But what we've seen so far in the Caribbean, we've seen the USS Gerald Ford out there crushing it, just going to town, launching F-18s, escorting B-52s, E-2 Hawkeyes. That's that AWACS in the sky. So we've seen a pressure campaign against Maduro, and now we're going to start to see more of a pressure campaign as land targets get hit. And that's going to make Maduro start to feel that squeeze even more. But again, the sea operations so far, there's been 24 total strikes, 82 have been eliminated. 85% hit rates is what we're seeing. Or no, sorry about that. 85% of sea routes are now stopped. So 85% of sea routes are being stopped. So there's still, obviously, some are going to get through the cracks, right? But maybe we follow those and we see
Catch all the
where
druggies.
distribution centers are. So maybe there's a point to that. But as far as the land targeting, what's actually going to be targeting the vehicles on land? So USS Gerald Ford, highly capable aircraft carrier. I mean, it's got so many different options. This is one of the options. It's an EA-18G Growler. This thing is an electronic attack aircraft. So if you think of anything that would go up and try to shoot against our fighters, against our drones, S-300s that are from Russia, this EA-18G is going to go in and jam the you-know-what out of it. Highly capable aircraft. Again, you can see the spinners on the front here. These things right here. That actually helps to power some of the electronic warfare pods. And it's got a fuel tank here, a second electronic warfare pod on the center line, and a third electronic warfare pod on the right wing there. 2-seat configuration. So these will be going up there, jamming any type of radar systems that are trying to keep any of our drones from spotting any of the vehicles or anything that might be trying to shoot down our drones, like rocket-propelled grenades, S-300s, and things like that. So we've got the USS Gerald R. Ford. It can launch 75-plus aircraft. I mean, it's got 75-plus aircraft on it. Multiple of those aircraft can be launched
planes.
in a minute, so this thing's just a
They can launch like 2 or 3 at a time.
It's just one of the coolest things ever. Seeing an aircraft carrier operate, it's just insanely awesome. But it's got an air wing on it with FA-18Es and Fs. So you've got the 2-seat variant, which is more of the air-to-ground strike, which I think we'll likely see that one, the 2-seat variant, being operated a lot more often now that we're actually targeting the cartels in vehicles and trucks and using JDAMs, using small diameter bombs. JDAMs, you guys know I love acronyms. I got to throw in some of those. Joint Direct Attack Munition is what that stands for. So what I would expect to see would be more of the 2-seat variants out there dropping those JDAMs, and then small diameter bombs as well, rippling off of those things.
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff too. We've got
Bomb the heck out of it as well soon. It's coming. Don't know when. What's up with Rainbow Six Siege? Is it dying? Is it a dying game? Or dead game?
Alright, listen, before you start flaming me, PC is not my main platform. Now, let's get into the real reason that we're here. Rainbow Six Siege has been around for almost 10 years now, and it's still one of the most unique shooters out there. And the reason I say that it's unique, because all the shooters that most of us grew up on, Call of Duty, Battlefield, Counter-Strike, they're all great in their own ways, but none of them really play anything like Siege. Now, obviously, everyone can have their own debate over which game is better, but ultimately we can all come to the agreement that Siege is unique. Even in games like CSGO, which is probably the closest one that lines up to Siege, it still plays differently. Yes, it's tactical and headshots matter, but it's a 5v5 on a flat map. There's a lot of predictable angles and limited destruction. It's just pure aim and discipline, not environmental strategy like Siege plays. Now, let's get into the real reason that you're watching this video. To understand the problems that Siege faces today, you have to understand what kind of game it really is. Now, obviously, if you're new, you don't really understand how the game works, but if you've been playing for the 10 years that it's been out, you obviously know how the game works. But ultimately, Siege isn't just a simple run-and-gun shooter. It's tactical, it's a destruction-heavy FPS built on extreme precise mechanics, such as one-shot headshots, tight recoil control, destructible walls and floors, lean peeking, and audio-based tracking. Now, obviously, there's so much more, but the reason I bring that up and the reason that I say that Siege is a unique game is because every small advantage, even the tiniest of ones, can completely shift around. And the reason that I'm bringing that up is because it's the reason that it's easily noticed. You see a recoil script, a macro, or an input exploit, it just isn't a small boost. In Siege, it's the difference between winning or losing an entire match. So let's start off by talking about the current state of Rainbow.
Has a cheating problem like crazy. What's out? Horrible.
Oh, look at this. Watching Papa Asmon yell at people on the internet.
I think that's pretty good. It is. That's actually pretty good.
Very cute.
It's so good, yeah.
He's ugly.
No, I don't think it's ugly at all. I think it's nice. It's so nice. Holy shit.
Is here? Really? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I like this.
It looks
emote.
great.
This emote name is
Oh my god.
Asmon Papa Ayaya. I'm very glad to hear that.
Jesus, that is amazing.
I'm very glad.
I
Thank you.
wow.
This
That's
emote is very cute.
actually wow. You solidified your weeb legacy. All right, there
Yeah.
we go. Oh.
Why did the U.S. just cancel its Constellation class frigate? Vendetta is countered by Roadhog. Okay, that's the new hero in Overwatch. The new hero is pretty cool looking. Employee being forced out of the store by the thief and going back around and firing into a Portland. Crazy.
What the matter, home? You not liking how Gambit shuffled the deck?
Honestly, I was just expecting the card tricks from Doctor Strange, not you.
This ain't no trick. It's a daily game I play. And if you want, I could deal you in.
Nah, it's cool. I've always been a go fish kind of guy myself.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Some sort of futuristic sentinel?
No. Spider is a friend, I swear. Please don't blow us up.
I'll take your word, mon petit. But if your robot goes bad, it goes boom, compris?
Yep, we hear you, Gambit. Loud and clear.
Even the Sorcerer Supreme cannot win this battle alone.
Then how about you and me make a little magic together? Eh, Cher?
I will gladly fight by your side, Remy. But nothing more.
That's all I meant. Ain't my fault my accent makes everything sound so suggestive. Should have put you down long ago, Eric. What the matter, home? You not like...
When the score is 3-3 and you're going into double overtime, are you going to come up clutch or fold under pressure? I'm going to show you how to lock in and play smart even when the enemy is playing 2 hard counters. Let's get it. So the first thing you want to focus on, especially when the game is on the line, is playing odd angles, not off. This is when you play in the most unexpected area possible. So when you dive on them, even experienced players are surprised. So it appears that Luna is isolated. So we're going to go for the kill shot, but unfortunately, the Thing has other plans. Now this is very important. The Thing grounds us with his earthbound, and you want to dash back into their spawn. This is a backline breakaway. You're making them choose between going to the point or chasing you. And since it's overtime, they don't have much time, so they're probably going to leave you alone. So now we can read the room and feel the temperature of how much attention we're going to get every time we dive. And the temperature is very hot with the Thing. So we're going to do some backline teasing for the Thing specifically. We're going to take his frontline presence away and make it focused on us. So every time we go in, we're simply trying to get him to turn around, and then we back off. As you can see, he slams us again and we do another backline breakaway. And if you really paid attention, I also had to block Luna's snowball. Your awareness has to be extremely high, because if you get hit with 2 CCs, you're just not gonna live. It's that simple. And are y'all seeing this? I'm just now realizing how fast the Thing's reaction time was. Every time I dove on Luna, he was already there. So we've dove in 3 times in a row now, and the Thing has turned around every single time, and he does it again. They've only got about 6 seconds left, so he has to make the decision. Do I want to keep chasing around Captain America, or do I want to go to the point? And if he doesn't chase me around,
I'm ready to put on a show.
When the score is 3-3.
Yep. Now, maybe we play some games. Let's get into some games. Steam open? Do have Steam open. Join my Discord. Huh, that up. Yes, sorry. Change these settings over here. We're done. Just chatting, or just sleeping, whatever it is we were doing there for a second. Yeah, that medicine just makes me so drowsy. I can't. No matter if I try to keep myself awake or not. Launch, baby, launch. I'm gonna try this 18 versus 18. Yeah, got the Jeff one. Snack attack. Spider-Man one's done. Right. I did this one. Got all those. Any more bad points? Nope, they're all used up right now. I need to join a team. Sign-ups close in 14 days. I gotta get to plat in a week. And then I'll go find a team, and I want to try that tournament. Play some Gambit in this. Maybe I can get a 3K.
Make way for the King of Thieves.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Oh no.
Laissez le bon temps brûler.
Feeling fantastic. My friends are here!
Holy cow, that's crazy.
Ain't ready for Rogue to be a widow. Not yet.
I was fine. Well, thank you.
The moon haunts you, armed and dangerous. If it never falls.
Hell unleashed!
Jeff reloaded.
You thought you got rid of me? Not a chance.
Hell unleashed!
If it never falls.
Never had a chance.
Together to victory.
Us against the world.
Rainbow stands with you!
You thought you got rid of me?
Squirrel.
Not a chance.
The moon haunts you. The moon haunts you. The moon haunts you. Maximum pulse.
Now that's a flop.
Never fall. Double pulse charge.
Ain't nobody seen it.
Gambit never falls. The moon haunts you. The moon haunts you. Supernova!
That's crazy. No, I don't know. 20 assists. Yeah, I got it. All right, what one do I want to do next? Fire fist. Let's do it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. You're in the lead now. Try to make it
Ow! What the heck?
They've come from behind. Still turn this around.
You kidding? No.
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
Stronger than ever.
I just keep getting destroyed. Holy cow.
You're welcome.
No longer a threat.
Armed and dangerous!
Solo has blessed me again.
Ultra Breach Supreme!
Incoming!
Hey, Dee! Enjoy the amplifier! The mood!
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get
You are nothing!
Ow.
Solo has blessed me again.
Get in there! Leave them to Khonshu!
It's party time!
I just get totally destroyed.
Good to be protected. This fight was never yours to win. Time to heal. Well, not bad.
This is real fire! Enjoy the amplifier!
Did I kill 3?
Mortality has its perks.
The moon haunts you!
Hurricane incoming! You get a weapon! You get a weapon! Leave!
You'll fall long before I do.
Covered!
Ashanti's power!
It's fighting time!
I rise in the name of Quinlan.
Judge, jury, executioner! I'm
Can't even make it in.
Only 60 seconds left.
Has its perks. A shield? That'll work.
This is real fire!
I don't want to get.
I rise in the name of Quinlan.
The move!
You're welcome. Hey, Teeny, enjoy the iron fist still burns.
Maximum!
It's crazy. Just chaos mode. Let's see what other achievements I can do, because I probably won't kill 3 people as Iron Fist. Maybe I will. Human Torch. That would be a good one.
I'm kicking off rival. It's your girl.
I got all of those.
Hey,
The Jeff one? There's the Jeff one. Sold out. Let's get a soda, please.
Galacta here.
Let's try to do the supernova.
I'm the brightest in the sky.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Storm Sips unite!
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last. They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around. I am in need of help. They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around.
Storm
You're
Sips
in the
unite!
lead now. Try to make it last.
Still burning bright, baby.
For revenge, I would burn you first.
Did you see that?
Goes that? You. Quite a group of them.
Shields up!
This is real firepower!
Mind the exploding plasma!
Stand down!
Are they all in here?
Armed and dangerous! Again!
Us against the world!
Watch me! Ooh, that felt nice. Supernova! Damn it, never falls! The moon haunts you! Tremble, bit!
Okay, how about we try this again? I serve revenge hot! Don't step on lava!
Tremble before blast!
Let's light this candle.
Disappear!
Tremble before blast!
Hot diggity dog! Ha-ha! Problem solved!
Hell unleashed! Shields up!
Ooh, that felt nice.
This is real firepower!
Mind the exploding plasma!
Armed and dangerous! My favorite time! Stand down!
Let's light this candle.
Make way! Leave them to Khonshu!
Us against the world!
Oh, come on. Why would they do the F thing? It's so stupid.
Seconds left.
Ready to rock, big fella? Day at the spa.
Damn it, never fall! The moon haunts you!
Another epic victory!
I don't think I got 3 kills with that one, but let's see. Try it again.
I'm the brightest in the sky.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around.
Got one in my sights.
Maximum pulse! If it never falls!
That wasn't even hitting me, it was to the left.
My hair's all messed up.
Let the devil out!
Oh, is this one? I couldn't kill anybody with that. Why? Why does it kill anything? Oh gosh. There was the Jeff.
Like a day at the spa. No applause?
Two shot. Yeesh.
My hair's all messed up.
Your powers are mine!
Fire!
The moon never haunts you! Judge, jury, executioner!
What's her name? Needs to leave me alone.
This is real firepower! If it never falls! Fear Magneto! This is real firepower! The moon haunts you!
This lady. Ah, I hate her.
Leave that
What is hitting me?
Man, my hair's all messed up.
If it never falls! Let the devil out! God's might!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh, I didn't get it this time either. Is there another character I could do? Oh, let's see. Iron Fist, Wolverine, Star-Lord I guess I could do. Or Soldier. Ooh, I could do Penny.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
Get a rocket? Maybe a rocket?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around. My dad built Spider for himself, but I feel like I was born to pilot it. Thanks for the boost. Systems restoring. Nine's in place.
Okay, let's try it.
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last. You're up, little one. This is gonna hurt.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
You're up, little one. This is gonna hurt.
Armed and dangerous!
Fire mode. Us against the world. This is gonna hurt. And that's how we do it in Us against the world. Time for some fireworks. Spider for the win. So much better. You know what to do, spiders?
Woo! Never miss!
It's spider time! Powering up.
Oh, yeah, that was stupid.
Another go, spider?
The moon haunts you! The god of thunder! Your powers are mine!
Us against the world! This is gonna hurt.
Let the devil
Maybe less than a chance.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
armed and Spider-Man!
We're back in action. You know what's wrong, spiders? Mine's in place.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Don't count us out yet. Systems restoring.
Enjoy the amplifier!
You're up, little one.
Gambit never falls!
Us against the world. It's time!
Woo! I never miss!
This is gonna hurt.
How did you do that?
Us out yet?
Behold the god of thunder! Let the devil out!
Feel the
Armed and dangerous!
The team is close to winning. Only this is gonna hurt.
The moon haunts you!
Spider for the win.
This shield should do nicely. Second chance.
Time for some fireworks.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Another epic victory.
Okay, I'll check my phone. How are you, lover? No, that's Tylenol. I need ibuprofen. I would have to take a bunch of this. Holy cow. I could take it, but I would have to take a bunch. Try to get Penny again.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. Pretty sure I'm still the coolest player hero in any reality. You're in the lead. Here's the story. Check out these nests. This is gonna hurt. Time for some fireworks.
The moon haunts you!
I'm counting on you, friend. They come from behind. You can still turn this around. Mine's in place. Right now.
This is real firepower!
This is gonna hurt.
The moon!
You're in the lead now. I needed that.
A whip hand! Rise, my friend! Armed and dangerous! Armed and dangerous!
Time for some fireworks.
The moon haunts you!
This is me story.
The moon haunts you! Armed and dangerous! Again! Again!
Time for some fireworks.
A winner! Hands down! You again! It never falls!
Mine's in place.
Leave them to
Disappear!
Damn it, never fall! Fantastic!
This is gonna
Damn it, never fall! Enjoy the amplifier!
disappear! Nice victory.
Armed and dangerous! Haunts you! Fall mutant rise! Rise, my friends!
You know what to do, spiders? Powering up.
The moon haunts you!
That's how we do it in Tokyo. Hurricane incoming! Check out these nests. Mine's in place.
This is real!
You know what to do, spiders? This is gonna hurt.
Armed and dangerous! Again! Damn it, never fall!
It's time!
I get to do Wanda. You know what that means? Get a Ooh, Iron Man would be good. If form.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I never wanted to be Iron Man.
Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. You're in the lead now. Try to make it last. They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around.
Bombs away! I needed that.
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
Powering up. Iron Man operational again. Feeling sharp. Powering up.
This is real firepower!
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
A winning hand!
Powering up.
Give it never fall!
They've come from behind. You can still turn this around.
Tremble before blast! Armed and dangerous! Again! Again!
Bombs away.
Again!
I needed that. Everybody ready? Look out!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! 1,000 cards!
Maximum! Feel the wrath of the goddess! Nobody can hang with the pulse cannon. Powering up. Last
They're not all grouped anymore.
Iron Man operational again.
This is real firepower! The moon haunts you!
I am ready to put on a show.
Never fall!
I'm back. Pulse charge. Feeling good again.
Tremble before blast!
Feel the wrath of the goddess! Whoever put me out last time. Powering up. Saving the world.
Gambit never fall!
One step closer to saving the world.
Winning hand!
Powering up.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Armed and dangerous!
Darn.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Did I hit 4 at least? Horrible. Too much going on. 34 kills with Storm. I have 4. I gotta go back. I gotta find food. Hungry. I've eaten all day. Alright, what cheats? I'm gonna continue with the Iron Man one. You can probably do the Penny Parker one. It's a scourged grenade. Guess that would be his right click, right?
Out of sight.
Iron Man, Iron Man.
I never wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for everybody.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours.
Powering up.
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
Look out below.
They've come from behind.
How did he
You
kiss
can
me?
still turn this around.
I'm gonna find whoever powering up.
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
Look out below. What do I hit next? I'm taking requests.
Stand down.
Crisis averted. I needed that. Powering up. I'm back. Powering up.
Oh, what kind of bull is this?
Us against the world.
Us against the world.
It never falls.
I'm back. That's better.
Rise, my friend.
I wish.
Shields up.
Get on video.
Hi there. Thank you.
Powering up.
That not hit anybody.
Combat capabilities
Don't
enhanced.
mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Everybody ready? Powering up.
Rise, my friend!
One step closer to saving the world.
Plasma? This is real firepower! Pulse charge, fire! You get a weapon, you get a weapon, you get a weapon!
Us against the world!
Another one down. Powering up.
Gambit never falls! Again! Pulse charge, fire! Fantastic! Ha! A win! Gods!
Closer to saving the world.
Another epic victory!
Dude, why is it so hard?
I never wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for everybody.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
Trudy's going to get this all sorted out. All I have to do is build her. Crisis averted. Piece of cake. Powering up.
My friends are here!
Thanks a lot.
Gambit never falls!
I'm back.
The moon haunts you!
One step closer to saving the world.
A nice deep freeze.
That's better. Look out below!
Double KO!
Iron Man, operational again. Look out below!
Let the devil.
Hurricane incoming! You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon! From the seas to the sky!
Tremble before battle!
Hurry up! What do I hit next? I'm taking quest.
Double kill!
Come on.
Iron Man operational again. Anyone say fireworks?
Let the devil. Ow! David never fall!
Supernova!
Your team is close to winning.
Hurry up!
Shields up. Disappear!
That put a spring in my step?
The moon haunts you. David never falls.
Darn it. I don't think I got it there, but we might have hit 3. Yep. Oh, I need 35 more. Not even a skin next. Actually, I need 80 more. Maybe we do one with Punisher and then do our normal game mode and then comp.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
Weapons are tools, and I'm the master craftsman. Smoke up!
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
Now I'm getting mad. Out of sight! I'm good to go. Public out of sight!
Yep.
I I'm not done yet.
You are nothing! Shields up!
Armed and... Out of sight! I re-upped. Maximum pulse!
That's a cool skin. I didn't realize what it was. Oh, hello.
Now I'm getting mad. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Feeling exposed here. Gambit never fall! Now I'm getting mad. Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, I died. Lucky.
Extended my deployment. Smoke up. My favorite time! Let the devil out!
He had to get that kill, didn't he? Yeah.
Maximum pulse! Armed and dangerous! I'm not done yet.
Shield team is close to winning.
Smoke up.
Co-op time.
I'm good to go. Down and out. Gambit never falls!
I don't know if I got it or not. Just throwing smokes every time. It was up. I have no idea how forgiving it is. Hopefully very. I doubt it though. Nah. Alright. That was fun. It is hectic. It reminds me of
I'm kicking off Rivals Day by
Halo
here,
for some reason.
all the rivals. Hey.
Oh, okay.
I'm kicking off Rivals Day by coming Galacta here, giving you
Oh, okay. I'm good on point. Right. Lay down.
This day is all about you and me, Galacta.
Yeah, only 2,800 for both of them. I love it. When do I get this one? This is the last one in the vending. Because it's not here. That's the nameplate. Must be the last one. Must be. But we are here. Here. Kick. How we doing? Back to kick. I forgot to do that. YouTube.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me. Day or night, no monster's getting the best of me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You know, I love your mech. I haven't seen that tech before. It doesn't look like S.H.I.E.L.D. or Oscorp or Alchemax or Stain or Hammer. What is that?
Check the logo. Hold on. Parker Industries.
Parker? As in, he didn't even finish college.
I thought only college dropouts. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Guess I didn't miss all the fun when I was trapped. Hell yeah! Gotta make it. Slice and dice.
Ow.
The hunt is on.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
You never stood a chance. Open season. The hunt is on. I could use this.
You don't need Jeff. I don't need Gambit. I don't need any of these guys.
Slice and dice. Back in the game. This is real firepower!
Cosmic rays didn't make me who I am today. My family did. Feeling fantastic. Feel the pull! Psionic
Mess with the amazing spider!
That was a weird jump. Let me see this.
It's clear I'm still needed here. Force burst. Powering up. Clear the way.
Let the double!
Invisible? No worries. I've got your back. Psionic burst. Fire mode. Feel the pull. Feeling fantastic. A nice deep breath. See them? Right there. Psionic burst. No worries. I've got your back. Psionic surge. Psionic surge. That one hurts. Force burst. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Never falls!
I have a shield. Disappear! Anyone willing to help? Double KO!
I earned my name with every slice of cold steel.
Face the double. I was born ready. I'm cutting in.
The mortals are counting on us to raise it eternal mode.
Silver bullet. The hunt is on. Taste cold steel.
Watch me soar!
Boom, one shot. Cutting in. Let the double. Back in the game. Hospitals and guards!
I'm back, baby.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
These cowards are coming from behind!
Back in the game.
Get that vehicle moving again!
I'm cutting in.
I suck! Free! Need some help!
Can't even. Jeffrey keeps getting old.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Takes a lot more than that to put me down.
The hunt is on. I'm cutting in. Back in the game. I'm cutting in.
You're halfway there. Keep going. Double KO.
Finish the job for you. Go, my children. Hell yeah. 1,000
I think I got my blade achievement done.
I am ready to put on a show.
Takes a lot more than that to put me down. I have suffered severe damage.
Down to 30 seconds. I like the cold.
I was born. The double. That's much better.
Double KO.
Let the devil out! I was born ready for it. Back in the game.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Sweet. Sweet. All right. Got the achievement I wanted. All right. Batteries are dead in this again. These batteries go quick. I'm worried that they're getting towards the end of their life. Yeah, I thought my heated blanket turned off. I can feel it. I have a heated blanket on 24/7. Summer, winter, it don't matter. I need the heat. My legs don't warm themselves up at all. They just feel like bone cold all the time. Stuff to do for heroes. I'll work on Winter Soldier movie. I forgot I needed to Scarlet Witch. I played her a little bit, but not much. Iron Man should be easy in that new game mode. So should Widow, so should Iron Man.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
They're gonna have Spider-Man 2, huh? The Panther
Your
then.
hero or villain, I'm not judging.
Knew it. Let's go silent.
Perhaps we should give these humans good reason to hate and fear us after all.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
How long has T'Challa been playing spaceman out here, Quill?
Long enough to build a pretty powerful intergalactic empire.
I bet he's drawn a lot of attention. The Kree, the Skrulls, the Badoon.
Well, it's a good thing he's got
The
friends.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Bam.
Sorry I'm late. Had to,
Taking charge. I feel like myself again. You cannot stop me. I'm an easy target.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
Double job. Do be more careful next time. You are under my protection. You are welcome.
we have company. You are under my protection. My favorite side!
Against the world!
I feel like
The mission area. Keep going. Can sometimes.
it seems we have company. Kinetic flame. You are under my protection.
Behold! The child! Disappear!
By the eye of Agamotto! Fear Magneto!
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. A boom of life.
Full potential!
Are you back? Welcome back. How's it going? Hi, people.
My people, no matter the
Now we come back! And now we met 3 cards we get!
Many thanks.
But we
Hello.
killed
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Pulse cannon recharging.
Oh, I have heard about.
I ate them all. I'm sorry. We have different ones. We have regular ones.
Oh, there's something else.
Thank you. Good. We have the ones in the red can.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
What are you freaking?
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Go get the red ones. They're in the cabinet. There's plenty.
All day. All day.
I am ready to put on a show.
My favorite time! A winning hand!
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Full potential! Leave them to Khonshu! Do not expect me to do that again.
We were overwhelming for sure.
Another epic victory!
Happy after Thanksgiving Day. How's everybody? It's not Christmas. Look at Jeff. Got Jeff. Got my new Jeff skin. A new Jeff skin. Mm-hmm.
Really cute.
He's an office worker.
I need how many? Oh my.
What's cool about it is you can do costumes, so you can change his outfit eventually with sunglasses, bow tie, collar tie. These ones. You can get a different thing on your tail fin, like up and over. Hey, there's more to unlock.
I like it.
Yeah. So there is a special. I don't know if they have it yet. Probably have to unlock that. Oh, I have to unlock his ultimate ability, but because he's an office worker. Paper, filing cabinets, trash bins.
So what does this house?
No, then it just eats everybody on the map. Not everybody, but in that circle. See, look, you have the ones you like. Throwing a fist and nothing. I'm sorry, I haven't eaten all day. Oh, and I got this skin too.
Yeah, nobody was here to take. Wait, what? You got Captain America skin?
I did.
Oh my gosh! Why does it have?
Huh?
Well, what's his skin?
Steven Steve Rogers. Steve is his nickname. But his skin is called Captain Clintar. That's where the symbiote's from. I have this skin and that's for Captain. I can unlock this one eventually. Yeah, I've been in and out of games and started streaming around too. Yeah. No, it's just that skin. He's got the MVP thing. So
Just call me
this is what he
Captain
does with the
Plutarch.
shield.
Gross, but cool.
Yeah.
What? Can give them a pumpkin head?
They have these too. You can get big heads. Brain blast. I don't know. They're just another waste of money.
Wait, you can make it into a...
Yep.
Thought that was the other one. The business.
Yeah, that's a part of the businessman outfit.
Well, what game have you been?
I've been playing Magneto. I played Blade a little bit.
Some fashionable prizes. Relax here between
Yeah. Yeah. I got the Venom skin, yeah. I need 25 more for that.
I'm kicking off right.
Get mad. Hi. What you doing? For what? Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, hold her for a little bit. Yeah, chat, hang out. Can always play comp later.
I noticed the yellow building is the only building that's not listed.
Yeah. Ah, hey. You got frog. You got your frogas. How was your day? You were out for very long and you were busy. What'd you do? Run around with my mom all day?
All day. Are you muted?
No. Yeah, all kinds of deals there though.
But there was a little debacle with the bathroom. So we would leave there, and I had seen this mom who was also trying to go to the bathroom in there. I was like, "Are you looking for a bathroom?" She said, "Yeah." They told me to go over here to KFC, so we followed her over to KFC to go to the bathroom. And I had asked your mom, "Do you want to come to the bathroom with us?" She's like, "No, I'll just shop by myself." Well, we get back in the store. I think she's around shopping somewhere and like already seen the whole store and she'll be done. And then I see her and she said that after we left, she had to go to the bathroom then all of a sudden and she had an accident in her. Oh, your mic's not muted.
Wow. That's a crazy post, dude.
The symbiote Captain Croc, Captain America in a symbiote costume. Did you know, like, he likes the symbiote stuff? Grabbed his shield and, like, it was super cool, but, like, dark. But, like,
I'll take the heated up Thanksgiving.
Okay.
What are you trying to grab? What are you going for? Want this? Yeah. Corn maze. Corn. No broccoli. No, not that one either. I mean, I'm not a huge sweet potato fan in the first place. I outdid myself with the sweet potato chips at Even Box. Where are you going? Who is this guy? I have no idea who Morgan J. Freeman is. TV producer, filmmaker, human rights. I don't know who this guy is, but I don't know why. Thank you. We're good. We're good, right? Good, right? What? What do you want? What's your baby doing? Yeah, there's Valkyrie news. A little racist there, Valkyrie.
Yes? Please don't retire anytime soon. Please don't retire anytime soon.
Why would I?
I'm just making sure because, you know what I'm saying, I know you're getting to that age, but listen, I always watch your streams. I'm always in there, okay? I'm always showing support.
I can buy your whole bloodline. Like, literally.
You can buy their whole bloodline. That's a little racist saying that to a man of that nationality. I mean, if we can if we have it, I'll take it. Come on. How about you take your phone? Oh, you want this? Here. Use both your hands. Use both your hands. Go. Use both your hands. I'm trying to do my midstream posts. Let's see. Twitch midstream. What? Can you get your froggy? Get your froggy. No. This is a good chewy. This is a good chewy. Yeah, she's chewing. I know, I heard. Milestone birthday.
Yeah, she's turning 40. We're gonna just say she turned 40.
No, what happened? You hurt your lip? Oh. You're okay. Oh, I'm sorry. What happened? You okay? Oh, I'm sorry. Here. Oh, you're okay. You're okay. She bit on this weird and it hurt her. Are you okay? You okay? You're okay. You're okay. Get your froggy. Oh, bear. You're okay. Owie. Okay. Here, do you want this? Oh, you're mad at that. Okay, control. You hurt your gummies. You hurt your gummies. You're okay. You're okay. I'm sorry. You okay? Okay. You hurt your gummies. Your gummies okay? Here's George. Oh. You got it. You did it. You did it. Oh. You want me to sit you down? Oh. Good. What do you want? Oh, you trying to bite my hand? What? What are you doing? You trying to sound forward butter? Tackle that froggy. You eating some frog legs? No gift. Hi. Hi. Okay. got that froggy? You got that froggy? You got that froggy? He says so. Hey, baby. Let's sit you. Sit you down. Got it? Yeah. That poor froggy. You covered in just Mr. Eli. Don't be dumping it on the floor. We'll have to get the vacuum out now. Yeah. Oh, you angry? You're angry. What are you angry about? What? You okay? You miss me? Yeah? What's this? You trying to watch a movie? What? Yeah, the microphone. Remember it? Trying to eat it. Trying to eat the microphone. Oh, turn it on. She's becoming more and more unhappy. The more that it goes by, the more minutes that go by, the more unhappy you get. What's the matter? Matter? Oh, oh. Doing hit the microphone. What else do you want? God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. How you doing? You wanna watch the show? I'll put you over my shoulder so you can watch the show. You like Carrie's Church? She really likes Carrie's Church. You've been peeing on the potty all day? Good job. All day. You haven't worn a pull-up at all. Oh, good job, Bubby.
Oh, guess what?
That's awesome. You're doing a great job. That's amazing.
Oh, and he was holding it.
Yeah, and he just said, "Oh, Mama, I gotta go potty." Awesome. Awesome job. Potty training win. And now you just need to poop on the potty. And you'll be completely out of pull-ups. Yeah, you're amazing. That's great. Oh, did he? Where was it? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what are you doing? Do it. Do beautiful. Got a hammer in your mouth? Take the hammer out of your mouth and try to hurt the... No. 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 What's that? You're a drooler. You're a drooler. Drooling all over the place. Wow! We're going! Got your Forky again. Got your Forky again. Ready to take it? He's saying it hit you. Yeah. She's whacking the microphone. She's not happy at it. Yeah, no, that's not her anymore. That's awesome. I'm glad. Well, yeah, you're always Gabe. Posting that midstream post. Oh, is she upset now? Yeah, you're just gonna tell me to wait. All right, what else do I need to post? I need to post to Insta. Reveal's hot enough, but I'll try it. No, I should be okay. Eli. Your warning. Warning means don't do it again or you're getting your butt beat. Not right now, but you have a warning, and that's why you're not getting your butt beat. No, I'm not. I'm upset that you did that to mom. Yeah, Bubby. No trying to trip mama. That's not nice. It's not being a good boy. Overhead. Insta. Okay. Everything's good. Sharing post. Alright. That's good. Don't have to see any crappy posts anymore, hopefully. You're forced to wear that. Nuns aren't. Oh, this lady's disgusting. Who is she? More comments than likes. What are the comments section? If Obamacare is so affordable, why does it have to be subsidized? December. Royalties linked to Obamacare. Obama has collected this payment since 2010 for a total of $40 million. What? That's crazy. I didn't know that. I don't know if that's true, but yeah, could you give me a soda? You can have one if you want. Just got told no soda at night. Don't know how I feel about that. Oh, okay, yeah. Dunkin' hot coffee. I made it waited too long. Yeah, another 2 minutes. Could you please? Thank you, buddy. news, people.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to.
Yeah, lovey. I missed you too. You were. You were all day out. All day. My mom does that though. She likes shopping like that. I'm sorry. It's a long day. Yeah, that's good.
Tusi TV, your
Yeah,
global
she's
news
tired.
channel. Amaya Tusi and the US Democrats have now been implicated in the investigation over the attack outside the White House a few days ago. We're going to give you guys the latest update on this as we now have more information about the people behind the Afghan attacker. Not just, of course, the couple who were housing him, but who was actually funding these individuals, including the Afghan terrorists. It's time to name and shame some individuals, and it's time to actually expose the problem inside the system and, of course, a party that calls itself democratic. Now, we will get your reaction live. Don't forget, it's Black Friday. Yeah, it's that time of the year again, which means I'm going to have to go bankrupt just to make you guys happy. Yes, 50% off annual memberships of 2CTV Plus if you use the promo code Friday50. Just go on 2c.tv, find the link in the description, Friday50. Now, let's talk about the attacker, the terrorist who has now been charged with a first-degree murder. And we'll find out exactly about his trial and all the information that will come out. But we're going to talk about the couple who were housing him and the family, and also the organizations that were funding the resettlement programs or schemes. Or it's not really a scheme, it was a scam. But these guys are political. They're not just philanthropists. They're not just charitable people. They have a political agenda. So, first, let's talk about Stan Creighton. The Creighton family, the couple, Stan and Valerie. Stan is a founder of the National Vet Associates. It's a massive vet empire that's worth billions of dollars. Alongside Valerie, they took in Rahmanullah Lakanwal and his family, which again we'll discuss the problem with that, when he arrived from Afghanistan. Just as a reminder, he wasn't supposed to be part of Operation Welcome Allies or Allies Welcome. He wasn't a direct helper of the US military side in Afghanistan. He was working with CIA and some guerrilla campaign groups who were against the Taliban, but it wasn't part of it. That's why Joe Biden basically renamed the scheme to allow people like Rahmanullah to get into the United States.
Yeah.
But then they also allowed their families to come without vetting their background. So these guys were housed by Stan and Valerie. Now that's clear. But every single step that I'm going to explain to you guys, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. Firstly, these guys put a roof over the heads of Rahmanullah and his family in Bellingham, in Washington. And they also set up a GoFundMe page. Now, this is the interesting part. There was a GoFundMe page that has now been deleted, despite the fact that Stan and Valerie, and obviously Rahmanullah, they were making money anyway. They were getting paid. Now, we're going to talk about the financial backers, but they also took money from, again, charitable individuals who thought that they should help them. It's a fundraiser. Of course, we're going to have to help all the refugees, all the migrants, right? But did they actually need the money on top of everything else that they were already getting? Where is the money? That aside, Stan and Valerie are not, as I said, just two civilians. They are political people, members of the Democrats, and donors, party donors. FEC records now show that Valerie made dozens of donations over the years to Act Blue, Hillary for America, Obama for America, Joe Ossoff, and Kamala Harris. The Kamala Harris Victory Fund, by the way, if you guys don't remember, the Harris Victory Fund was a very successful fundraising campaign, as you guys can tell, right? There were hundreds of small contributions to not stand out. So you can see $150, $100, $250, $25, $50, $47, $250, blah, blah, blah. And it was regular payments to different types of groups who were all obviously linked to the same cause. Now, nothing wrong with that. People are political.
100.
Of course,
50.
those who are political and partisan Democrats would be doing something as stupid as this. But not only that, again, I will explain the funders behind them. Obviously, it's in the title of the video, George Soros' organizations. But the fact that there was a GoFundMe page that has now been completely removed and deleted. They also received money from random people. These people are rich. They are very, very loaded. Valerie and Stan. They have 900 general practice clinics across the country and a house in Bellingham in Washington that's worth $2.6 million. Now, if they care, they would offer to pay for the funeral costs and the healthcare costs of the 2 National Guard soldiers who were shot by their friend. Are they going to do that? No, because they've now gone into hiding. Valerie and Stan, they've been busy, as you can see, promoting and advocating for open borders, fighting against border security, and fighting against President Trump actually trying to stop this nonsense. Valerie said in 2018, 2/3 of non-religious Americans believe the country has a responsibility to refugees. What responsibility is that? Why? Only a quarter of evangelicals believe the same. I was shocked by this. My husband, who also had his religious family members, was not. So they were already, they were pretty active, politically speaking, for years and years.
Very active.
That's what they also funded and donated to Obama's campaign. But it gets worse because the GoFundMe page is now gone.
Yeah,
that wasn't necessarily needed, was it? Not just because they are rich and if they were generous, they could have just used their own money, but there was already a funding for the settlement scheme. And it goes to World Relief. They are sponsored, these guys, by World Relief, the same organization that sponsored the Afghan family who stayed with Stan and Valerie. That's what Valerie says. The Soros-linked NGO, World Relief, funded the settlement. Again, wow, what a shock. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
But World Relief, this is the problem of the cycle of corruption that just goes round and round. It's basically a cycle of doom. So just remember here, the rich couple who have enough money to be charitable get money from World Relief. Well, the Afghan would get the money. They also have a GoFundMe page. But who funds World Relief? Well, you think George Soros is generous? No, because George Soros and now his son, who's in charge, Alex Soros, at the time it was George, now it's Alex, they also steal money from the American taxpayer. Until recently, because President Trump stopped it. World Relief has received tens of millions of US taxpayer dollars through the USAID in recent years. Tens of millions. Technically, that means, and literally, that means that the taxpayers in the US paid not just for Rahmanullah, but also his family and relatives who just came without being vetted, without knowing they paid. But also, they were hit with a GoFundMe page to then pay again. So double payment. So some people were foolish enough
What are you gonna play?
to do that and to pay. Now Valerie Creighton has now deleted her Facebook page. She and her husband, Stan, now appear to be in Costa Rica. So they're not in America now anymore. Now, there's a lot of connections between them and other members of the US Democrats. That's not going to be obviously.
Yeah, I do love the Curious Church holiday special.
Obviously, but the FBI are escalating and widening the investigation overall. Now, we do have obviously sad updates, which you probably already heard by now, which is that Sarah Beckstorm, one of the
National Guard soldier that died.
Shot, unfortunately, has died.
Well, we found out last night.
The father, Gary, said, "My baby girl has passed to glory. If I don't talk to you, don't be offended. This has been a horrible tragedy." Now, of course, our thoughts and prayers are with the family. President Trump also made a statement.
Still in critical
when he was
condition.
told, just before, obviously, he went to speak to the media and the public, which we can show you now.
Yesterday, we literally had no incidents for many months. It was the safest place imaginable, and this is a different kind of crime. This is a really bad crime. Millions of Americans are praying for those heroes and their families, and I must unfortunately tell you that just seconds before I went on, right now, I heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, started service in June of 2023, outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her parents are with her. It's just happened. She was savagely attacked.
You're good, buddy.
She's now with us. Incredible person.
You go.
Outstanding in
Go
every
away.
single way.
You're
in every
fine.
department. That's horrible. As you know, the other young man.
I've been alone all day.
He's fighting for his life. He's in very bad shape. He's fighting for his life. And hopefully, we'll get better news with respect to him. And
Yeah, I'm good with the noise.
the monster that did this is also in serious condition.
Huh?
But we won't even talk about
What if
him.
Mom wants to hang out with me?
As you may know, DHS has confirmed that the
Yeah. Obviously, it's a sad time for the family, but it's also a
What
sad
if we
time
want to hang
for
out naked?
the lovely people of the United States. This shouldn't happen to soldiers on American soil, in the capital of the country. Now, there has been a lot more reaction here. We have Michael saying, "I have a daughter in the army. I will be crushed." As I said, it shouldn't. His wife and his son, Alex,
Yeah, that's.
would.
It's just sad.
Trump crashed out on Thanksgiving. He did. He crashed out on Thanksgiving, and it was a big day for him yesterday. It was a very, very big day. A very happy Thanksgiving salutation to all of our great American citizens, patriots. It's so nice allowing our country to be divided, disrupted, carved up, murdered, beaten, mugged, and laughed at, along with certain other foolish countries throughout the world for being politically correct is just plain stupid whenever it comes to immigration. The official United States foreign population stands at 53 million people census. I guess that probably, I don't know if that includes like all the illegals, it's probably hard to say. Most of which are on welfare from failed nations, from prisons, mental institutions, gangs, or drug cartels. So what he's saying is that there are over 26 million people here from foreign countries that are on welfare or mentally ill. I say send them back. I'm gonna be honest, it's probably way more. Yeah, we gotta send them back. Like, what is this? And yeah, how are they on welfare? I mean, because again, he's talking about people that are foreign born, not people that are illegal aliens, right? So yeah, and where's the rest of this here? Beautiful hearts. What's this here? They and their children supported through massive payments from patriotic American citizens. So I'm really glad Trump is saying this. Is that the amount of money that I think that we end up spending on a lot, like in my opinion, like if somebody comes to the U.S. and they're living here and they're not doing like an essential job,
Mhm.
and like they're not a citizen, right? They're like just a resident or something like that, and they're a net negative taxpayer, they need to go back
I
home.
don't know. The noodles the day after are very good.
Is like
They're
they need to
very
go
like
back home.
flour tasting.
Because like, why is it that we have people in here that we're
Nah,
paying
the
money
noodles
for
aren't
and they're
good.
not even our fucking people? It's such a dumb thing.
I don't like the
fucking do.
flour
Like, what do
taste.
you mean? Yeah. So anyway, so he's really like, finally, people are thinking.
Like it's
this,
okay, but
which
it's
is
like very
thank God
floury.
They put up with what's happened to our country because they've been eating them alive to do so. A migrant earning $30,000 with a green card will get roughly $50,000
You like the
in
noodles?
yearly benefits for their family. That's crazy. A real migrant population is much higher. The refugee burden is a leading cause in social dysfunction. Damn.
No, it's okay.
The refugee burden is a leading cause of social
Yeah,
dysfunction
next time I don't
in
want noodles,
America.
unfortunately.
Something
Usually it's my
that did not
favorite part,
exist after
but they were already so thick
Oh
and
my
like
God.
they just sucked up all the broth, and then you could just taste the flour.
Damn, I mean, I totally agree. I 100% agree with them. I
What is
completely
this?
agree. I'm like, damn, this fits for their family.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, it's just like every year it's different. Some years it's better than others. I always like them usually, but especially like while we're having Thanksgiving. Usually the day after, I'm not a big noodle fan.
We have people in here that we're paying.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Paying money for, and they're not even our fucking people. It's such a dumb thing to fucking do. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, so anyway, so he's really like, finally, people are thinking this, which is like, thank God. They put up with what's happened in our country because they've been eating them alive to do so. A migrant earning $30,000 with a green card will get roughly $50,000 in yearly benefits for their family. That's
Wow.
crazy. A real migrant population is much higher. The refugee burden is a leading cause in social dysfunction. Damn. The refugee burden is a leading cause of social dysfunction in America.
Mm-hmm.
Something that did not exist after World War. Oh my God.
Yep.
Damn.
Very true,
I
though.
totally agree. I 100% agree with him. I completely agree. I'm like, I didn't even know you could vote for this. Thank God. Holy shit. Thank God. I've been waiting on this for a while. Yes, and so anyway, this post's written by Stephen Miller. Well, he cooked, I'll tell you that. And as an example, hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping that they will not be left alone. So I don't know, like, whether that's true or not. I mean, maybe it is. This is my outlook is like, you got a bunch of Somalians living in your fucking country. They're not even Americans. They're not even citizens. And they're costing you money. I say send every single fucking one of them back. How's that even a question?
Exactly.
What are we talking about?
Let them make their
Like,
own
how could
country
you
safe.
not think that? How could you, like, you think that we have an obligation to have these people in the country and just give them money forever? What are we talking about? What do you mean? Like, are you retarded? Well, speaking of retarded, seriously, this is from the President of the United States, by the way. This is the President. This is not me. This is the President. The seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing either through fear, incompetence, or both, while the worst, quote, congressman/woman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in her swaddling hijab. Bro, this Steve Miller absolutely wrote this.
Yeah.
Bro, he just letting it out. He just went and said it. Yeah, this is definitely, bro. This is a Stephen Miller production 100%. Remember whenever Trump said, well, you can't be too honest about what you think about him. And everybody started laughing. Yeah, bro, he put this in. Yeah, he did that himself. And so anyway, who probably came to the United States illegally in that you are not allowed to marry your brother. There's a lot of people that think that she married her brother to get into the United States. This is like,
There's
I don't
some
really see
evidence
proof of this.
towards it.
People say it's true. I don't know
There's
if it's
some.
true or not. Does nothing but hatefully complain about our country, its constitution, and how badly she's treated when her place of origin is a decadent. Wait, what? when her place of origin is a decadent, backward, crime-ridden nation, which is essentially not even a country for lack of government, military, police, and schools. Bro, he just went and called it a shithole. I mean, like, true. There's documentation that proves it. Well, here's the thing, right? If Trump, if she married her brother to get into America, why is she still here?
They need to get her out.
Why is she still
hearing
here?
her.
If this is actually true, why can't Trump just say she committed immigration fraud and deport her?
She is the
That's what
most
I would
annoying voice ever, too.
Trump cooking her hard.
Yeah, this Ilhan Omar's voice is horrid. Like nails on a chalkboard bad.
Somalian fucking congresswoman who sits around and talks about being for Somalia first and talks about how bad America is. I would tell you the optics on that bitch getting deported, oh my God, I would be so happy.
Yep.
I would be, well, it would be the best day of my life. Well, not really, but it'd be the best day of the week
Then
for
all
sure.
the
I tell you
Somalians
that. Deport her.
back
Yeah,
to
I mean, I wouldn't
Somalia.
say deport her if she didn't do anything wrong and she's a citizen. Of course, you can't deport her. But if she did actually marry her brother, can't you figure this out? You're the president, right? Trump isn't a king. Well, I mean, but who in the government would be against deporting somebody who committed marriage fraud by marrying their brother to come into the country to complain about the country and talk about how bad it is? Like, imagine being on the other side of that. Like,
Literally
if you're on the other
everybody
side of that, you
else
hate the
on her
country.
side.
It's just that simple. So, yeah. And she was already a citizen. She married him for him to be a citizen. Well, then they should deport him, right? That's it. Democrats would? Yeah, I guess so, right? But, like, that's my outlook on it. I would love to see people like that deported. I think that they're not Americans. They're they're parasites.
Yep.
Parasites that come to our country, take our benefits, complain about the fucking culture, try to change it to where they came from. They don't assimilate. They don't like our values. I know, bro. Like, they gotta go. Absolutely, they gotta go. I don't know why anybody would think that. Like, imagine, and what's so crazy is that America and some places in Europe have this mindset where it's like, oh no, we have to let this happen. No, you don't. You go to China and you complain about everything in China. You're gonna be lucky if you leave. You go to Russia, you complain about everything in Russia, and you're on government welfare. You're gonna be lucky if you leave. You go to any of these Middle Eastern countries, you'd be lucky if you leave. So why is it, bro? Like, absolutely not. Like, I don't want people coming here that causing all that problems. Deport them both. Yeah. Can you explain America in WoW terms? It's the alliance. The horde is. I remember I used to, like, back during the Middle Eastern war. I used to call Afghanistan the horde. But now we're not really at war with them anymore. So I don't really know who the horde would be now. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. And lynching used to be punishment. I don't know about fucking lynching. That's a bit much, right? But only left parties in Europe are saying this. Exactly. Well, there's too many people that see that, right? There's way too many people that say that. And maybe Russia is the horde now, right? Maybe that's it. And so yeah. Anyway, I don't know why you would have any of those people in there. I'm gonna be honest. Like, really, it's crazy that that's even a question. So yeah, the Burning Legion, exactly. I don't know why people would want to come here and deal with those blue-haired retards because they get free money. That's it. Just like on Twitter, 90% of accountants and foreigners talk as if they are Americans and changing what people think and the majority hear things. Yeah, I mean, again, like, it's crazy how Americans put up with this. And like, there's some Americans that are so cucked and they think that like it's their obligation to bring in every third worlder that hates their country and then give them money infinitely.
Are you ready to get out?
It's just fucking retarded. And hopefully,
you know, it's in my lap. I can't hold you right now, buddy. My legs hurt, but I can get you out.
Was in Afghanistan, like fucking migrant or something like that.
Yeah. Do you want anything else to eat?
This is the number of Afghanistan refugees that I think that we should have in the country.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just go ahead. I'm gonna show you guys what it is.
Yeah. What else do I eat?
That's the number that should be in the country. That's where I'm at. That's my goal, right? That's the number, literally 0, right? And so yeah, it's just that simple. Yeah, it gives some momentum now. Yeah, and I've been saying this. The thing is, I've been saying this for a while, and nobody wanted to listen. The members in the EU can't actually deport illegals. It's due to legal reasons. What do you mean legal reasons? Who's going to hold Germany accountable? Who's going to hold France accountable? You think the EU is going to get together and take away all France and Germany's money? No, if the people of the countries there want it, if there's enough people in the country that want it, you got to remember Poland is part of the EU and they deport people constantly. So the fact is that, like, if a country really wants to do it, they can do it.
Eli wants to get out of there so he doesn't fall asleep.
And the rules are only as strong
I
as
see it
the
in his
enforcement
eyes.
mechanism.
I
So
see the
if you can't
sleepiness.
enforce a law on a country, then
I
effectively
see the
that law
squint.
doesn't really exist
I see
to
the
that country,
sleepiness in his
right?
eyes.
Like, you could say that, oh, well, you shouldn't be doing this, but if they're doing it, then that's all there is to it.
You want him in the
So, yeah,
high chair for chip?
because of legal reasons? Yeah, fuck that. Check out Trump's News Truth Post. Rip Biden.
I guess.
quotes. Well, anyway, please don't. If you deport them, they'll come to Canada. Well, hey, y'all got to get your shit together. And so anyway, even as we progress technologically, immigration policy has eroded those gains
Here,
and
let's
living
get your
conditions
shoe
for
off.
many. This is the big one. All right, here we go. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover and terminate all of the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe Biden's autopin, and remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States.
Better win.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Like, oh my God, I can't believe this. It's pretty vague. Good.
Well, I'm pretty full right
Get rid
now.
of more of them. Like, you think if somebody's a net negative, then what do you mean by that? Like, how is that even a question? And so anyway, end all, what's this here? Incapable of loving our country, end all federal
that's
benefits
easy.
and subsidies to non-citizens of our country. Oh my
You're able
God.
to take my plate.
And he's just tapping away.
Keep it
He's sitting
at it.
there on Thanksgiving. He's sitting there on Thanksgiving doing this shit. God damn. He going in on this. And so anyway, to non-citizens, denaturalize.
This is a wigworm baby now.
What? Denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility. Duh, of course. Like, yeah, obviously. Yeah, somebody's coming here starting trouble. What the fuck are we talking about letting them stay around here? And deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization in caps. Gentlemen, what are you doing? I used to pray for
You went
times
out
like
now.
this.
Okay. Let me put my
I did
tea up.
not even know you could vote for this. If he delivers on this, I will be so happy. I really would be. Like, this is going to be amazing. It is. Did you guys? I mean, like, this is the same shit I've been saying. Like, I've said every single one of these 50 times. Thank God. And do you change your mind about him being limp dick now? Yeah, I'll change my mind about him being limp dick when he doesn't. When he
He's had
doesn't.
enough of the patience.
When I see people that are here illegally, that are, or not even illegally, but people who are residents here who are causing trouble, that hate America, and I see Trump deport their ass, then maybe I'll vote for him for the third term, right? But until then, it's not going to happen. Surprised he hasn't mentioned using them as batteries yet. That's going to be soon, right? And so, you tired of winning yet? I'm tired of talking about winning. I'll tell you that. I'm tired of talking about winning. And Trump loves to talk about winning. He loves talking about winning. I don't give a fuck about that. I want to see the winning. I want it to happen. You got to bring home the bacon. That's it. So, yeah, can the UK become
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
51st state? Oh, right. Oh, now you guys are coming back to us now. Oh, I see how it is now. And we need to tell him he won't do it, just like Obama when he was the president, inspiring him to do so. Yeah, exactly. Like, it should have happened. Big talk, no walk. Exactly. I'll believe it when I see it. But like, these goals will be pursued with the aim of achieving a major reduction in illegal and disruptive populations. Disruptive populations, oh my God, including those admitted through unauthorized and illegal autopin approval process. This is it. Only reverse migration can fully cure this situation. Other than that, happy Thanksgiving to all, except those that hate, steal, murder, and destroy everything that America stands for. You won't be here for long.
I love it.
Oh my God. Now, this is, I really think this might be the most based post he's ever made. I am so happy about this. I really am. Like, this is the kind of shit, like, if he actually does this, I'm going to be so happy. Let me see, because I think I pulled this up. I saw it. I didn't really read the whole thing. But where is it? The post about this had, like, fucking 400,000 views, right? I think it did. Let me go back and double check. I'll see where, because he's been posting a little bit more recently. Let me see. Yeah, people are very happy about this. Third term incoming? Well, we'll see what it says. Yeah, right there. 387,000 likes. And it's just one big fucking paragraph. That's the president right there, gentlemen. The only thing I'm surprised about is that everything isn't in caps lock.
Yeah, true.
Duarte-ass speech? Yep, that's right. Welcome back. And text wall? Yep, exactly. Give me a Venezuelan style summary. Yeah, when you were first president implemented the Muslim ban, I thought you were racist and cruel for the sake of being cruel. I was wrong. You were just trying to keep us safe. Oh boy. So thank you, Mr. President. Happy Thanksgiving to you too. I can confirm Tim Walz is retarded. So basically, Trump, I swear to God, like, this is like if you were to take like an AI and generate a president that would do things based off of my stream, it would generate a statement like this. He called Tim Walz retarded. He said that all the people that aren't citizens should get kicked out. If they're not making us money, we're going to kick them out. And, you know, like all these other countries that they're coming from are shitholes. Let's see, besides that, like, yeah, really, this is like, bro, if I were to write this, this is what I would have written. That's it. And so, yeah, I'm glad to see this. You forgot to say he hates women, though? Yeah, of course, right? And we're bringing back retarded? Absolutely, we are. And I've said this before. Obviously, we're bringing back retarded. That's the case. And I'm very, very happy to see this. Obviously, you know, there's, I'm sure, some people that are crying about it. Let me read some of the posts about it and see what they're saying. If there's anybody who's crying and getting mad. To be honest, there's posts like this from years ago. He did nothing. I know, it's true. This post is a nuclear bomb. Holy shit. It really is, man. We are going to do fucking nothing. I agree with that, but I still have to hold out a little bit of hope, right? I do agree that he's probably not going to do shit. And this is the greatest tweet of all time. My president just publicly called somebody retarded on Thanksgiving. As I said, boys, like, whatever the odds are of him saying the N-word, they just doubled. They've already doubled. Like, now, like, I feel like it's not a matter of if he's going to say the N-word. It's a matter of when he's going to say the N-word. It's going to be crazy. To you, which are third world countries, the Middle East and UAE are more advanced than living bear in the USA? To you, which countries are third world country? You think I thought Saudi Arabia is a third world country? Saudi Arabia is great. You think I think Dubai is a third world country? What the fuck? No, nobody's thinking about Dubai. We're fine with that. Yeah, they want to come over here. We go over there. Everything's
Iraq,
fine.
Iran.
No, we're talking about places like fucking Somalia, right? I mean, like, let's be honest. Like, that's it. That's what you mean. Yeah. I could probably think of a few more. I don't want to be rude to the people that live in those countries, but Mexico, I wouldn't really say Mexico. Pakistan, maybe Pakistan, right? Haiti, yeah, Haiti. Yeah, I don't want people coming in from there. Damn, fuck no. And so, yeah.
We already had the Haiti wave.
Not Brazil. Brazil's a nice place. Absolutely not. Send us to Dubai. Dubai's not a country? Well, either way, I'm saying like UAE, whatever. I think he put that on the list. That's why I said it. And actually, I did actually think it was a country. But either way, you know, like, that's not obviously what we were thinking about. I wouldn't even say Iran isn't even really a third world country. Like, I mean, it's got a dumbass government, but like the people there are very well educated in some cases, and you know, it's not like they're dumb. So yeah, but Pakistan, maybe Pakistan, I don't know. You know, like, I've heard that they have a big problem with like marrying like cousins and shit. So it's hard to say. But anyway, Pakistan has nukes. Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah, holy fucking shit. And so, oh, I saw this.
It's pretty funny. Well, I think it's funny, at least. All the illegals, they still think we're stuck with them? No, no, no. You're about to be stuck in here with us. Clock is ticking. Could be a soft tick, could be a loud one, hard to say. A word of advice, though, I'd scream if I were you. Skedaddle.
Oh, cool.
Vamoose, leave.
Looks like Jack.
Obviously, it is obviously a fucking, it's AI, but like, it's really funny.
While you still can,
Yeah.
Alligator Alcatraz is just the beginning. Next up is Shark Shawshank. Sharks, very dangerous, not the most reasonable of beasts. Some of you have seen the Discovery Channel and know what I'm talking about. Shark Week, very exciting. We'll live stream escape attempts, justice and economic stimulus in one. Rikers with grizzly bears is an option as well. We could use a snappier name, but the concept is strong to very strong in a big way, quite frankly. It's pretty funny. Well, I think it's funny.
You can't tell if it's AI?
All the illegals, they still think we're stuck with them. No, no, no. You're about to be stuck in here with us. Clock.
It's hard to tell sometimes.
God. And so, yeah, strong to very strong. Exactly. AI. The thing is that today it's AI. Next week it might be real. That's the problem. Next week, yeah, you could have told me this wasn't AI. I want this to be real so bad. I know. But, yeah, I did see that. Well, anyway, yeah, a lot of people say Tim Walz is retarded, calls out otherwise nice people have done nothing to confront society destroying scourge of mass migration. This is his best tweet of all time. I really think that this is a generational tweet. The seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz. I love this. Oh my God. So yeah, anyway, is any of this going to happen? I mean, I don't really know if it is or not, but there's also more of this too. Let's see if I can find, this is some other, no, this is something else different. And, oh yeah, here's another one. The U.S. didn't attend the G20 in South Africa. South Africa, the government, like it's, you know, y'all remember this, right? Like that was a bad day for him. I'll tell you, that was a really bad day for him. So yeah, we need Trump on your stream. Maybe you're right. Scott Wilson immediately cutting off all federal benefits to illegal aliens, preserving them for citizens only.
I've been like a Discord call.
What? Nah, no way. Oh my. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is immediately cutting off all federal benefits to illegal aliens, preserving them for citizens only per President Trump's orders. I was told illegals got zero taxpayer benefits. Democrats lie again. Treasury announced that it would issue proposed regulations clarifying the refunded portions of certain individual tax income tax benefits are no longer available to illegal and other non-qualified aliens, covering the earned income tax credit, the additional child tax credit, so that way they don't come here and have a bunch of fucking kids, American Opportunity Tax Credit. See, that's it. See, there's the word, American. They're not Americans. And the Savers Match Credit. There we fucking go, guys. It's not even Christmas. It feels like it is. I'll tell you that.
Great.
Why fuck were illegals getting tax credits?
Change.
It's you get a I-10. It's an individual tax identification number, and you can file your taxes through that if you are a non-resident alien in the country. That's what goes to the IRS in most cases. And if like, I mean, again, those are just, bro. Like I have read fan fiction on DeviantArt that has more truths in it than some of those I-10 reports, right? From everything that I've heard from, you know, again, my dad worked on these, so he knows, bro, these people would just be writing up bullshit. They'd be writing up bullshit and that's it. Will it pass on Congress? I don't know. None of this is available to illegals anyway. You can't apply for any federal stuff. If you're illegal, it's all just a nothing burger. That's not really true. And also the other thing too is that, like, if you looked into it and you saw how they actually got the benefits, you'd know that the majority of them are also doing it through some form of you know, asylum program or some other bullshit. And so there's a lot of ways that it happens, and let it pass. Yeah, and also this is the other thing, is that if anybody ever tells you not that this is a bad thing because illegals aren't even getting any benefits, if illegals aren't getting any benefits, then why is it a problem if this passes? You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Why is this a big deal if it passes, if it's not even a problem to begin with, right? It's like if you go and you make unicorns against the law,
be a problem.
like, why would anybody be against that? There aren't any unicorns. So really, why is it that you don't want that to happen? You're not supposed to think about that? Yeah, exactly. And so it's just common sense. And we're thinking it's asinine? Yeah, it absolutely is. A load of illegals work for farmers as well as they don't. Fruit pickers, etc. Farmers help cover them up. Absolutely, they do. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens, and it's been real bad too. My wife's an illegal, and she's able to do taxes and files it under singles. Will she no longer be able to do that anymore? I'm honestly curious. Your wife's an illegal. Well, your wife isn't an illegal because she's your wife. So if you're a citizen and you're married to her, she's a citizen, as far as I know. So yeah, Trump go off on a reporter. No, I haven't seen that. But anyway, so this is it. How they've been given illegals, betrayed America. I mean, again, like, I voted for this. Thank fucking God, man. And I'm very glad to see this. And if they're actually getting rid of all these benefits and everything, Trump's Thanksgiving plan, this is crazy. Trump's Thanksgiving post outlines reverse migration plan. Damn. We really out here, huh? Y'all believe that? Oh my God. Marriage is guaranteed citizenship? Well, it's residence or something like that. I don't know about the details, okay? Like, I've never married a non-citizen, so I'm not really sure. But it's just kind of what I've heard, you know, off and on. Marriage is automatic citizenship because people don't file for their spouses. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Announced to be canceling 92% of the Joe Biden executive orders. Wait, what? Wait, so now he's canceling the executive orders? Did he just decide to start working? Any document signed by Sleepy Joe Biden with AutoPen, which was approximately 92% of them, is hereby terminated. What? Is hereby terminated and of no further force or effect. The AutoPen is not allowed to be used if approval is not specifically given by the President of the United States. The radical left lunatics circling Biden around the beautiful Resolute desk in Oval Office took the presidency away from him. I am hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden because the people who operated the AutoPen did so illegally. Joe Biden was not involved in the AutoPen process, and if he says he was, he will be brought up on charges of perjury. What?
Wow.
What?
That's huge. Trump is reversing 92% of all executive orders that Joe Biden signed with the AutoPen. Well, any documents signed by Sleepy Joe Biden with the AutoPen, which was approximately 92% of them, is hereby terminated and of no further force or effect. The AutoPen is not allowed to be used if approval is not specifically given by the President of the United States. The radical left lunatic circling Biden around the beautiful Resolute desk in the Oval Office took the presidency away from him. I am hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden because the people who operated the AutoPen did so illegally. Joe Biden was not involved in the AutoPen process, and if he says he was, he will be brought up on charges of perjury. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Huge.
Oh my God. Okay. Okay, finally.
Good.
Finally. See, what? You should have done this in like January. Like, this should have been on day one.
Yeah, I think they needed proof. And that's what they were doing this whole time, was finding proof.
Be horrible. Hey, bro, like, whatever it takes to have him do this, I'm happy. He randomly ulted. What the fuck? Yeah, he ulted. He saved his ult for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, Trump saved his ult for Thanksgiving, is what has been said.
He was planning this, or he just decided.
Because this is another thing that Trump posted. Hang on. A very happy Thanksgiving salutation to all our great American citizens and patriots who have been so nice in allowing our country to be divided, disrupted, carved up, murdered, beaten, mugged, and laughed at, along with certain other foolish countries throughout the world for being politically correct and just plain stupid. When it comes to immigration, the official United States foreign population stands at 53 million people census, most of which are on welfare, from failed nations or from prisons, mental institutions, gangs, or drug cartels. They and their children are supported through massive payments from patriotic American citizens who, because of their beautiful hearts, do not want to openly complain or cause trouble in any way, shape, or form. They put up with what has happened to our country, but it's eating them alive to do so. A migrant earning $30,000 with a green card will get roughly $50,000 in yearly benefits for their family. The real migrant population is much higher. This refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America, something that did not exist after World War II. Failed high schools, high crime, urban decay, overcrowded hospitals, housing shortages, and large deficits, etc. As an example, hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope that they will be left alone. The seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing, either through fear, incompetence, or both. While the worst Congressman woman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in her swaddling hijab, and who probably came into the USA illegally and that you are not allowed to marry your brother, does nothing but hatefully complain about our country, its constitution, and how badly she is treated. When her place of origin is a decadent, backward, and crime-ridden nation, which is essentially not even a country for lack of military or of government, military, police, schools, etc. Even as we have progressed technologically, immigration policy has eroded those gains and living conditions for many. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover, terminate all of the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe Biden's auto pen, and remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving our country. End all federal benefits and subsidies to non-citizens of our country, denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility, and deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. These goals will be pursued with the aim of achieving a major reduction in illegal and disruptive populations, including those admitted through an unauthorized and illegal auto pen approval process. Only reverse migration can fully cure this situation. Other than that, happy Thanksgiving to all, except those that hate, steal, murder, and destroy everything that America stands for. You won't be here for long. He literally pressed the Q button and oh no, it shattered, like literally into thousands of pieces. Oh, why did it fall? Yeah, it's okay. I need a bag though. What? Sure. It's okay. You like to move it. Go potty. Woodpecker.
Oh, you're gonna go play in your room. Who, me? Well, I'm gonna lay the baby down.
Because it's very special, mommy. So you can't set on me with the baby.
You can go play. I'm gonna try to go lay her upstairs in my room, okay?
Okay, maybe you will come up my room too. Okay. After.
What are you gonna play?
Lego.
Okay.
Mom, I got my snap for you to play it. What? Hey, you want to come in my room?
Really? On what?
Coming around the corner from myself. That's weird. Yeah, I heard that. Or some of it. Most of it. Good day, huh? Arm shattered into like 4 different pieces. I don't know why it fell. Just because of how wiggly the desk is. I need to figure something different out. Okay. Fix my desk somehow. Sure, you're okay. I can't help you with that one right now. It's cool. Amazing. Finally. Yeah. Yeah, most. Yep. Yeah, it's the defense I have an issue with. you can't defend Biden's presidency at all. That it was ignorance and like just like turning a blind eye the entire time. Everybody ignored the fact that his health was declining, which it had been for quite a while. Yep. They just knew they had control over what he was doing, and no, AutoPen's a real thing. It just duplicates the signature of the president. Yep. Whatever they wanted without his approval. And that's illegal, obviously. Get refilled next week. Well, he might have known, but he wasn't consciously aware. Like, he probably doesn't remember half the stuff that he did in office. Being as he is such mental decline right now. Or he's in such mental decline. You know, I guess. can't tell if it's glass or which. No, that's a piece of glass. Glass work. Oh yeah. You better relax. I don't. I know. I didn't do trash bags, but go lay the baby down and whatnot. This little vacuum cleaner is awesome. It actually works surprisingly. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Grab me a soda too while you're up there. That you have hands. Sorry, got distracted. Right. You take a sip every time you deliver me one, don't you? Thank you, love. You wanted a little soda, but not all the soda. I figured you would. All right.
You know, I had enough of this shit.
Zach
Yep, that's
movie.
it. The content president, exactly. And so, SCOTUS ruled presidential immunity, so I don't know what you're expecting.
We stole
We'll see what
strawberry
happens.
from my mom and
That's
take
what
it.
I'm expecting. See, the Supreme Court and everything like that, you know, maybe that's going to work. Maybe it's not. And he can certainly put him through hell. I'll tell you that. Now, I don't, in my opinion, I don't think that Trump should bring Joe Biden up on charges. I just don't think so. He's in his 80s. He's got
I'll let the man
advanced
die.
cancer.
Yeah.
Just let the man rest, right? Let him just fucking like
Die without any more headaches.
What he's saying, right? I mean, if it matters what he was saying, then I mean, he wouldn't have needed to use the auto pen. Like he just he's out of it, bro. Like he's disconnected. So yeah, it'll be the message, I guess. So he was taken advantage of. Yeah, I don't really want. Honestly, I don't really want to see that. But I would rather see somebody willing to do that than somebody willing to get pushed around. I'll tell you that. Even though I really wouldn't want to see that, if you want me to be honest. I always kind of like. I mean, again, like I never really disliked Joe Biden. Like I disliked his policies, but I like I like the way he acted, right? Like he reminded me about people that I grew up with, right? He an asshole. He's just I don't know, like he's a Southern asshole. And I just really, you know,
Hello, Harry ain't Southern.
I like that, right? I like that. And so that's it. And a horrible take, he sucked. I didn't say he was a good president. I just said that I liked him as an individual, right? I thought he was a charismatic, nice guy, right? That's it. And again, also, he's 80 years old. 50 years of public service, let the man rest. But anyway, that doesn't matter, right? Does that matter? No, it doesn't. So we got this right here. So he's undoing Joe Biden's auto pen. Wow. Is this... Is not play the video. Tonight's last grooming can be shaved. Oh, there it is here. This is the other big one. And yeah, wow. And then so this is part of the horrendous airlift in Afghanistan. Hundreds of thousands of people poured into our country, totally unvetted and unchecked. We will fix it, but we will never forget what crooked Joe Biden and his thugs did to our country. Yeah, none of these people should have got invited into the country. It's crazy that people even thought that was okay.
Shouldn't have.
Is nuts, bro. 92% is such a shocking amount. The reason why a lot of it was a shocking amount is that Joe Biden issued a bunch of presidential pardons at the end of his presidency that were to, and I'm assuming this is why, which, I mean, honestly, I don't even disagree with Joe Biden about this. I thought this was a good thing that he did, where he pardoned a bunch of people that were in jail for non-violent offenses for, like, marijuana possession and stuff like that. That's why, for example, Joe Biden had a bunch of pardons, like, way more pardons than anybody else. So, like, that's probably
part of the reason, but not the full one.
Joe Biden did that. So, yeah. Did he do that, though? Well, I don't know. And, I mean, obviously, like, pardons shouldn't go through if it wasn't done by the president, sure. But, like, yeah, in the thousands, exactly. It's bullshit. Yeah, exactly, it is. Like, those people should have never been in jail, and it's a waste of our money. Like, we should be putting people that are stealing shit in jail, not people that smoke weed. Like, really, I mean, you think about, like, your
average stoner compared to your average thief.
Is like you're trying to put
stoner, like make him pay a fine or something like that.
While somebody else is breaking into cars. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're dumb as hell. It's a tier list, right? Exactly. Yeah, you only got so many spots in the prison right now, so you better put the people that are the biggest problems in there. Yep. So yeah, priorities are ass backwards. Absolutely. So yeah, the pardon for Hunter, Joe probably signed personally. Yeah, I would expect that, right? I definitely would. They pardon white-collar crimes for insider trading, too. Yeah, Trump's done that, too, to be fair, right? But, you know, it's just, yeah, it's a big club. You're not in it, right? It's one of those things. That's what I think, at least it is. But either way, reverse migration. So we have gone from diversity being our strength to reverse migration in 1 year.
Awesome. No, good choices.
1 year.
Awesomely good choices.
How the fuck? But y'all really think about this? Like, in 1 year. Holy shit, what a year. And I heard that word before.
Seriously.
Yeah, bro, like, this is, he bringing it out. And it's a year too long, I know.
Trump came in like a wrecking ball.
Is that not colonization? Well, by bringing a bunch of people here, I'm not even really sure. But
yeah, Miley Cyrus style.
I was talking about this. So remember when I said that Adolf Hitler was coming back?
They need to make that like
apparently...
Trump in the wrecking ball. Right. I can probably AI him generate it.
I didn't mean it like that. Actually, I didn't mean it like this, right? I did not. But there's a guy literally named Adolf Hitler, and he won an election. That's his name.
Need a minute.
Yeah, I didn't think that was what. Like, I mean, the people are memers, I guess. Like, yeah, he said.
What are you doing? You watching Zach?
Wow. Is this? Is not play the video. Tonight's last grooming can be shaved. Oh, there it is here. This is the other big one. And had a bunch of pardons, like way more pardons than anybody else. So like that's probably. So yeah, the pardon for Hunter.
No, good choices.
1 year. What I said before, I was talking about this. So remember when I said that Adolf. And I heard that word
Yeah,
before.
seriously.
Yeah, bro. Like this is he bringing it out. Well, by bringing a bunch of people here, I'm not even really sure. But
Yeah, Miley
also,
Cyrus
what I said
style.
before, I was talking. And I heard that word
Yeah,
before.
seriously.
Yeah, bro. Horrendous thousands of people poured into our country. Horrendous. The other big one. And yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really. Really. Oh, what?
Said his dad didn't know a Nambian politician, Adolf Hitler Unana, has won a re-election in his northern consistency. I did not see that coming. Yes, you're proud of that? Yeah, I bet. Netflix adaptation cooked with this one. Kanye West wasn't singing about the old white one. He was predicting the new black one. AC/DC, Back in Black. Oh my God. And so that's an unfortunate name. So they even bring him back Adolf Hitler literally, right? And yeah, against all odds. How do you think he feels about Israel? Don't ask. Don't ask. And anyway, so that's been what happened. And I've gone and it broke out the wrong texture pack. Yeah. And so anyway, he also has a mustache. He does. What kind of mustache does he have?
Yeah.
Not the same one. It's not the same one, to be fair. But yeah, so that's pretty much where we're at, guys. We've got Adolf Hitler is literally back. Remigration is what's being discussed. Like everybody said I was crazy. They all said I was crazy, but so is the world. I guess I was right then. Wow, Hitler is back. Like, I never thought that I would say this, right? I never really did. And but yeah, there it is. He could fix his mustache. He changed his name to Adolf Usama. I mean, that probably is a good idea, right? I mean, I would maybe change the name that way it doesn't get confused. It's like, for search results reasons, right? Because like people look him up and they think it's somebody else, right? And you even have, and this is another one too. You even got the Secretary of Health tweeting out AI generated photos or photoshopped images of them eating McDonald's, getting it replaced with fucking, Thanksgiving dinner. Wow. This is where we're at. Is it deep fake? Yep, that's right.
Whoa, big stretches.
Will there be a list of some third world countries? I think so, but I'm not sure if he's given it yet or not. But that's it. And so you've got, why is AI slop being reported on X is today's top news? Yeah, because, you want to know the reason why? It's because the reports are slop too. And yeah, there we go, guys. True story. Wait, I actually had to go back and look and see if he was in the window. But no, okay, that wasn't it. And, wow. I'm assuming this is fake. I think that it's fake. I don't know if it's fake or not. But, maybe it's not. And how you wish it actually went down. Yeah, I guess so. Much better. And so it's all fake. Yeah, maybe everything's fake. Maybe both of the pictures are fake and that's it. But anyway, so we've had a bunch of this other shit going on. I have to go through all these other things. But like, oh my fucking God. There has been a crazy, crazy backlash. And I really am kind of not that surprised, especially from, like that guy going and doing that shooting and everything. People are just out of their fucking mind, pissed off about this. I'll see if there's any other news about this, but I don't really know if there is. Everything's an illusion anyway. The most important message ever released by a president, read every word. Yeah, sure. Let me see if I can find any more of this. And no, that's not really it. I don't know if I can find it. No. Oh, this is him talking about Somalians. Oh, here we go. He's had enough of them Somalians, bro. He's tired of them Somalians.
He
What do
is.
the Somalians have to do with this Afghan guy who shot the national?
Nothing, but Somalians have caused a lot of trouble. They're ripping us off for a lot of money. There's a tremendous amount of money going back to Somalia. What the hell are we paying money to Somalia for?
The corruption. Somalian groups.
Yeah.
Theft.
Yeah, exactly.
Stealing government money.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's a great question. What a great fucking question.
Yeah. What the hell are we paying money to Somalia for?
Exactly.
Who on stealing government money? Government money?
few people have been able to see before.
Uh-huh.
That's about the only thing. You talk about competence. We have Ilhan Omar, who does nothing but complain about our country and our Constitution. And she comes from a country with practically no country. It's devastated. It's crime-ridden. It's a mess. It's a disgrace.
Call it a shithole.
And we took their people.
Remember that?
Tremendous. We're not taking their people anymore.
Damn.
We're not taking their people. And we're getting a lot of their people out because they're nothing but trouble.
What do the Somalians...
So not only are we not getting any more Somalians, but we're getting the ones we have out of the country. Literal pirate country? Yeah, they came and protect us. We're getting cut? Yeah, thank God. Bro, like, yeah, I've been waiting on this for a while. He sounds like shit. I mean, yeah, he had to go and read all that tweet. Do you blame the Afghans? What was this here? Oh, here's another one.
You've made changes for Afghanis' ability to apply for asylum. Do you blame... You've made changes for Afghanis' ability to apply for asylum. Do you blame all Afghans for this one man's not mistake?
No, but we've had a lot of problems with Afghans because they had a lot of them coming in on these planes. Again, I show you this picture. We had a lot of them coming in on this.
What a dumb question. Like, as if he's going to blame every person in Afghanistan for one guy.
Yeah, he won't.
Obviously not.
But we have had an assortment of problems.
There was no checking. They just poured into the plane. And many of these people are criminals. Many of these people are people that shouldn't be here. And many of them have been gotten out. I mean, we've gotten out some.
We doing
the
the
people that, you know, we've taken a lot of money here. But they came in. Yeah, I know this deal story. Many are wonderful. Yeah, I'm sure.
I said many.
Yeah, I know this deal story. Many are wonderful. Yeah, I'm sure.
He just doesn't give a fuck. Based, it doesn't work anymore? Yeah, sure. Oh my God.
Legally, though, what should they think in terms of their possible?
Change the law. Send them back. What do you mean? Duh.
Well, they can't be happy, okay? They can't be happy.
Yeah, not going to be happy.
Because what's taking place between that, if you look at Somalia, they're taking over Minnesota. And they are...
So true.
We got a lot of problems with the gangs, with all of the things taking place in Minnesota. We have an incompetent government.
Does it? I hope the president says, I hate every Afghan. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
They can't be happy about what's going on. And if you talk about the Afghans, you know, there's a problem because so many
Microphone
came on the planes. They just walked in. Whoever
it shouldn't have anything to do with whether they're good or bad. They shouldn't be here. We're diverting resources to people in Afghanistan instead of Americans. That should be the end of the conversation. I mean, really, that's it. I mean, I don't care if they're good or bad. Like, they could be the best people ever. Get them out.
Strongest people were physically in a way.
Yeah.
But whoever the strongest, they got on the planes. There was no checking. They just swamped the planes. They took off. We
got
had
our own
no
shit?
idea
Yeah, exactly.
who they were.
Yeah, no, I have no doubt this
Can't
should have
eat
to
it.
return our equipment while they're
Can't
at it.
eat that
Still got us
microphone.
involved with Afghanistan? Yeah, somehow, one way or another. Uh-oh. This is him talking shit?
Why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came in on a plane along with...
He's going to start calling reporters retarded.
Yeah.
That's what he needs to do next. He's going to start calling
Not the
reporters
N-word, calling
retarded in the
retarders
White House. We need that.
Bro, there's that
for my
he said the chances of Trump saying the N-word have raised since he called Tim Walz a retard.
with thousands of
Are
other
you
people that
retarded?
shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person.
Now he
And
just called the reporter a stupid
there's
person.
a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked. There were many of them, and they came in on big planes, and it was disgraceful. And if you look, you'll see there was a law passed. It makes it almost impossible not to let them in, not to certify them.
Just get rid of the law.
So to
Get rid of the law.
once they come in. And they came in, and they shouldn't have come in. And frankly, the whole thing was a mess. The whole Afghanistan situation was a mess. It should have never taken place.
You almost ready? Yeah.
If we're going to go out, and we would have gone out because I had everybody ready to go. We were going to go out with strength and dignity and precision, and we would have left for Bagram, and we would have kept Bagram, by the way, because of its
It got
very
all
close
pinned?
relationship
Yeah, just say it got
to
all
China
pinned.
and where they make
Just get
their
rid of it.
missiles. But when you let the people come in by the thousands and
All over.
thousands
Can you revoke
and
the law?
thousands,
Maybe.
they made a terrible mistake. But they were incompetent, yeah.
God damn.
Why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let him in. Are you stupid?
You have
Are
a
you
puppy.
stupid person? Because they came into
Love, could you reach around with my cane?
All right, guys. Well, we're in a totally different world
Can you
now.
reach my cane?
Quiet Piggy. Yeah, bro.
It's pretty far
I
back.
really feel like Quiet Piggy was a turning point, man.
Steve
It
was
really
looking back.
was.
You had it right in the middle of my spot. Super de papa.
Hey, number one. So I want to speak a little bit about the experience that I had joining another YouTuber's podcast, which was absolutely fun. It was great. And it's this guy here. Friend of the channel, Hypnotic, with 104,000 subscribers, has invited me to join his channel. In fact, you see I'm not subscribed, but that's because I'm currently logged in with my second channel. But I do like his content and I've reacted to him a couple of times. And so he decided to invite me. It was very kind. And I joined one of his live streams. To be specific, it was this one here. So Outer Worlds 2 massive flop. Ark Riders takes over the world. And that was Saturday Night Hypnosis, episode 165. And as you can see, there is an AI version of me on the thumbnail with plate armor. Now, here's the thing. I do like the idea of putting me in armor, but I'm not a huge fan of the length of the hair because that's inaccurate. What the heck is that? That's like the length of hair I had 6 years ago. I mean, come on, man. Can we make sure that the AI represents?
Yeah.
Just for your reference next time, Hypnotic. But anyways, I digress. Like my second name. My middle name should be I digress. Not only I joined it, but because of that thumbnail, I joined it in armor. How about we check it out a little bit? I want to show you some of my favorite moments.
The following program is meant for adult audiences only. If you are easily offended, you are choosing to be offended by continuing to watch. If jokes upset you, whether bad or good, you might end up crying. Being a bitch in life is difficult, I imagine, but you must find a way to continue. For all the haters and lurkers, hope you enjoy the show. For the bigot army, enjoy the show. Don't be a p***.
Not too long, I would hope. Kind of a long intro.
So this was the panel. I don't even know where to put myself now. Look how tiny I am. Look how tiny I am. But anyways, as you can see, I joined them in full plate armor because, I mean, everyone was kind of dressed up for the occasion since we did this during, I think it was Halloween or something. And so it was actually kind of funny how I introduced the costume. I kind of want to show you that part. Of course, I'll leave a link in the description if you want to go and watch the whole episode. I thought it was hilarious. We had some good fun. But as you can see, we've got Hypnotic himself. We've got Cult Classic Age, Samsidian, Master Cheeks. And by the way, when you see Master Cheeks here, it's Smash JT. He will remove the helmet in a second. Metatron, RLFW, Will of the Fans, Kaida, and Leon Idol. And I think we had a very good time. It was almost 3 hours long, was it? Yeah, it was 3 hours and 30 minutes long. And I think we had a really good time. And I went for asymmetrical pauldrons, but I swapped them the other way around because it looked nicer on camera. What do you want from me?
Well, I was kind of scared, Leo. I'm not going to lie to you. Because you didn't show your camera the entire time we were backstage. And I legit thought you were bringing back...
Leona.
Well, I was going to say she who shall not be named, but I'm happy to see that not only did you not bring her back, but that your microphone's muted, so that means you won't be arguing with our guest.
Not only was I said the character's dead. Not only I say I would only bring the character back for a good reason. I don't think speaking to the voice of God's a good reason. If anything, that's only going to ensure like the idea of like my immediate sent to hell. So yeah, no, the is dead. 42%. She'll stay dead.
Good. That's what I like to hear. All right, well, shout out to everybody. Welcome to another episode of SMH 165. We're almost at that magic 69 number. We got a special guest today. I know we don't usually have guests too often anymore, but well, this is a legendary one, and it's none other than Mr. Metatron himself, man. How you doing? Welcome.
Doing very well. Thank you for having me.
I feel like you're too mature for us, but that's okay.
Oh man,
definitely for this though.
We're gonna hang out anyway. Regardless, happy to have you, man. Excited, and thank you for giving us your time. I appreciate that. We're going to do our intros because we got a lot to talk about, man. There's been a lot going on throughout the week, as there always is, and we're gonna need all the time we possibly can get. So let's get right into it, boys. Obviously, everybody's dressed up today. It is not Christmas. Okay, it is not Christmas. I don't care how many Mariah Careys show up. Will, did you add one there? Oh my God, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ!
well, I just wanted to be popular. Everyone else was doing it, you know.
We had a really good time. It was really fun. And another thing that we did that I learned from this experience, and apparently it's something that they do in the gaming space, and I had no idea, is that they basically gave the Steam account friend number so that the audience can add you, because during the stream they were receiving gifts like games, because apparently people enjoy doing that. People, the audiences, they love being like, oh yeah, I want you to play this game, and they gift you the game through Steam. And so I did it too, because they're like, hey, Metron, do you want to give your I said, yeah, I mean, why not? And I got like gifted 3 games, which I thought was really nice. And I'm like, great, I've been doing YouTube for 12 years. These guys are like literally, I don't know what it is with the younger YouTubers, but you guys have a completely different game. I mean, you're on a different level than me. I haven't got a clue. But anyway, so I guess it's a thing that people do, so why not? I suppose I'll just share it now here on this video. And if you're like, oh, okay, cool, I can add Metatron as a friend, I'll accept your friend.
But we don't want anything. Dad?
What? You can have a little soda or no?
I have a water. Hello. That's not yours. Look at my sword. It's the same way.
Sure. One more. It works. Cool. My code's in the description. That's an actual great way to do it.
Here on this video, and if you're like, oh, okay, cool, I can add Metatron as a friend, I'll accept your friend request, of course. And then apparently there are people that enjoy doing this. If there is that one game and you're like, man, Metatron,
Hey,
I
stop
really
throwing
want you
the
to play this
dog.
game, feel free to gift it, I suppose. I'll be very grateful. And then there is always a chance, not necessarily a promise, but there is a chance. I promise that I will try it, but there is a chance that I might even play it on stream. One of the games
can't
that I
break?
play. So thank you in advance.
Peer pressure.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many Mariah Careys show up. It is not Christmas yet. All right, we still got to have our Halloween show. We didn't get to have one the other week, so we're gonna have it now. But
He's falling from
let's start off with
space.
Cassie. Take it away.
I can't get over how Wizard looks like some Arab dictator in the world. I can't quite believe it. Surrounded by Mariah.
And if you see any of these channels and you're like, oh, this guy or this girl, they look cool, then go check them out. I'll put links to all the channels if I can find them in the description.
Carries is like crazy.
I
It's
said
cold in the
backstage,
North Pole, all right?
I was like, having him
Okay,
on the show
Rasputin.
makes me immediately feel like I lost my First Amendment rights. Like I just feel like
Oh, man.
I don't know. Anyway, it's fine.
But yeah, Cage
On the
here.
plus side,
I
the show
am
might be brought by
It's like
EA.
the first season of Sunny in Philadelphia.
It's definitely going to be an interesting stream for sure. Okay, Cassie.
Absolutely.
I am Ziggy number 2 today. My cat's name is Ziggy, and I love him, so I decided to be him for Halloween. I tortured
True love.
myself. I gave up on sleep, and I decided to watch Halloween 1
Squeakers.
to H2O.
Doing on his finger.
That's a hell of
last
a
night.
marathon.
Damn.
Yes. By that time, I was mentally I mentally checked out. And then my Discord decided to put on Fright Night, and mentally I could not comprehend any of what was going on. It was just insanity. But it was a good time, and I'm happy to be here. Also, really cool to be able to hang out with Metatron. Hopefully, it can be fun and lighthearted, obviously, because the topics that you cover are pretty insane sometimes. So I can imagine, like, kind of a little departure, just some silliness, could be a definitely mental positive.
Oh yeah. The only normal, well, Metatron's here, so you're not the only normal one anymore. But usually you're the only normal one on the panel, Sheepsidian. What is it?
Lies.
Samsidian today?
Samsidian.
Oh, makes sense.
He was exposed last week, so
He was. What's going on, Sheep?
As a non-normal person, I appreciate it. Nonetheless, Sam, Trick or Treat. For those that know that amazing movie. Manga of the week, unfortunately, cannot be volume 2 of Leviathan. It has to be volume 3 because Amazon got my order. So this is the final volume in the series.
Amazon messing up book orders. That's never happened before.
Imagine my shock. But yeah, that's what is on the menu. A book that I can't read because the second part's not in here. Thanks, Katie baby. can't read that book for a different reason.
Right, we won't say that here.
Incredible. Otherwise, it's been a pretty wild week for those that have been following my my Twitter. I've been catching a lot of L's recently, and hopefully that whole streak is gone because I put out a couple tweets that kind of they banged a little, and I was like, okay, I think things are starting to turn back to normal. So we'll see.
It's because you out there arguing with Pokemon fans. You never want to do that, bro.
Oh no, I stopped arguing with them. I stopped arguing with those motherfuckers, but y'all know what happened this week.
Bro, there's Antifa
Fans are a
and
little
then there's
rushed.
Pokemon fans. I'll let you figure out which one's worse. It's fans are
They're
fucking
pretty
Blizzard,
bad.
bro. Like, what are we doing here?
It's cold here in the North Pole.
This is legit
North
unbelievable.
Pole, you're in probably Siberia. Russia or some shit.
We got relocated.
Yeah.
Real life fake
Rasputin.
wizard. By the way, Metatron, real life fake wizard has a weekly show on our show.
Okay.
Where he informs the public of a very important fact in Kotaku's history.
Oh my gosh.
Because, you know, they are a great establishment in the gaming industry. I'm sure you're aware of them and their accolades. So, real life fake wizard.
I'm the real life fake wizard, and I have a Kotaku fact.
It is now time for everyone's favorite segment of the week. Welcome to Kotaku Facts, brought to you by the real-life fake wizard. He's not really a wizard, guys.
He's a wizard. It's
Coming
him.
to us
Is he a
from the
bad
textbook of cringe. We are going back in time to
Wow, where's
April
that
21st,
The cat
2020.
or the punk.
Hypno, if you can go ahead and pull up the article I've shared. A video game Halloween costume is not appropriate COVID-19 protection.
Is that serious?
Wow. This is a serious article. I'm going to read 2 paragraphs. Halloween costumes always seem like such a ripoff. They're really only appropriate for one day out of the year, and kids usually grow too fast to use them again for when next Halloween rolls around. I don't blame anyone for trying to find a way to repurpose a costume that would otherwise be gathering dust in some hallway closet, but maybe COVID-19 prevention isn't the best option.
Hold on. So they literally wrote an article describing to people what a Halloween costume is. Like that's how they.
And a long
Well,
one.
Yeah.
Stop it.
It's not
Stop.
Christmas. My tree isn't up till December 1st.
Our tree is up already.
I'm going Metatron here.
Throwing me under the bus.
I don't
there,
think
man.
Savvy even took her tree down from last year.
No, that shit stays up.
Probably not.
Did she even find it?
Metatron, man. What's up, dude? Tell
Yeah,
everybody
not
who
much.
you are. I'm sure they know you well, much more than they know me, but regardless.
Oh,
Tell everybody
sure
who
not.
you are, what do you do, what you've been up to.
Yeah, so I've been on YouTube for 12 years, and I've got a few channels. The main one being Metatron, where I mostly do history, historical content, and whatnot. But lately, particularly, I have covered political aspects and topics many times over the years, which has got me a lot of backlash from the radical left. With that being said, yeah, about 4 weeks ago, I started a whole crusade. And in fact, that's what inspired my costume here. I'm dressed for Halloween. I decided to dress as a medieval Christian conservative. So no matter what you guys do or say, I'll be the most bigoted here. And regardless of that, what can I say? Yeah, that's pretty much it, really. So thank you for having me.
Hell yeah, man. Appreciate having you. It's gonna be a good time. And it's so crazy because I actually made the thumbnail without even knowing like what you were gonna dress up as.
And I'm going to give him some information on that now, something that he doesn't know. And that's why I think it's worth checking out this demo as well. And that is the following: I chose to wear armor because of his thumbnail. So I was trying to think, what should I wear? And at first I was thinking, because I've got like a robe with a cape and a set of silver medallions with a silver chain. It's pretty nice. So at first I was thinking maybe I can wear that one on the doublet, over the arming doublet, my 15th century historically accurate replica based on the paintings by Piero della Francesca in Tuscany. But then I thought, which is basically still what I'm wearing, but I'm wearing it under the armor because that's what it is. It's an arming doublet. But that's funny because then I saw the thumbnail and I'm like, you know what? Never mind. I'm just wearing the armor. So I just put on the armor because of his thumbnail rather than, oh, it's a coincidence that I ended up wearing the armor and he didn't know that. And so the two things coincided. Now you know, Hypnotic. Now you know.
And then unironically, you dressed up very similar to the
Of
thumbnail.
course.
Pretty funny.
Silent is a Rome. True.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
And
Dad,
unfortunately, I have this guy on the panel. But,
It really
we do have
gives
to have him
shadows.
do an introduction. So
I would point it that way.
What are we going by? Master Cheeks today, or like what are we doing?
Master Cheeks, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna take the helmet off
Because he's in a group chat.
Oh God! Now he's
Nobody
the
wants to see
Master
that.
Chief from the TV
Oh
series.
man, it was an improvement.
Ron
Ron, yeah, Ron.
It's a group chat.
It's good to be here. Had a great Halloween with the family. Went
A lot of
trick-or-treating last
Mariah
night,
Carey
and-
images.
You don't have a family. You're an incel.
I don't know.
Right. right.
Because it's almost Christmas.
And with my pretend family, we went pretend trick or treating.
There you go.
Last night.
It is Halloween. You can pretend.
Right. No, but it was nice to like get back.
Very
to
rainbowy
the
here.
olden days where it's just the whole neighborhood is all walking around and just knocking on doors, getting candy and hanging out and
All right, let's see if we can load this new download up and see what we can do. Maybe we can play some of this Battlefield on stream. Let's try it. I doubt it'll work. Every time I've tried to do it in the past, it has been not successful. So we will see. Tinsel. Oh, tinsel. Mom's ready for bed. You're way ready for bed before I am. You're more ready for bed than I am. Tonight. Hopefully not a lot. That'll be a busy day tomorrow, huh? Graphics look really good at. Compiling shaders. Probably. Awesome in 2K, but
Into battlefield mails. Submit.
yeah. Voice.
Remuneration on. Submit.
downscale it. We're living.
toy trash truck, and I had to work out for trash.
Really?
Yeah, the toy trash truck at the store.
Toy trash truck at the store, huh?
Yeah, and my space everywhere.
Yeah?
Trash. Toy trash.
Hmm.
We had to work out and duck. We had to work out. Trash. Everybody say,
Let's check. Let's check it.
Get ready to jump. Hostiles are dropping into the target area and need to be stopped. All point, you hustle. Smoke everyone down there. Go for deployment. Give them hell.
Make your way to that point.
Get to that RV point. Move.
Breaking off!
Playball! Deploy as needed!
What's something up there? Oh, look.
Danger close.
New missions just got posted. Have a look and knock out what you can.
Doesn't look good. Contact. Enemy infantry engaging.
toy trash truck and yeah. And it was big trash everywhere. And have horses.
He died. Oh. Yeah, I'm just seeing if I can do this and stream at the same time. I'm not sure if it's how well it's gonna work, but where? My CPU is fine. It's the GPU that it's saying it's overloading, but it looks like my frames are fine. Where are we going?
RV on that position.
Right here. Nope. Great. Hey, you would be.
Hit the dart!
Got new mission details incoming. Stand
Oh,
by.
shoot, it's included. No, a little rubber band there.
Check your mission.
Oh, shoot me. Oh no. Hey, you can use grenades to blow up the ambulance, huh? Okay. I don't care if you read voice but who did? Here's somebody.
Cock and lock. You're heading back in. Your last one
Somebody.
standing. This is it.
Outside his zone.
Weapon drop coming in now. Do what you can with it. Heads up. Check your map for new mission details. Copy request for support. Stand by.
Cloud.
Heads up.
Nothing.
All right, new mission is up. It's marked on your map.
You got down already?
It's just you now. Make every shot count. Got your support request. Stay in the area until redeployment.
What is that gun?
Sorry, but that's it for your squad this go round. Confirmed. Strike inbound.
Yeah, it looks like I can play it. Look at that. Go. Join Caleb's chat, I guess. Hi. How are ya? Hey, Kate. Never mind. I wanted a soda, but oh, yeah, John. Thank you, buddy. Hello. It actually ran pretty well, surprisingly. I thought I was gonna have super issues like I did when the beta was out. I could. Yeah, I mean, it says my graphics card is running on max, but whatever. Hey Caleb, how's it going? Nate. Oh, I'm cold there too. How's it been going? Fine.
I'm just getting finished installing it.
Yeah, I cleared room on my SSD. I uninstalled Last Epoch and Mega Breaker.
Who's that? Who's talking right now? That's Nate. That's
Nate Colossus. Good. How are you? Yeah, it's been a while. It has been a while. I was even thinking about re-downloading Overwatch 2 since they added the new character. She plays like magic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Alright, God. You like? All right.
Except for now, I realize I leveled up the wrong DMR.
Idiot.
That's fine. The other one has more damage.
And I have the free weekend. I got it as well today. The free weekend for Battlefield. Yeah. Or it was in my emails for some reason. Free trial. Yeah.
Caleb, what grip are you using on the vector? Stubby.
Oh, it's because the freaking 27 rounds so goddamn expensive.
I went with the 23.
And normal, I would say you could, but an ER with 200 HP, because you freaking, like, can't miss a bullet.
Yeah.
You have to hit down a bullet. So, I mean, technically you can. Tight. So, I got the converter on it, the basic. I think the green
I don't know where. I guess the hollow points where I got money. My hollow points I don't necessarily need. I'm just waiting on that ADH boy.
Messing with my loadout, thank you.
Do it on your own time. God. What is the M44 actually okay to use for starting gun?
starting gun, I think it is.
Yeah.
I don't know about, like, if you want to use it.
No. It's just
I feel like
Alright.
like kind of depends. Like the first sniper rifle, or the like first SMG. Like those two, I feel like are like good weapons to get out first. Because the first sniper rifle, a lot of people aren't use over any of them.
Yeah.
And then the first SMG is still freaking extremely good, even later. But we're cute.
Who's calling? Caleb? Wanna? Jack? Nate?
You can't tell
Yep.
me what to do.
No, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Somebody needs to
I'm just here.
call.
This will be game number 2.
What do you think of it so far?
It was a little confusing, but it's not bad. It's a lot nicer than PUBG.
Oh, PUBG. I miss the old PUBG days.
Apparently they're doing an extraction shooter PUBG I saw on Steam.
Yeah, I saw that. That'll be interesting, I think.
Yeah. Hey, and Jack Tarkov's now on Steam as well.
Oh,
No, that wasn't me. I didn't shoot you. Yeah. Shot you from behind the rock.
Nate, have you played Arc Raiders yet?
No. No, I haven't really played much other than Marvels, and that's about it, really. Marvels here and there.
I played Little Marvels this morning. It was fun.
I played that for the first time.
Marvels?
Yeah.
What?
I had this young kid came into town and he's been harassing me to hang out, and he's like,
Is this a church thing?
He
You
is
said
a
young
witness.
kid. It was funny. Never mind. Go on. Funny in my head.
It was a guy, right?
I think it's actually pretty cool because it's like
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we are closing in on the drop zone. Now we need to find out what's going on, so keep comms open. You are cleared hot. Engage anything that moves.
Yeah.
Go for deployment. Now.
Let's rally on that RV point. Move.
I think there's a team here. Friendly fire? Oh, okay. Check on him. One. Oh. What? No, yeah.
Cock and lock. You're heading back in.
What?
Got enemy in sight. Let's rally on that RV point. Move.
One over to grit.
Move to that location.
Oh, there's a weapons drop here. Up the ceiling crossing the road. Hit one for 14.
Heads up. Check your map for new mission details.
Feels dangerous here. Use caution.
I got one killed. Killed the one. Great got one, I think.
I got two up there. I'm coming.
By yourself over there, Nick, you know?
Yeah, I finished that one.
Mission available.
No.
Hostile dropping near your location.
Yeah, I do hear somebody. Alright, got an M250. Trying to come up with you guys. We're gonna drop down on grit. Brick on.
Check your missions.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Another guy over here.
Danger zone. Watch yourself.
Oh, he's getting in the vehicle.
Play. I got an artillery strike.
Got a new mission for you. Details on your map.
One push right here. Right below me.
Yeah, they're on the jack.
Contact. Enemy infantry engaging.
Yeah, there's a blue SMG over here.
Yeah, there's two above below me.
I see a laser.
Eyes on the machine gun.
Hey, you got one chasing you. He's hitting 7.
Toxic blaze inbound. Watch your route.
You're behind all the crates.
Check your missions.
Blue AR. I'm gonna drop over here in this corner. Another vehicle coming up from the south.
I got hit, yeah.
Group is targeting you. Keep your head on a swivel.
He ran to the. Oh, he's on the far side too now.
Yeah, okay.
One drop behind you.
Another one, another one.
Drop coming in now. Do what you can with it.
Yeah, I got the zip over here. I missed it. Broke my ankles.
There's a redeploy plane over here.
No, I killed him and then one dropped down.
Let's rally on that RV point. Move.
You just wanna go get that custom loadout drop?
Found this. Could be useful.
Make your way to that point.
People over there.
That area looks dangerous.
Enemy contact in my AO.
Rooftop. Other side of the
Yeah, I see him drop. They're dropping.
Alright, good work. Target on you is gone. Contact! Enemy machine gun!
Yeah, they're down below them. I saw one going this way.
Rally on that location.
Someone on your team located a hostile. Sending update.
Yeah, got him. Trying to keep an eye on this guy's
Kick it up a notch. You've got a lot of targets out there.
Might try to make a play on that. Trust him.
I just think
Contact enemy infantry!
Kind of. What? Kinda. It's fast. Yeah. What? I think I'm blocked terrain. What? Is that a ramp? Smoke screen. Anti-vehicle grenade. Look. Airstrike coming. I can call an airstrike on them. No, I see one coming across.
Got a bad feeling about that.
Yeah, there's one in front of this. Yeah, they're smoking. But we got two. I think two.
Yeah, on one.
Position marked. Scale fire. Go on.
I'm dropping an airstrike on them.
On the way.
I hit one for 73, 47, 38. They're getting hit. The building's opened up now. There's a guy laying on it. I have some C4. Got the guy chasing you, Jack.
Hey, frontline incoming. Alright, you're only halfway through. Step it up.
I need ammo. LMG and sniper. DMR. I'm out of plates, I think. Yeah. Oh, sweet.
There's a gadget at this location. Reposition. Move now.
Nope. Jack's down. Or up on the hill. Up on the hill.
Redeploy is good to go. Don't leave anyone hanging.
Hit one for 125. Yeah, I'm moving. Yeah. I can get you.
Move to that location.
You're almost at the end game. Keep pushing.
Got eyes on a sniper.
Either we run or we engage this one.
Make your way to that point.
And engage the or engage this one.
Yeah, we got smoke.
Found over to that location.
There's a team over
That
here.
area looks bad to me.
Caleb, are you trying to engage those guys? Yeah, we gotta pick one guy. I know.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to figure out what
Yeah, I think so. Oh, behind us. Yeah, sniper.
57 right there. He's running.
Get your heads down. Incoming fire support.
Oh, that was an airstrike right on top of me. Oh gosh. I don't think so. Nah, I broke it. Nope, forgot about that.
Oh, yeah, I see 300. I see some gunfire going on.
Reposition. Move now.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Let's see who it is, but I'm down. Somebody to our left is 60 or 210. Wow. David, thank you for the follow. It went for 50 down. One rotating left. Oh, I got hit by something. That hurt. Squad down. One down. Yep.
Listen up. Your location is heating up fast.
They're all swinging, all swinging. Hi. I'm going to bed. Okay.
Sorry, that's it. Your squad is go round.
Yeah, I got 2 kills. No, you don't. You want to go to sleep. No, you don't. You want to go to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, I did 212 explosive damage. They can message? That's weird.
Yeah, like you get like inbox messages, you know, or you can.
Oh.
But like, it's weird. So you.
I guess I'll go support.
Assault is kind of one of the least valuable as far as the perks they get.
Yeah.
Engineers get like tank buster stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Support gets to carry extra plates, which is always nice. Res more.
Assault will res people quicker and then plates faster.
Redeploy, I mean, or res.
Or yeah.
But yeah, or objective, we'll do objectives faster. It's kind of good to have one of each, but if you can help it. Just
you're streaming still. Oh,
I shut that shit off. Hey, I didn't notice the graphic stuff, Gills. Call.
nice.
I figured it had to be something similar to that. Either cause it seemed like a RAM issue, which technically is similar to
The VRAM.
it seemed like just something wasn't loading into your
Alright, jump windows coming up. You've got unknown shooters inbound, so consider everyone down there a threat. Stay alert for updates. You are good to go to deploy. Call it.
like if you're trying to run like
Oh, cool. I'm gonna go open that safe. Yep. Intel case.
That is a major score. Way to go.
Fine, dude. Ooh, throwing it.
Mount over to that location. Missions updated. Review them when you can.
On our building. Oh shit.
On it? Yep. He's low. Lost him.
You have a hostile jumping onto your position.
Yep. Yep, I'm going across. There's two guys on top of the roof. Killed one.
Mission available.
I'm down. He's got a pistol. He redeployed quick. This guy should be dead. We're targeted. No, I'm trying to redeploy. I'm coming. I'm gonna drop back on the building, Jack.
Enemy landing near you. Make them pay. Hostile machine gun.
Reference waypoint. Move there now.
Nice. Putting armor in. Ammo. Plate.
Danger zone. Watch yourself.
I see somebody up there, I think. Yeah, there's somebody up there. I'm coming, come on, come on. Armor broke.
Hostile shooter jumping into your area.
They're on fire. Yeah. I'm out of the building. You want to go across the street? Ah, I was out of ammo. Yeah. I guess they just kept redeploying there. Yeah, they're chasing.
Vehicle trailer at this location.
Reposition. Move now.
Sniper.
Extra PDW here!
That area looks dangerous.
Seeing a free PDW over here!
That's better. Or it's the same sniper with the scope. Mm-hmm. Squad wipe. Street boys are noisy.
Hostile armor in the target area. AT loadout coming your way.
Tank.
RV on that position!
Hmm.
Stand by to jump off. The squad is ready to RV with you.
I'm seeing a free PDW over here! Enemy helicopter!
Solid job. Way to go.
I got an airspeed UAV.
Request immediate supply drop here!
Heads up. You got a new mission incoming. Check your briefing.
Need eyes on my load stack.
Oh, shoot.
Supply drop on the way.
I have a rocket.
Roger. On the way.
He's dead. We get hit by another tank?
Hey, burn line incoming. Clear out while you can.
Counter mission.
Contact! Enemy infantry engaging!
Whoa. Fire's close. 79 one. Dead, dead, dead. On the hill still. One dead. I killed the one that was on us. I'm crawling up to you.
There's one in that tower, just so you know.
I hit him 66.
Stay with me!
Close, right there, Nick.
Yeah, very close.
There's another one.
Yeah, another one. You okay, Jack? Sorry. Ammo bag right here, I think.
Spare munitions over here. Take what you need.
Check your missions.
Roger that. There's people on the redeploy. Yeah, I see a team over there.
Get to that RV point. Move.
Yeah, there's people over there. There's people on the roof. Yeah.
Spotted a custom weapon crate. Move to that location.
There's a truck on the roof, or coming over the hill. No. Now I got. No, I'm just muted and oh. Yeah, I got muted somehow. It's called Battlefield. I don't know how I muted myself.
Get over to that waypoint. Doesn't look good.
You're almost at the end gate. Keep pushing.
Move now. PID supplies. Grab all you can. I don't like the look of this.
There we go. I figured it out.
That blaze is closing in. You don't have long to get clear.
Each. The tank boys. Call Battlefield.
Squad's RTU. Better luck next time.
Ooh, look at that explosive damage. Yeah, you can see us through though. I'll be right back. You can do it though.
What's that?
What?
What'd you say?
Ignoring people must be a nicer thing.
Who am I ignoring?
Cole, I messaged him when he left. He never even fucking replied to it. Like normal. Asked him if he wanted me to let him know when someone leaves.
They didn't say anything.
Yeah. Dude, my sniper rifle is 6 times thermal. It's so freaking stupid in this game.
Yeah,
They need to
thermals are
remove
pretty strong. Or give it like a distance thing where you can't read the thermals that far.
Well, thermal should be pretty short.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like they're unlimited in this game. Like even
Yeah,
the drones,
it's ridiculous.
I can see where people are at.
thermal scoping that, and it was just like,
Approaching the drop zone. Hostiles are swarming the area, so expect heavy resistance. I'll update you on the ground as info comes in. Good hunting.
like the size of like the 3 times scope, but the magnification there, like maybe
You're greenlit to jump. Time to get dirty.
but the 6x is just looking and I think they should do a delay.
Get over to that waypoint.
Like when you look through it, it's just literally
Move to that location.
it wasn't just like people running on it, was like spaced out.
Breaking up! Go! Breaking up!
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You've got some mission updates. Review them when you can.
Sniper rifle available.
I feel like I just saw something in the tag. Yep, bullets. Up there.
Got a new mission for you. Details on your map.
We can.
Yeah, we might cover our backs so we don't make a play on it. Probably the one that rotates into this. See, it's coming. Little gay climber.
Check your mission.
Everybody's dropping in. It looks like we're here.
UV up?
Enemy contact in my AO.
Oh, they're like,
No, I put one. I popped one.
oh, they're all spread out. Dude, yeah, they're all spread out, you guys. Let's,
Guy on this
Marking a redeploy spot.
redeploy.
RV on that position.
Right here. Anybody door one? Somebody dropping down. Oh, damn it. Yep, there's a guy going to our high ground. Got shot.
Yeah.
oh, we got 2 guys on our right.
Grab this ammunition.
Yeah, they were flying, yeah.
Heads up. Check your map for new mission details.
Helicopter.
Yeah.
What's the vehicle?
They're there. Ready?
The one for 53.
Yeah, one's not.
Sending intel on enemy position your way.
Where is he at?
Hostile dropping near your location.
Can you get supply drop over here?
Enemy infantry engaging!
Yeah, you got it. On the way.
Oh, okay. Oh, I dropped anti-vehicle rig. The helicopter? Hit it once. Went down that way.
RV on that position.
Got one. Quad revealed. Ammo. So they're safe in there.
Team up to get the job done. That zone's heating up fast. You won't be safe there for long.
Shoot. I only had a sniper rifle. I didn't have assault rifle ammo. Nah. You were already down after. Well, I used my 9 bullets on that one guy that I killed.
Alright, you're good to go. Sending you back in. Help's on the way. Watch their back. Copy request for support. Stand by. Weapons drop about to hit the ground. Put it to good use.
Custom weapon crate sighted.
Redeployment downrange. Eyes alert, weapons ready. Alright, new mission is up. It's marked on your map.
Charge laid. Charge set. Stand by.
What are you gonna do for Thanksgiving? You do stuff with your parents? Oh, okay.
Her brother, my uncle and cousins came down. 2 days.
Oh, nice.
Good, my brother showed up.
Oh. Oh, nice. Where's he living these days?
There are guns here.
I'm seeing a free PDW over here.
Yeah.
Extra rifle marked. Got a free rifle over here. Hostiles have a teammate dialed in. Do something about it.
Good
Good job. Now start tracking the next one. Good. Target destroyed. Charging.
Nice.
Objective cleared. We can't target in on you now.
Yeah, I can get it.
Got a target-rich environment. Stay alert. You've got new mission details incoming. Stand by and be ready. That is a major score. Way to go.
Hey, redeploying. Ah.
Contact! Enemy machine gun!
Yeah. Somebody over here. Enemy team. $150. Nice. Yeah. No. Up on the roof though.
Got a new mission on the way. Here's your briefing. Got a new mission ready.
Doesn't look good.
I'll jump out. Oh, they are. One behind that.
Move now. Frag out.
Check your missions.
I'm dead on the redeploy. Yeah, I'm with you, Grit. He's over here somewhere. Get him. Yep, I see. Nice. Hit one for 190. Assist. What are you fighting? Their strike. He got it in. Darn it. Back. I sabotaged it. It was low. No.
Hostile shooter jumping into your area.
There's another guy over there. Squad wipe.
Don't stop now.
Oh, they smoked over here. I'm forward.
Get to that RV point. Move. Got the eyes on a sniper.
Squad wipe. Oh, I see him. I see him. I see him. Ah! Squad wipe.
Be the last one standing. Dangerous area spotted. Watch yourself.
Yeah, that's new.
Contact. Enemy infantry. Got a danger point.
Got him. Nice. Victory. Mm-hmm.
Stand by to evac ahead of that barbed fire. It's gonna be close. Impressive. Enemy hitters will think twice when you're on the battlefield.
Typically, there will be like 5 squads left in that zone. Yeah. At least, and there's only one. Which seems weird.
I might actually hold on this one and go play some Rivals. But it's actually fun. I've enjoyed it.
There's so many like counters in that. It's just over.
You don't have to worry about that until you're up in higher ranks.
I actually heard someone that's actually kind of higher up. He's like, counter picks aren't even that big. Like, don't worry about that. Like,
Nope, do not.
like, if you're good at the character you're on, it's better than picking someone you're not. You know.
Yep. Counter picking the counter pick is not a good thing.
If you're not efficient on that counter pick, right? It's like,
Yep.
it doesn't do you any good. Now, if you can play the counter pick, you're better off.
Yeah, at times.
Jack, are you done, Nate?
Yeah. Did it not kick me out of the squad?
No, it did.
So this
okay.
shooter apparently.
It did. I was just. So you're done?
Yeah, I'm done for a while.
Okay.
Can only handle so much at once.
Gotcha. No problem.
All right, if I hop on back on later, I'll jump back in chat if you guys are here. Well, if not, well, Jack, you'll be gone. I'll see you later then. All right, laters. Yeah, GG's. Well, that was fun. It was a different game than I was expecting. It didn't feel as bad as I thought it was going to feel, honestly. Which is great. It was cool. Cool game. Free to play. Sucks they have to download 90 gigs to play it, though. I gotta take my meds and everything. That'll probably wipe me out. Change that here. So we'll watch this because my foot is really starting to hurt. Whew. Well, at least got a little break from my ibuprofen. But yeah, can't put through it without it unless I go crazy. You figure it out, kiddo? Or did you start a new mission? Oh, good. Nah. Spider-Man future. Where'd my third one go? So many medicines to take. One to help sleep.
apparently was working with the CIA, maybe, which is pretty fucking crazy.
We begin with Madeline Rivera, who is live in Washington, D.C., with the very latest on the tragedy that is rocking our nation's capital. Hi, Maddie.
Hi, good morning, Carly. The president sharing the sad news that 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom has passed away after an alleged gunman ambushed her and another Guard member on Wednesday.
Just seconds before I went on, right now, I heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the Guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, started service in June of 2023, outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her young man is fighting for his life. He's in very bad shape. He's fighting for his life.
The family of 24-year-old Andrew Wolf is asking for prayers. The death of Beckstrom means the suspect, 29-year-old Ramanullah Lakhanwal, will likely face upgraded charges.
I would hope so.
Here's the U.S. Attorney for D.C., Janine Pirro, talking about that.
Thank God.
We are praying that they survive and that the highest charge will not have to be murder in the first degree.
Well,
but
one
make
of them
no
is.
mistake, if they do not, that will certainly be the charge.
Well, yeah. I mean, fucking
Lakhanwal
obviously.
came into the U.S. in 2021. He was granted
So he came in 2021.
asylum this spring.
Never left.
The administration is...
Why the fuck did he give him asylum? How the
Biden.
fuck do you let somebody in the country for 4 fucking years? He's from Afghanistan. Why the fuck is he even here? Isn't this annoying? This is so fucking annoying. So we've got another nutball in the country for no fucking reason. He's a CIA informant. Oh, okay.
calling into question the vetting process for Afghan refugees.
What, I can't call him on the fucking phone? What, he's got to live in fucking Washington, D.C.? What, they don't have phones in Afghan? Just call him up. He doesn't have to live here.
That's a good point.
Well, work with the
That's
CIA
exactly
in
the right
Afghanistan,
play.
serving in an elite counterterrorism unit operated by the
Wait, what the fuck?
An elite counterterrorism.
He was granted asylum this spring. The administration is calling into question the vetting process for Afghan refugees. But Lakhanwal worked with the CIA in Kandahar, Afghanistan,
So he
serving
worked with the CIA in Afghanistan, okay.
in an elite counterterrorism unit operated by the agency. As a member of the Zero unit, he would have gone through a vigorous screening process. Afghan
Thank you
evac
for the
says that
follow,
it used biometric
Mohan.
screening, biographic
Much
checks, and
appreciated.
So what the
in-person
fuck
interviews.
happened?
Still, the president is doubling
Get down,
down,
Steve.
saying, I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover.
Thank God.
Terminate all of the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by
PTSD?
sleeping Joe
That could
Biden's
have been it, you're
auto
right.
and remove anyone who is not a net
True.
asset to the United States.
Thank
The
God.
president says he will be ending federal benefits for non-citizens, denaturalizing migrants who he says undermine domestic tranquility, and deport any foreign national who poses a security risk.
I just can't see how anybody would be against that. I really can't. Like, why would we import people that are causing problems? It's just such an insane, crazy thing to even assume.
Carly.
Okay, Maddie
Yeah,
Rivera,
like-
live for us in Washington. Maddie, thank you.
It's not PTSD,
Let's
it's
bring
a
in
defense
former
program?
Assistant
I don't
FBI
know.
Director Chris Swecker. Chris, thank you.
Denaturalizing is crazy? I don't think it is at all. Like, somebody comes into the country, they're causing a bunch of problems. Like, why should we let them stay? Like, why is it that America should let somebody stay in the country that's causing a bunch of problems? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. I don't think they should be here.
So much for joining us as we talk about this tragic turn of events. And
Morning,
obviously,
Carly.
there are a lot of questions when it comes to this suspect who, as Maddie was just laying out, worked for this CIA-backed military unit during the war in Afghanistan and was living in Washington State with his wife and 5 children. So he had a family unit. He was not
That's
a
sick.
loner. A lot of questions over why and how this could have happened. When you look at his background, what do you think?
Well, let's start with the premise that Afghanistan in the post-Biden withdrawal era is a terrorist haven. I mean, Al-Qaeda's still there, ISIS is still there.
Yeah, and we would have never had this clown in the country if y'all didn't go in there and try to play fucking musical chairs with who's running Afghanistan.
Because it
Y'all
didn't
spent
matter in the
20
first
years
place.
there replacing
They
the
wanted who they
Taliban
got.
with the Taliban, and we apparently got a few of them here, and now he's going out shooting people. What a waste of fucking time and money. Can you believe that?
Big waste.
There's actually battling it out in and around the area where this shooter came from. So we know that this is a problem area, and this is an area where if you're going to bring people in, and apparently over 70,000 Afghan refugees were resettled very quickly, you darn well better vet these people in a way that gives you confidence that they're not still affiliated with some type of terrorist organization or in touch with them. So I get the sense that once they got here...
I don't even understand the logic of, like, why is it that there's an obligation to bring people from Afghanistan into America, period?
There should be,
why is this even being
be
discussed at all?
Absolutely
like, that's
zero.
what's crazy to me, that, like, people are even talking about this in any regard. Because, like, to me, like, why the fuck are they here to begin with? Like, I don't think America has any fucking obligation or, you know, like, need to import a bunch of people from fucking Afghanistan.
Nope.
Like, what is this? It's crazy to me.
There wasn't a whole lot of other vetting or monitoring that took place after they got here. And, you know, here's a guy that was settled in Washington State with his 5 kids, was given the asylum and shelter of this country and all the rights and all the privileges. And look what he does, a heartbreaking loss of this young National Guardsman who...
I mean, somebody that goes out and they shoot 2 people like this is probably, like, I mean, he probably did have his brain microwaved by some bullshit, right? Whether this was microwaved by the CIA, or PTSD,
cyber spider
like,
dude.
A normal person of a sound mind doesn't go out and just randomly shoot a woman in the head. Like,
cool.
Obviously, something went wrong there. Like, he's nuts. Or Islam, I don't know about that. I mean, like, there's plenty of people, like, if your religion causes you to become a psychopathic murderer that just shoots people in the head, then, yeah, you're mentally ill, right? I mean, of course.
A patriot from the state of West Virginia, volunteered to work in the district. So this is going to cause a real hard look at this asylum program and others, I understand, and that's one positive
There shouldn't be any asylum program. We shouldn't be giving anybody asylum. We have people here that don't have houses. Why are we dealing and trying to micromanage you know, people that are living on the other side of the world coming into our country and receiving benefits when we don't even have our own taxpayers taken care of? Like, why would we give anybody asylum? Like, what are we talking about? Like,
I don't understand why we're financing anything overseas either.
Why don't we give people
it doesn't make sense.
asylum from homelessness? Why don't we give them asylum from poverty? Like, what
we have veterans on the streets,
random fucking person
drug
on the other
addicts,
side of the world,
all kinds of
is,
issues
like,
here to
in
solve.
my opinion, this is
does
just,
not
like,
make
such
sense.
a stupid fucking way of deciding things and making decisions. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck are we doing? Because you bombed their country? So
what?
So if we bomb their country, then we have, like, this moral obligation to invite in all of their people forever?
No.
Fuck that. Who decided that? That sounds like bullshit to me. That's not something that I'd be in favor of. I didn't agree to that.
Nope.
No.
Agreements on
Absolutely
it.
not. That's retarded. Yeah. Yeah, you break it, you pay it? No, bro. Fuck it. We break it, we leave. Like, absolutely not. Then don't bomb them? Well, why don't we just bomb them and not take them in? Duh. Like, what are you talking about? Like we have... Absolutely not. Why would you ever make a decision that puts your citizens at risk? Why would you ever do that? Why would you put the best interests of a foreign nation and a foreign people above the best interests of your citizens? This is just guilt tripping. It's guilt tripping. It's emotional manipulation. You never make that decision. Nobody should ever be making that decision. It's crazy. There's no divine universal law that says so. Absolutely. Why would you bomb a foreign nation? Who the fuck cares? Like, whether they bombed it or not has nothing to do with how I would make that decision. And anybody that would make a decision based off if we bomb that is putting their own citizens at risk for no reason. Ultimately, doing what you think is like the good thing for one person is sometimes the bad thing for somebody else. So 9/11 is justified? Why would 9/11 be justified? That doesn't even make sense. Yeah, liberals and their suicidal empathy. It's just crazy, bro. Like, yeah. Like, absolutely not. If we bomb them, we have no obligation to take in their refugees. If we bomb them, we have no obligation to take in their
Didn't take in our refugees from 9/11.
What a retarded take. Absolutely not.
Well, on that note, a lot has transpired overnight when it comes to vetting and immigration. And the president had previously said that there would be a review of all asylum cases and green cards issued under President Biden. And now it's been announced that there's going to be a permanent pause on immigration from what the administration is describing third world countries. I mean, this announcement is obviously going to be met with
You have the tentacles coming up.
certain members of Congress and elected leaders. But what do you think? Is a pause in immigration what is needed to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again?
It's going to happen again because people are crazy. There's 300 million people in the country, and there's one of them that's going to be nuts. It's going to happen again, and there's nothing you can really do to stop it. But the problem is that you already have so many problems already in the country. You don't need to be importing more of them. That's the big problem. That's the difference. You don't need to be importing any of this. CIA informants, they have a reputation. Those informants to trust. The informants should be U.S. soldiers. That's why they're doing it probably. Well, you think everybody on those planes was an informant? Probably not, man. Probably not. And also, again, like, what happens after that? If you're putting American lives at risk, that's bad no matter what. Like, I don't care if the CIA, like, and also, like, by the way, who decided that that was a good idea either? So, like, because you made one bad decision, now you have to make another bad decision. Fuck that. At a certain point, you got to stop making bad decisions.
I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I mean, Trump did this in his first administration. He met with a lot of criticism. That doesn't stop him. I think it's needed. I mean, during the Biden administration, what, 17, 18 million people came to this country, most of them illegally, without vetting. We got all the gotaways. So it's impossible that terrorists and terrorist organizations have not infiltrated into the United States. So, yeah, I think it's a good time to pause and get caught up on these people. You know, many of them, I'm not saying all of them, but many of them are criminals or would-be terrorists coming from countries that you can't vet.
What do you think the logic is? You're going to go into a country, bomb the fuck out of it, then bring the people over to your country. You really think that's not going to cause problems? Like, what a dumb thing to think. What a dumb, delusional thing to believe. Oh, my God. It drives me crazy.
They don't keep criminal records there. You can't talk to anybody about them.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just they're ghosts as they come in, and there's an underground society out there in many of our cities like Dearborn and Minneapolis and other places where we just don't know who's in this country.
Yeah, and you know, when you look back at the withdrawal from Afghanistan and think about those plane loads filled with people, it was a situation where you could simultaneously feel very bad for the people on board those planes and also deeply worried about the fact that all of those people are coming from an adversarial nation that we were just at war with and we're ultimately going to end up in this country. But when you look at this particular suspect,
they're hanging on to the plane.
Seemed on paper to be like somebody that any administration would want to grant asylum to because of that severe vetting process that he went through while he was working for this CIA-backed military unit during the war. So could this have been prevented?
I mean, anything that's predictable is preventable. You know,
I'm saying it's right, but they brought over because they informed against Taliban, but the sort of safety was compromised when Kabul fell, I think. At the end of the day, number one, we shouldn't have even been over there to begin with. We should have never been over there. We should have never been doing this. We should have never been working with these people. We should have never been trying to replace the Taliban and fucking with them and trying to play musical chairs inside of their like local politics. This should have never fucking happened. You should have never brought the guy over. Like, what I'm saying is that at a certain point, you have to stop making bad decisions. And you have to eventually make a decision that is in the best interest of the people that are in your country, rather than just going and making decisions because you think this is the right thing to do or this is what's fair. Eventually, some things aren't necessarily fair. And that's true. It's not necessarily fair. But is it better to be unfair to a random person in Afghanistan, or is it better to be unfair to an American? Well, I'll tell you, I'd rather be unfair to somebody in Afghanistan because I'm a fucking American and I think that we should take care of our people first. It's just that simple. There you go. And you can say that's a bad thing, but I bet you probably want somebody that thinks like me that's making decisions for you. There it is. We should always be making the best decisions for our citizens. Yeah, put them over the border. Exactly. Give a shit about Afghanistan. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, and I might not sound good, but like, I think it's true. That's the way you should always make decisions. Better to be unfair, unapologetic, and safe, and also import Brazilians? You've been saying that a lot. Maybe some of the girls.
And in this case, I think it is predictable that someone that came from a terrorist hotbed country, you know, no matter, and I'm a little skeptical of the level of vetting itself, because, you know, where are the records? I mean, in Afghanistan.
That's true too, because like they said that they vetted this guy, but like, is it really true that they vetted this guy? There's a good chance that maybe they didn't really.
And there's nothing to look at. And, you know, he did serve with a unit backed by the CIA, but I'm just very skeptical of the level of vetting and in particular the follow-up that took place after they got here. You know, who are they in touch with? They should be like a parolee. They ought to check in about once a month and get updated.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody is an informant that used to be dealing with the Taliban or some other shit, and you're not keeping tabs on that person after you import them into America, and you know that they were doing that, and they come from Afghanistan, a place that your country was like in a war with for years, like really, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? How many administrations have been involved in issues that not really need any U.S. meddling? Well, regardless of whether the U.S. is meddling in it or not, we don't need to be taking the people that come from that and then bringing them here. That's the difference.
On what's going on with them. Now, I'm not, you know, maybe that this person escaped any type of ground radar, if you will. But I think we're going to find, like every other mass shooter in this country that's conducted an act like this, that they were flashing red and nobody said anything about
That's
it.
a great point, Chris. And, you know, we don't know what exactly went wrong, but something certainly did. And when you think about these two victims, Sarah Beckstrom, she was just 20 years old, which means that she was just 15 or 16 years old during the withdrawal from Afghanistan. I mean, she was a kid. She was just a teenager when that took place. And when you think about Andrew Wolf, he played varsity
Is it irresponsible? It
baseball in high school, and his friends are describing him as genuinely one of the nicest people you could ever meet. Just really quickly as we wrap things up here, your reflections on these two individuals and the type of person it takes to go into the National Guard and serve our nation in this way.
Yeah, I served alongside them in Iraq in 2003. The young lady was from an MP unit. She was trained as an MP.
I think people are misunderstanding your take as criticism on the foreign countries. It's really criticism to your own government making bad decisions. Well, it's both, right? So, like, basically, I don't think that we should be going and playing politics in other countries and trying to fuck with them. Like, if you want to do a regime change or something like that, you get in, you change it, you get out. That's it. But, like, you don't go and sit there and try to fucking micromanage them for 10 years or for 20 years. That's crazy. And so, and I don't even necessarily agree with that in all cases. I think most cases I don't. But, like, in general, but, like, after that, like, that has nothing to do with how you bring people into your country, right? Because, like, even if you think that, like, to me, again, it's about a matter of, like, obligation. Even if you do something that's unfair, I would rather do something that's unfair against people that are outside of my country than people that are inside of my country, because the people that are inside of my country are the ones that voted for me. They're the ones, and I think that you're like betraying them by making decisions that could put their lives at risk or, you know, diminish their quality of life. And so that's really, like, I view this as a, like, making leadership decisions because it makes you feel good, I consider to be a very big betrayal of the obligation of leadership. And so if you're not doing that and making decisions in the best interest of the people that voted for you, I think that you're effectively betraying them and you're being a bad leader. The question remains, how much illegal immigration benefited America in the last 4 years? It's probably benefited some things, but negatively affected other people. Like, I would say that there's a good chance that illegal immigration increased the GDP, but it actually decreased the quality of life for working class and average Americans. So, like, for example, I could easily assume that the people that are the business owners and the people that are, you know, like very, very rich, those people are beneficiaries from illegal immigration. And if you look at it on a graph, that, yeah, maybe it could show that being a positive. But, like, what that doesn't show is the amount of people that were displaced from their job. Their income was diminished because now they're competing with somebody who was going to work for $5 under the table. So even if you work just as hard as this other person will get the job instead of you because they can be paid a lot less. And they're being paid under minimum wage, and there's other things that the people don't have to worry about. Mass migration decreases GDP per capita. What I'm saying is, even if it didn't, the GDP is not an indicator of the average lifestyle of a person in that country. Like, for example, there's tons of people that, you know, maybe like 10 years ago had a better life, they had a better quality of living, even though the GDP was a lot lower. So you should never look at the stock market or the GDP as some sort of like baseline for what an average person is experiencing. And I think that that's the disconnect, is that people look at these graphs and they look at these statistics, but they don't look at the individual people that are actually being displaced by illegal migration. And you don't look at the individuals that are competing now for housing, cars, education, and everything else with people in the country that shouldn't even be there in the first place. Meanwhile, the people that are the business owners, billionaires, you know, millionaires, multimillionaires, that are making money off the backs of these illegal migrants, they're the ones that are the real beneficiaries. So the truth is that your enemies aren't really the illegal aliens that are in the country. Like, obviously you have to remove them and their problems, but the real enemy is the people that are creating the carrot on the stick that gets all of them to come to the country. Like, they're the ones that are the real bad actors, because they're the ones that really benefit from it more than anybody else. And they're selling you out. That's what
and
I
the
think.
other young man, I mean, he's 4 years older than my grandson. I can't imagine the heartbreak of this loss. And you know, it takes a special kind of patriot from places like West Virginia, the heartland of America, that volunteer for military service these days. They want to go help others. They want to do something meaningful and serve their country. God bless them. I think there's a special place, you know, up there in heaven for her. And I think this whole nation needs to get behind, you know, what they're trying to do in our nation's capital, the one place where we ought to be safe.
Heartbreak is most certainly the correct word. We're a nation in mourning right now, and I just hope that these two families feel that as we all grieve together. Former Assistant FBI Director Chris Wecker, we thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, the CIA needs to explain, like, they got to figure out they got to figure out who the fuck is in there making these decisions. I'll tell you that. They really do. Thanks for explaining. Yeah, I try to, right? Because a lot of people, I don't think that they really understand the cause and effect that stuff like that has. And I think that's the reason why some people think that, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's because that it's not necessarily affecting them directly, and they don't see the, like, abstract negative effect that it has. These people come over with severe mental health issues, and they go untreated and end up going crazy. How do billionaires profit from illegals? They're being audited and looked into far stricter than little and middle class businesses. Remember the plumber with 200 illegals, maybe millionaires, but big boys are under the eye. Well, it's simple. They profit from it as an abstraction. So, like, for example, Amazon's a great example of this, is that Amazon has had a bunch of illegals that they've found working at Amazon warehouses. So does Jeff Bezos directly benefit from it? No, but there's a downstream effect that having these people in the country creates that's beneficial for him, and it's a net benefit for him. So just because his own personal taxes don't reflect that he's hiring illegals, that doesn't mean that the companies that they own don't make individual decisions that involve benefiting from illegal labor. You see what I'm saying about how, like, it's not a cause and effect. It's like a cause and effect and a cause and effect and a cause and effect and a cause and effect. And that far down the line, then you actually have the change that happens.
Imagine building dozens of transformational warships only to discover they transform mostly into headaches. That's the Littoral Combat Ship story, a promise of swapping missions, tiny crews, and high-speed dash, undone by fragile machinery, cancel capabilities, and early retirements that read like apologies. It wasn't just teething problems, it was a design philosophy that asked small ships to do big jobs cheaply and indefinitely. The result? A fleet the Navy is trimming even as new hulls arrive, with the few that prove their worth quietly reassigned to the one job that they can still do well. If there's a silver lining, it's this. The brass have learned the next act is not another science project, but a back-to-basics frigate, the Constellation class, built to fight, last, and actually show up when the shooting starts. And just how exactly did we get from glossy brochure to strategic retreat? Well, let's find out. Today's video is brought to you by our friends over at Squarespace, the website platform that makes building an online presence feel like less of a chore and, more like something that you'll actually finish, which is nice, isn't it? Look, I use Squarespace to build my own personal website back maybe 5 years ago with Squarespace, and it was super easy. And now it's even easier because they have something called Blueprint AI, which basically handles all of the heavy lifting even more than they did before. You just give it a few inputs, your goals, your industry, whatever you like, and it spits out a tailored layout that actually looks fantastic. Plus, the design tools are solid and there's no coding. It's all just drag and drop. You adjust and you're done. Plus, there's built-in email campaigns, which are surprisingly robust. You can set up automations that don't feel like spam, and they will help people come back to your website. Plus, they've got fantastic analytics, so you can see what people are doing on your site, which is useful. Head to squarespace.com/mega for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, use the offer code MEGAPROJECTS to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain. And now back to today's episode. The dream. At the turn of the millennium, the strategic planners of the US Navy were giving thought to the future and confronting a most uncomfortable thought. What if their hulking destroyers and cruisers, then the mainstay of the fleet, just weren't the right vessels for the next war? The Pentagon's 2001 Quadrennial Defense Review laid it out in black and white. The Navy needed ships that could slip into the shadows, fight swarming speedboats, sniff out submarines hiding in the littorals, and sweep mines from the sea lanes. Put simply, the Blue Water Fleet had to find a way to fight brown water wars. Enter the Littoral Combat Ship, or LCS as we'll call it herein, a supposed revolution in naval warfare that was going to do all of that very happily indeed. Admiral Vern Clark, then Chief of Naval Operations, sold it with evangelical zeal. His vision, called Sea Power 21, was all about speed, agility, and a new buzzword for the era: modularity. Basically, instead of having one big multi-role warship, you'd get a core C-frame that could swap out plug-and-play mission packages, most of the utility but in a fraction of the size. One week it could be hunting mines, the next it could be chasing subs, the next blasting pirate skiffs, and so on and so forth. And on paper, it sounded brilliant. In glossy brochures and contractor pitches, the ships were sold as being impossibly fast, topping 40 knots, nigh unheard of for a normal surface combatant, with such speeds at all normally being the preserve of hyper-specialized hovercrafts and hydrofoils. Their shallow draft would also mean that they could enter shallow harbors and navigate depthless rivers, the kinds that even a somewhat modestly sized Burke-class destroyer couldn't even think about tackling. Their crew would be tiny too, a mere 40 to 50 sailors in all, who would be more than capable of operating the ship thanks to a near sci-fi level of automation. Their deployments were to be similarly radical too. The normal way of doing things where a sailor is posted to a ship for an extended period of time and that's kind of it. Well, the LCS was going to use a revolutionary new concept, the 3-2-1 crewing model, which would mean that 3 rotating crews would operate 2 LCS ships, keeping one continuously deployed for 16-month rotations. In theory, this meant that the Navy could keep more hulls at sea, 50% at any one time by period estimations, and use fewer sailors while doing it, squeezing maximum fleet presence out of a finite budget. Every ambition has its skeptics though, and the LCS absolutely was no different. For example, as early as 2001, one Lieutenant John Baggett, in his naval postgraduate school thesis titled Logistical Analysis of the Littoral Combat Ship, LCS, operating independently in the Pacific, was warning that the whole idea might be running ahead of the hard physics of endurance and logistics. His spreadsheet suggested the sleek little C-frames would guzzle fuel like sports cars when pushed to high speed, and that the much-touted 1,500 nautical miles at sprint promise that was being thrown around back then was basically just a fantasy. Such warnings were ignored, however, and so the Navy plowed on ahead. 2 competing designs were ordered: Lockheed Martin's steel monohull Freedom class and Austal USA's all-aluminium Trimaran Independence class. Both looked futuristic and were supposed to be cheap and quick to build. So cheap and quick to build, in fact, that they were considered basically nearly disposable. The dream was a seductive one then. Small ships swarming the littorals, trading blows with pirates, submarines, and mines, while the carriers and destroyers stayed safely offshore. What a shame it was then that dream turned into a whole massive nightmare. The build. But before we get into that, let's build some history. And it's nothing if not a swift history. The LCS program was only initiated on the 1st of November 2001 when the Navy announced that it was replacing the cancelled DD-21 destroyer project with a new future surface combatant program, a family of 3 ships: the DDX destroyer, later the Zumwalt class, the CGX cruiser, later cancelled, and of course, the LCS. And come May 2004, the money was already being put down and lights were being lit up green as both Lockheed Martin and Austal were told to get on with proper development. Outwardly, the Navy was actually being quite sensible too, because at this point, both the Independence and Freedom classes were only being taken to the prototype stage, 2 radically different visions that were to prove themselves at sea, with that which was judged the lesser of the 2 being culled and the winner then being pushed through to full serial production. As per a 2019 Congressional Research Service report from one Ronald O'Rourke, Lockheed Martin's Freedom class was the more conventional of the 2. A semi-planing steel monohull with an aluminium superstructure, it looked like a sleeker cousin of the Navy's existing frigates. At 378 feet long with a width of 57 feet, it displaced around 3,400 tons and could push 47 knots thanks to a combined diesel and gas turbine plant. The design also emphasized compactness and high sprint speed, with its slimmer hull form meant to cut through the water like a speedboat. But that came with trade-offs: less deck space, tighter internal volume, and a propulsion system that demanded complex gearing to juggle between turbines and diesels. Austal's Independence class, by contrast, looked modern, to say the least. A 418-foot long, all-aluminium trimaran, it spread its weight across 3 slender hulls, giving it a massive 104-foot width. That also created an enormous flight deck, the largest ever put on a US non-aircraft carrier surface combatant, in fact, and a cavernous mission bay beneath for vehicles, containers, or unmanned systems. The trimaran hull also offered stability at high speeds and in rough seas, but the aluminium construction, soft and squishy as it is when compared to steel, raised questions about survivability, especially under fire. Top speed, however, was down as compared to a Freedom class, with an Independence maxing out at 44 knots. So, which design ended up emerging as the victor? You no doubt want to know, and the answer to that is yes. The first Freedom class, a class leader of the same name, was launched in 2006 and commissioned in 2008, with the first Independence class, again a class leader of the same name, came a while later, not being launched until 2008 and finally getting commissioned in 2010. Both were delivered late, and both had plenty of gremlins in their systems. But worst of all, both were way over budget, with the Government Accountability Office stating that early ships of both classes came in at around the $500 million kind of mark, and that's in then dollars, not today's dollars, and that was compared to an original estimate of around $220 million each. Oh, and those figures also don't include the cost of procuring those fancy mission modules either. It's a little bit expensive. So why did the Navy then keep building them? Well, in 3 words: politics, jobs, and momentum. Technically 4 words if you count the "and" there, George, who wrote today's script. Basically, instead of picking a winner, as had been the original plan, the politicians leaned on the service to keep both variants alive. That meant doubling the overhead, 2 different training pipelines, 2 different supply chains, 2 different logistics tails. Senator Richard Shelby of Alabama, never shy about scoring a win for his home state, which built the Independence, was instrumental in pushing the so-called dual-buy arrangement that would ensure work was sent his constituents' way. And as journalist Megan Rose of ProPublica later reported, what started as a contest between 2 shipyards thus became a permanent compromise, one that guaranteed twice as many contracts, but twice as many headaches. And in the same spirit, they also committed far too quickly. The first block buy contracts were awarded in 2010 for 20 ships, 10 of each class. That locked in billions of dollars before a single LCS had even proven itself operationally. By 2015, then Defense Secretary Ash Carter saw sense and had the program capped at 40 hulls, down from the original plan for 55. But even that proved optimistic. When all was said and done, and the final tallies were made, 35 LCSs were authorized in all, still far more than many felt was wise. They ended up being split roughly evenly, 17 Freedoms and 18 Independences, and the last ships are only just trickling into service now, almost 2 decades after the program began, with the final ship, Pierre, an Independence variant, having launched in August 2024 and still awaiting her commissioning. Billions spent, decades invested, and all for a fleet of ships that were meant to redefine littoral warfare, but ended up being written off as total failures. The reality. And now we get to the crux of the matter, because why were they such failures exactly? Well, cost, as we have already seen, was certainly a part of it, but there's far more to it than just that, because it ain't like the US military is averse to a cost overrun so long as whatever soaked up all of that capital delivers some really, really good results. The LCS, however, didn't even do that, because put simply, they just don't work. Their reliability is absolutely bloody atrocious. Take the Milwaukee, the third Freedom class build, for instance. She had been commissioned with pomp in November 2015, and then 3 weeks later, she was dead in the water off Virginia, crippled by a catastrophic combining gear failure, that being a bit of machinery that combines the output of the ship's gas turbines and its diesel engines, thus enabling those big speeds. As Megan Rose put it after interviewing Milwaukee's crew, quote, if the Milwaukee were a brand new car, this would be the equivalent of stalling on its way out of the dealership. At least they could fix that problem, though, surely. Sure, it would cost a few quid, but they'd at least then get a productive service line out of them, right? Well, wrong, because as Admiral Mike Gilday, the Chief of Naval Operations, put in 2021 when speaking to the press, quoting him here, the issue with the combining gear is probably the most challenging engineering problem that we've seen on any class of ship since I've been in the Navy. Specifics on why it was so challenging were given by Rear Admiral Casey Moten that same year, quoting him. It's a complex mechanism in the gear itself, so just the forensics that had to be done by the team to determine where the failure occurred, specifically in the design why the failure occurred, to be confident that had been the root cause, to look at a modification to the gear that would prevent those root causes in the future, which is a difficult thing to do on an existing gear, and then to ensure that that fix allows full operation and allows the ship to do what it's supposed to do. That entire technical effort was complex, is the best word for it. That dude speaks in one long sentence. Despite claims to the contrary from Lockheed Martin, Milwaukee's combining gear issues were not a one-off and were not fixed in later vessels. Fort Worth's combining gear, for example, broke in Singapore in January 2016. Little Rock's broke on a maiden deployment in March 2020, and Detroit's broke in the Caribbean in November 2020. And that's just one problem on one of the classes. There's more still. For the Independences, their fancy water jet propulsion systems, which work by drawing in water and forcefully expelling it through a nozzle in the stern, turned out to be temperamental. For example, Canado's broke down outright during a 2016 Western Pacific cruise after repeated minor failures, and she was forced to limp back to Hawaii instead of showing the flag in Asia. Jackson's went the same year during a full-stop shock trial, never reaching the point of total failure, but repeatedly bringing her to a halt. Montgomery proved particularly unlucky, as on one single day in September 2016, during a shakedown, her water jets failed, and she had an engine fail. But going back to the Freedoms, because when their combining gears were chewing themselves to bit, the engines hooked up to them were also giving no end of problems. For example, Freedom herself suffered a total power loss in July 2013 during a Singapore deployment. She also lost her number 2 diesel engine in July 2016 after seawater somehow entered her lube oil system. Oh, and we can't forget the Independence's fragile hulls either, because they just love to crack and suffer corrosion. Montgomery, for example, had a minor collision with a tug in early October 2016, cracking a weld seam, and a couple of weeks later, she struck a lock in the Panama Canal, opening up an 18-inch crack. Independence herself was found to have severe galvanic corrosion around all 4 water jet channels in February 2011, and if you recall, she was only commissioned in 2010. 1 year. And just in case all of that wasn't bad enough, do you remember those mission modules, the supposed heart of the whole LCS concept that was meant to shrink the vessels down while compromising none of their capabilities? Well, color us surprised, but it turns out they weren't all that either, being both over budget and underwhelming. The anti-submarine warfare package, for example, arguably the most important of the lot, envisioned to put the willies of Chinese submarines, as it were, well, it never materialized. First, it was just an unmanned sonar drone aspect of it that was cancelled. That was in 2016, after hundreds of millions of dollars in R&D had already been sunk into it. And then, in 2021, the whole module was cancelled. As USNI News dryly put it, the LCS will never perform the ASW mission. Then there's the mine warfare modules. It had been intended to replace the Navy's 1980s vintage Avenger-class minesweepers, and in the end, it didn't. It relied on the remote mine hunting system centered on the 23-foot unmanned submersible WLD-1, but the Director, Operational Test and Evaluation, the Pentagon's testing office, found it so unreliable that the Navy cancelled it outright. A replacement, the Knifefish drone, only limped to initial operation capability in 2023. That's a decade late, by the way. In the meantime, as the Government Accountability Office noted in a 2022 report, the fleet's mine countermeasure gap simply went unfilled. The surface warfare package was the least disastrous, but that is a very, very low bar. It bolted on a pair of 30mm guns to supplement the built-in 57mm guns, plus a short-range Hellfire missile launcher to swat swarming speedboats. Useful in a fight with Iranian Revolutionary Guard skiffs, and, well, that's about it. Although, to be fair, that's all it had been intended to deal with. A long-range missile system, Netfires had been intended to give some heavier punch, but that was cancelled in 2010. Only in 2019 did the baggage finally get Raytheon's Naval Strike Missile, finally giving it over-the-horizon capabilities. Now, we could go on, but you get the idea. Taken together, the LCS was a tale of two designs and a single conclusion. Neither could deliver. The politics. Alright, so we skimmed the political aspect of the LCS disaster earlier when we were discussing the build, but let's come back and look at it in a bit more depth, because actually there's way more going on in that regard than just one Alabama senator complicating things while trying to secure manufacturing jobs for his constituents. The loudest voice in Washington backing the whole scheme was Ray Mabus, Secretary of the Navy from 2009 to 2016. Mabus didn't just support the LCS, he championed it with a kind of evangelical zeal. He wanted numbers, a fleet that looked impressive on paper. Quantity has a quality all its own, was the mantra, and Mabus made sure to keep the littorals rolling down the slipways accordingly. He also waved off critics as nothing more than the Alumni Association, i.e.
See the 72nd conducting some training inside of Ukraine. This is the 72nd Mechanized Brigade, and they're wearing those classic gas.
Hello,
everyone. I'm the enforcer.
Today, 1374 of the War News stream, and also it is the day after Thanksgiving. It's good to see you all once again, and we have heard today that Ukraine has attacked Russian oil tankers in the Black Sea. It's a big Thanksgiving to them. Also, Russia suffered major damage after a new Ukrainian drone strike, and also a Russian ICBM, one of their nuclear missiles that carries the warhead, actually exploded during a test today, which may mean that their missiles are not in good shape, but it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 48 hours of the news from around the world, as we have heard significant news, especially of the Russian Federation's developments, and also those from around the rest of the world. Significant news has emerged from the Black Sea that 2 Russian Shadow Fleet tankers have exploded and are currently engulfed in flames, as the crews of both vessels have abandoned ship and the vessels are currently adrift at sea. It is believed at the moment that it's highly likely that these were Ukrainian attacks, as the Russian Federation has...
Alright, I'm gonna call it on the stream. I'm getting too tired. Alright, thank you everybody for stopping by and joining. And yeah, hopefully we're live again tomorrow, but we'll see. Who knows how it goes. Alright, have a good night. God bless. Thank you for tuning in.